Cesare Bellentani, Carnival Mischief. The Case Files of Daniela Luccarini, 1. Chapter 1. She had already regretted the 4-inch heels. The alleys in the old town of Gabbiana were all paved with cobblestones. Certainly pretty and picturesque, but more suitable for gym shoes. She had carefully chosen her look for her debut in Lunigiana. Blue suit, low-cut blouse, pearl necklace, raven bob, aggressive lipstick, and black stockings. As she looked in the mirror, she thought she saw Valentinus, double from the Valentina comics. She felt disappointed, perhaps because it was Sunday afternoon, and Sunday afternoon is sad, by definition. Perhaps because of that drizzle so thin that it seemed neither rain nor fog. Perhaps because of that late April so wet. The soft green leaves on the trees contrasted with the grey, which made it even more grey. But what had annoyed her most was the behavior of her almost silver fiancé. That was what she called Silvano. After 21 years of being together, they had started dating when she was 15 years old. He had been by her side through high school, college, and the judicial selection exam. Even on the first assignments outside Siena, Daniela and Silvano had been close enough. Just enough to allow her to return at weekends. Only 4 years away, and they could have celebrated their silver engagement. She thought self-deprecatingly. Of course, at 36 she could not call herself old. And yes, she could still have children. Sure, there was time to get married, but did Silvano actually want to? There had been so many reasons for putting it off. First the degree, then the exam, then the decision to switch from the role of judge to prosecutor, then the need to see about finding a more local position. How can you have children if the family has to live apart? You can always ask to be moved closer. And then Silvano's dad had died, and it was simply not possible to leave that poor widow alone. So there were numerous reasons why. The fact was that he had not even accompanied her to Gabbiana. Why? There was a reason why in this case, too. And what a reason! His boys' 5-a-side football team, in the excellence category, was playing on Sunday. As he was the coach, he couldn't leave them alone. What? Are you kidding? So the compromise. He had driven her all the way to the station in Florence, Santa Maria Novella, so she didn't even have to wait for a connecting train. What a hassle. All the way from Siena to the hustle and bustle of central Florence on a Sunday morning. Mind you, deserted streets. Then there was the local train from Florence to Gabbiana that stopped at every station. Yay, but Silvano had saved her a good stretch. She dragged her trolley with her right hand, holding an umbrella with her left hand. Not because of the fine drizzle that didn't bother her, it was because of her bob. It would have been ruined. She would have looked a mess the following day, with the prosecutor of Gabbiana. The first day in a new career with a bob that looked like a swallow's nest. She was in the mood for coffee. She entered a bar, a few steps from the hotel she had booked while waiting to find a flat to rent. There were 2 tables of old men. They were playing the popular card game Briscola, with the obligatory glass of red wine. She boldly approached the counter. A double espresso in a large cup, she said firmly. Nice legs. She heard coming from the table nearby. She turned around with an irritated look on her face. In reality, even though the comment had come from a slobbering old man, it has pleased her. She had never been insensitive to compliments, no matter who they came from. What did you say? She glowered at him, recognizing who had spoken, even though she had not seen him. One of the old cronies peered at her. He then picked up a copy of the local newspaper from his chair and showed it, muttering, to the person who had made the comment, covering his mouth so as to muffle his words. The elderly player took a quick look at the newspaper, then at the girl, then back at the newspaper. Finally, in a resigned tone, he muttered, "Excuse me, Mom. I didn't mean to offend you. Believe me." Daniela gave a knowing smile. "That's better," she replied sternly. "Give it to me." The elderly man, without protesting in the slightest, handed over the newspaper, which Daniela picked up. There was a picture of her, the official one. Above it, the headline, "The city of Gabbiana welcomes Dr. Daniela Luccarini." Daniela sipped her coffee. It was good, very good. Then she continued reading. The swearing-in at the public prosecutor's office in Gabbiana of the new deputy public prosecutor, Dr. Daniela Luccarini, is expected tomorrow. Luccarini, 36-year-old from Siena. Comes from, continued her CV. Daniela finished her coffee, folded the paper, and handed it back to the elderly man. "Thank you," she told him in a firm tone, staring straight into his eyes. The elderly man had lowered his gaze. He looked perhaps even more uncomfortable. "No messing around with this one. I really made a fool of myself," he thought. Then, when Daniela had left the bar, he would repeat the thought, out loud. "How much for the coffee?" she asked the bartender in a commanding voice. "It's on the house," ventured the latter. Daniela slipped her hand into her bag, rummaged through and extracted a €2 coin, dropping it on the counter. The bartender picked it up hesitantly, placed it in the cash drawer, and laid down a 20-cent coin as change. She peered at him again. The receipt, she glowered at him. Deeply uncomfortable, the bartender printed out the document and handed it to her. Daniela picked it up, then stopped, looked around warily, and sniffed the air. "What now?" wondered the bartender, growing increasingly embarrassed. "Something smells good. What is it?" asked Daniela. The bartender breathed a sigh of relief. "Testaroli. We are preparing testaroli for tonight." "Testaroli?" asked Daniela, looking suddenly less scowling. "What are they?" "Testaroli are a local speciality, a wartime recipe, ma'am. One that the peasants used to make here, in Lunigiana. They are made with flour, water, and basil." "And how do you make them?" she asked curiously. "You take wheat flour, almost as much water, and a pinch of salt, and you use these simple ingredients to make a fairly liquid batter. You heat up the dish, we use terracotta ones, and pour a little bit of batter on the bottom, about this much, and, using his thumb and forefinger, he indicated a thickness of approximately half a centimeter. Then you put the lid on and they cook in just under 10 minutes. Once they're cooked, we cut the disc into squares, about 3 to 4 centimeters wide, then place them in boiling water for a few minutes. Then we serve them, usually with extra good olive oil and basil." "Can I get something to eat here?" she asked. "Of course, we also serve food in our trattoria. It's over there, behind that door." "What time are you open?" "After 7 o'clock. We usually close the kitchen at 9 o'clock. "Good. Now I have to go to the hotel. Can you reserve a table for me at 8 o'clock? "Of course, ma'am." "Alone, or with someone else?" Just asking so I know how many I have to set the table for," he explained, as he didn't want to give the impression of putting his nose into the magistrate's private life. "Just me. I am staying next door at the Tower Hotel," Daniela replied, showing more willingness than the bartender might have expected. I'll wait for you then." As Daniela walked out, he breathed a sigh of relief. He exchanged a meaningful glance with the patrons, murmuring, in a hushed tone but in a way that everyone could hear him, "Tough. Huh." Then he gave orders to his wife for the testaroli to be excellent. "But my testaroli are always excellent," protested the good woman. "Of course. But these must be even more excellent." The Tower Hotel was nothing special, neither good nor bad. 3.5 stars, if she had to give a fair assessment. Certainly not the 4 stars claimed, but not even 3. "All right," thought Daniela. "It's only for a few days. The time needed to find herself a house. There was no time to do it before. This week I will be able to look more thoughtfully. I've been told about 3 available solutions. We will see. Then the rest will come. Clothes, shoes, books, accessories, everything left in Siena. She had enough time for a quick shower, to put on a trickle of makeup, get dressed. The clothes would arrive the next day. In the trolley she had only a few pieces of underwear, her beauty case, a book, and little else, and a quick, irritating phone call with Silvano. "Hello, love. Are you okay?" She didn't even have time to answer him. It was just a pragmatic question. Then the almost silver fiancé had continued, totally oblivious. "The guys were great. 5-0. Can you believe it? I'm really proud. If it continues like this, we win the championship this year. But you don't seem to care. Is something wrong?" "Nothing. I'm tired. I'm going to go to dinner now. Kiss, night," and hung up. Furious? No. Impatient? Not even that. Indifferent? No, or she would not have been upset. Irritated. It almost bothered her to talk to him. It was like going on a date with monotony, with dreariness in person. She blessed the assignment in Lunigiana. A change of air. She looked at her watch. 7:35. The drizzle had gone, and in the distance, to the west, there was a beautiful clearing in the sky. It was half an hour before sunset. And to dinner. She had been given a nice room. Yes. Perhaps this could restore the half-star she had taken off just before. Because of the view, it looked out over the sunset. The sun was still hidden behind clouds. But, just below, she could see its rays. She could see the splendid spectacle of the Apuan Alps. She had never seen them from this perspective. Always and only from the sea. During vacations in Vasilia. Some of the marble-like peaks, those with the right angle, began to turn reddish. She filled her lungs with the scent of rain, and the air as clear as when it is washed by water. It was no longer raining, she no longer needed the umbrella, and the trolley had been put settled on its shelf. She wore a pair of lower shoes. There was time for a walk. The trattoria dining room was definitely modest. The walls were painted with brushstrokes that attempted to create a kind of color mix. Somewhat pretentiously. But it was poorly done, resulting in an unrefined melange of orange against an ochre background. It looked like the mess of an amateur painter who ran out of paint. Framed jigsaw puzzles were hung on the walls like paintings. The classic 1,000-piece puzzles, put together on long winter evenings by the innkeeper, or his son. A Formula One Ferrari from the early 2000s, the ones from Schumacher's first Grand Prix. A unicorn reflected in a spring, where its horn miraculously disappeared. Street. Peter's Basilica in Rome. A mountain cabin, with windows overflowing with red geraniums. And an old skyline of New York, where the Twin Towers were still standing. And a cold, unwelcoming light above. Yes, the first visual impression was not the best. Daniela was there to offer some advice to the innkeeper. But she hesitated, feeling that it would be giving away too much too soon to this town. She had not yet taken up service, and it was best to maintain some distance. Instead, what brought her back into harmony with her surroundings were the exquisite aromas coming from the kitchen. Among other things, she had eaten a cold, rather dubious-tasting sandwich at Florence Station. It had almost stayed on her stomach, due to her haste and her annoyance at Silvano's behavior. Now, however, her appetite had returned. The room was not large. 2 square tables for 4, one of which she occupied. 2 for 6. 1 long, and 1 round table for 10. Beside her were 2 elderly couples and, at the other small table, a foreign couple. They looked British. Sitting on a low chair near the kitchen door was an old man playing the accordion. Next to him there was a low table with a dirty glass of red wine and a half-drunk bottle. He was trying out some chords. He had a reddish nose, thinning hair, but no baldness, a toothless mouth, a cheerful expression, like that of carefree drunks, who are not true alcoholics, but who certainly find in alcohol their best friend. She still thought he looked nice, though she was glad she wasn't that close to him. The innkeeper immediately approached her. He placed a bottle of table wine, a bottle of water, and a plate with some dark canapés on the table. "What is it?" asked Daniela, with a curious expression. "Just taste it." Daniela sank her teeth into a canapé. "What strange bread," she said. "Chestnut bread, toasted, with a slice of local lardo, a local cured pork fat. What do you think?" Daniela did not reply immediately, but took another slice. With her mouth still full, she mumbled, "Exquisite." The innkeeper was satisfied. "We keep things genuine here, ma'am. We have our simple, peasant foods. I hope you like them. What can I bring you?" "Before dinner you told me about that thing. I don't remember anymore. You also explained to me what it was. You explained the recipe." "The testaroli. Sure. Tonight we have testaroli. Shall I bring them?" "Yes, certainly. Let's try the testaroli. With basil. Is it locally grown?" "From our own kitchen garden. Tomorrow, when it's daylight, I'll show you around," he said proudly. "That is, if you would like to," he corrected himself. Then he walked away, taking the order to the kitchen. In the meantime, the old man had begun to play, and soon after, with a voice more melodious than his age would suggest, he had also begun to sing a strange ballad. In our Lunigiana, there are many great mysteries, some false, many true, surrounding Gabbiana. "What is it?" asked Daniela, whispering to the innkeeper. "If it bothers you, ma'am, I'll tell him to stop. He's our folk singer storyteller. He's an old nutcase. He's been singing here forever, waiting for someone to offer him a glass of wine and a piece of bread. Shall I tell him to stop, ma'am?" No, let him continue." Daniela shushed him, moving her hands to emphasize her words. After 2 or 3 bars on the accordion, the old bard began his ballad again with the refrain. The tale of a bridge, of a man who was possessed by the devil. She picked up a few fragments, absorbed in a gentle weariness. Possessed by the devil? What a story! Meanwhile, the innkeeper had brought some steaming hot testaroli. From the kitchen she heard someone calling. "Lino, Lino. Incoming. Lino, Lino. Excuse me, ma'am, but here they call me every minute." Daniela would have liked to ask Lino, as she had learned the innkeeper's name, something about the strange ballad. Meanwhile, the old man had resumed, again with the refrain about the mysteries of Lunigiana. "They threw him off the bridge. They threw him angrily. He fell among the stones and sand. The good man from above the mountain, his count was also pleased. The farmer was pleased. The townsfolk were pleased to see the end of the blizzard. In our Lunigiana, there are many great mysteries, some false, many true, surrounding Gabbiana." The old man had finished with his accordion and refilled his cherished glass with wine. Lino had finally sorted out all the requests from the kitchen. He had been able to return to his usual hospitable and smiling self. "Tell me, Lino," Daniela asked him. Lino was moved by the feeling of being called by his first name. He already felt close to this authoritative figure. "Tell me, what was the old man singing?" "Well, let's just say, they are old legends, passed down from father to son, and they are usually told in song. They're just nonsense." "Yes. But this one? This is an old story about a bridge going towards Pontremoli, not that far from here. They still call it the Bridge of Noises. This bridge, as the legend goes, seems to have witnessed the tragic story of a possessed man who was thrown off the bridge by the townsfolk. Underneath flows a very deep canal. In that peculiar place, strange noises are still heard to this day, like chains breaking against the rocks. Daniela listened with curiosity. Our land is full of legends, some scary, some more cheerful. If ever you want to, can I bring you anything else, ma'am? No, I'm fine. And the testeroli were exquisite. Too kind, too kind. Would you allow me to let you to taste a speciality? As long as you don't have to drive. Of course, he said very respectfully. It was his way of showing respect for the law to those who, before his eyes, embodied it. What is it? She asked curiously. China liqueur. Without waiting for an answer, without even moving his feet, he had twisted his torso 90 degrees and grabbed, from a shelf she had not noticed, a bottle and a small glass. It's our speciality, ma'am, he whispered smugly. As Daniela tasted the china, the tranquility of dinner was disturbed by an apparition. It happened again. It happened again. A young girl had entered. She must have been 16 or so. A simple, country-faced girl. It was clear to see that she was wearing her party dress. She was wearing a navy suit that was 2 sizes too big, with oversized shoulders that extended a couple of centimeters beyond her own. On the lapel of her jacket was an old cameo, a floral blouse with a high lace collar, and low blue slingbacks with a peculiar bow. Thick eyebrows and black hair, thick, not long, with a barber's rather than a hairdresser's cut. A peasant naivete. Calm down, Samantha, calm down. What's happened again? Lino asked, but she seemed to hear no reason. She appeared both flushed and bluish, as if she had seen Beelzebub in person. It's happened again. It's happened again. She kept on repeating. It's happened again. It's happened again, over there, at the Bridge of Noises. She was gesticulating, opening and closing her arms, waving her hands. It's happened again. It's happened again. Poor thing. Poor Lucia. She had fallen to her knees, her head bent forward, her hair covered her whole face. Then she had burst into sobs. Daniela had just had time to taste the excellent china. At least from a food and wine point of view, the impact with Gabbiana had been the best possible. She got up from the table, approached the girl and moved her hair out of her face. Samantha. Look at me. Calm down. What's happened again at the Bridge of Noises? Oh. Lucia. My friend Lucia. She had not yet taken office, and her first job was already on the horizon. She was sure she would have met Samantha again the following day. Chapter 2. It was an old-fashioned courthouse, not anonymous. Unlike many buildings that emerged rapidly in the 1980s and 1990s outside the Old Town, all characterless and somewhat similar. It was an old building in the center of Gabbiana. On the ground floor, where she had asked the old usher for information, were the offices open to the public, the Criminal Records Office and Justice of the Peace. The court took up the entire first floor. The prosecutor's office was on the second floor, as the usher had listlessly pointed out to her. Daniela climbed the 4 flights of stairs. Then, turning right, she headed straight towards Colomonis's office, 3rd door on the right. The prosecutor's office was large and bright. Upon entering, the desk was on the left side of the room, and to the left of it, 2 wide windows flooded the room with light, and, at the same time, offered a splendid view of the Apuan Alps. The man was hunched over his paperwork. Without even looking up from his paperwork, he murmured, hearing a knock. Daniela, come on in. Someone must have announced her. Daniela. He was direct and straightforward. He must have been a very practical sort of person, the kind that doesn't mind frills. The fact he used her first name immediately gave her the unpleasant impression of overconfidence. Taken without permission. Daniela, after a second of irritation, moved on to the counterattack. Divide. Good morning. Please, make yourself comfortable. Sorry about the mess and chaos, but I tell you right now that there are no excuses. I'm the real master of the house. But what can you do? He spread his arms wide, this time looking her in the face. He seemed to have paid no attention to being called by his first name in turn. It had not been an act of power, but the habit of dealing in confidence with co-workers. This reassured her, preparing her more positively for the meeting. She squared him from head to toe, as she used to do, now that he had stood up to shake her hand. The man must have been in his 50s or 60s, though he carried himself well. Quite young for his role. He had a lean, toned physique, was of average height, with short, curly, thick, greying hair and a few fine wrinkles. The kind that add to one's charm. He must be a tennis player, thought Daniela, although she was not sure why. She later realized that her intuition was correct. He was wearing a light V-neck, burgundy sweater, under a tweed jacket that matched perfectly. Even his trousers denoted a careful attention to dressing that was anything but casual. She chuckled to herself. He must be, or must have been, a womanizer. She looked for the ring finger on his left hand. He was not wearing a wedding ring. Have a seat, Daniela. I would say there is not even time to make a normal presentation. Besides, I have already read your resume. Assignments, publications. Congratulations. Now we have to deal with the first case. The girl who died falling off the bridge? She asked him. The man showed some astonishment. How did you know? It just came in, and the news hasn't appeared in the newspapers yet. It happened late last night. Around 9 or 9:30, specified Daniela. I see you are very informed, he said smugly. You can explain one day. Anyway, let's get a move on. It appears to be a case of suicide. He then picked up the phone. Tell Claudio to wait for us outside with the car. Dr. Luccarini and I will be right down. He hung up. I'll come with you. That way, we can really get down to business, and I can start giving you some information. They descended the stairs at a hurried pace. The man must be from Milan, thought Daniela. Food pairings, saffron risotto, and ossobuco. Once they were in the car and seated in the back, the prosecutor launched into his usual fluent chatter. It was clear that he loved to talk, and he was indeed a native of Milan. I have been here for several years, he told her in a confidential tone, but I have family in Milan. I've never brought them here. I always go back there at weekends. The motorway exit for Pontremoli is 20 minutes away, and I'm home in less than 2 hours. I get back on Sunday night. Why haven't you moved here? Asked Daniela. Well, you know, people are good here, but Gabbiana is as dead as they come. Then there are my children, of course. The eldest is at Polytechnic. The youngest is finishing high school. What do I do? Uproot them. And your wife? My wife, he coughed, as if the topic embarrassed him. My wife stays with them. She stays involved with the kids. But it's not a problem. We've been going on like this for years. He seemed to be looking for an excuse, looking out of the window, to change the subject. Do you like Lunigurna? I've just arrived. I mean, did you already know it? Hardly at all. Good food, castles and legends, he summarized. A strange land. A borderland. They don't speak Tuscan here. It sounds kind of mixed. Indeed it is. There are some dialects that sound like Emilian, with Ligurian inflections, typical of a borderland. After a few curves, behind one of them, they had come upon a massive white mule in the middle of the road, which caused the driver to brake abruptly. They had reached the site. The driver had parked, and they walked the last stretch, up to the bridge. Good morning, Sir Maresciallo of the Carabinieri greeted him with a military salute. "Let's hope it's a good morning, Maresciallo. May I introduce you to Dr. Luccarini, the new deputy prosecutor. Daniela, Maresciallo De Angelis. Where did the poor girl fall from?" "There," the Maresciallo pointed. "Suicide. At least everything suggests it." He made the sign of the cross. Instinctively, almost furtively. "Suicide, you say, Maresciallo?" Daniela asked. "Yes. It looks like she jumped. Look, under the bridge. We put marker buoys where she fell." "Where is the body?" "At the hospital, waiting for the autopsy." "I have already made arrangements in your absence," said Colomunici, as if to justify himself. "And her parents?" "Social services are taking care of them. Poor souls. Their only child." Daniela pulled out a notebook and began to jot down. A small crowd of onlookers had gathered nearby. Daniela lifted her gaze for a few moments, squaring them one by one, as if searching for some hidden truth. Stunned, incredulous faces, but one in particular had given her an unpleasant feeling. That lip communicated to her a sense of the sordid, sleazy, disgusting. Chapter 3. The next day, Tuesday, Daniela was walking late in the evening along the lower avenue of Gabbiana. From the top of the fortress, descending into the valley, she had on her right the ancient hilltop town, and below, in the valley, the modern town and the industries. On the left, farther on, was the majestic scenery of the Apuan Alps. She cringed at the thought of this young girl. She had ended her days in such a dramatic, sudden, unforeseen way. She could not get over it, and thought back to the words of the literature teacher and the parish priest. Don Cespuglio. It was a funny nickname indeed, but spot on. She had been told by a kid, God bless him, at the threshold of the oratory. She's always been a serious girl. Too serious. Words that had astonished her, spoken by a clergyman, although he was quite an unconventional one. Wearing jeans, a checked shirt, and a sleeveless hunter's jacket. The reason why they called him Don Cespuglio had been clear to her from the start. That thick mane of shaggy hair must have been unaware of the existence of combs and brushes, hence the name Cespuglio, bush, but he had given her the impression of being a good person. She had found him in front of the oratory, intent on supervising children and young people running after a football. "What do you mean by too serious, Don Mario?" she asked him curiously. "Don, get me wrong, one can never be too serious. I used that adverb to make it clear how Lucia stood apart from her peers. In some ways, she was still a child. In others, already an adult. She was a teenager, only on paper. Only on paper. She would need to meditate on the meaning of these words. "Thank you for the time being, Don Mario. I think I will come back to visit you." She walked, with her head bowed, as if she wanted to check the ground beneath her steps. From time to time, she would cast an intense, enraptured glance at the poignant spectacle of the Apuan Alps, ablaze with the rays of sunset. Lucia was no longer there. Lucia, too serious, could no longer enjoy such a wonderful spectacle. Something inside her protested, became indignant, rebelled. It was not admissible. A girl like Lucia, serene, with enviable school grades, a beautiful family, plenty of friends, life ahead of her. She could not bring herself to finish the sentence, even in her own thoughts. Yet she should have got used to it. In her 8-year career, she had experiences so many situations, though always as a judge, never as a PP. She was going over these episodes in her mind, intent as she was on, looking for a pattern, a design, in the cobblestones beneath her feet. She did not notice that she bumped into a man, walking like herself, coming from the opposite direction. "Daniela!" he shouted. Surprised, hearing her name called, she gasped. Professor Di Prinzio, what are you doing here?" "Enough with this professor and sir business. I knew you were here. I read about it in the papers. I thought I'd come and see you in the prosecutor's office. But not that you would throw yourself at me like a ram. You know, I'd have grounds to file a nice little charge for personal assault." After 15 years, he had still not lost his proverbial verve. "But what are you doing here, Professor?" "What I am going to do to you if you keep calling me Professor. You'll soon find out the hard way. Anyway, my wife and I," he turned to the lady at his side, "live here. Nice to meet you. Daniela Luccarini." She extended her hand. "Isabella, the pleasure is all mine." "So you, live here?" "Yes. Isabella is from Gabbiana. I retired as soon as I could. Quam celerime. We renovated the old, abandoned church in Segnano, the hamlet just outside Gabbiana, going up towards the mountain. So here we are." "What a surprise. My criminal law professor. I did my thesis with you, and here you are. And what are you doing? Are you still dabbling in criminal law?" Di Prinzio looked at her, as if she had uttered a terrible insult. "I'd have to be crazy. Law is now part of my past. Here I follow my passions. Together with Isabella. The bees, the olive grove, the vegetable garden, painting. Nicola Di Prinzio." Daniela seemed not to understand the combination. "Do you paint? And what do you paint?" "Portraits. I am fanatical about faces. It's really important to me." "And what techniques?" "Oil, watercolor, but I often sketch, pencil, charcoal, ink, whatever I can find, even ballpoint pen, if that's all I have." "What a surprise. Will you come to visit us?" "Gladly," Isabella chimed in. "If you don't have any plans tomorrow night, would you care to join us?" she asked her with pleasant ease, as if talking to an old friend. "Absolutely. Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you very much, Isabella. Let's hope the boss won't call me with any last-minute updates." "You, re-following that nasty story of Lucia, the girl who—" "Precisely," she replied in a solemn tone. "I understand. It's been very hard for everyone." "Did you know her?" "I know her parents. Simple people. For a certain period, her mother used to come and help Isabella to clean the house. Then she got a steady job in a bakery and preferred. We have remained on very good terms. Though, she comes to visit us. We go to their place for dinner. At least she used to come. Or we used to go. Now I don't know. I sent her a note. I didn't have the courage to call her or visit her. I confess. We don't even know when the funeral will be. You know, it depends on many things." Daniela stopped him. "Yes, indeed." Then, after a moment's wait, Isabella resumed. "So, Daniela, here's our mobile number." From her bag, she took a piece of paper, a pen, and a book on which to place everything. Then she wrote down her and Nicola's numbers. She then folded the slip of paper, cut it in two, and, after bringing Daniela the slip of paper, waited for her to dictate her own number. "Perfect," she concluded, after repeating it, digit after digit, to make sure she had written it down correctly. "See you tomorrow evening, then." Daniela resumed the walk. Professor Nicola Di Prinzio, in Gabbiana. Crazy, she felt less lonely. Chapter 4. The following evening, Daniela showed up at 8:30 at the old deconsecrated church in Segnano. 2 beautiful dark cypress trees marked the entrance to the driveway. There was still a glimmer of light, that twilight that comes before night falls. The dim light allowed her to pinpoint the location. It was cloaked with an almost magical charm. On the west side, there was a bit of the garden, a small gravel-covered area where she could make out a white enameled iron outdoor table, 4 small armchairs of the same set. In one corner, a cart with a long, yellow hose pipe. Further on, in the half-light, she could just make out the olive trees. Everything seemed to amalgamate in a pleasant, harmonious disorder. The vegetable garden, house, olive grove, fields, with no clear line demarcating the areas. Nicola came out to meet her. "I saw you through the window. Please, come in," he said. "It's evening now and I can show you the garden. There'll be plenty of other occasions." Daniela smiled without answering. She had the frank, smug smile of someone who was now at ease. She had overcome the first embarrassment of the previous day. Facing her now there was her former dear professor, but in a new guise. It seemed to her that she was standing next to her lifelong friend, as if even past acquaintance had completely changed into friendship and confidence. The house was strange. Beautiful, but strange. It was, however, a pleasant feeling. The sense of serenity, or rather, pleasant well-being that was perceived surprised her. In fact, what was now a home was previously a church, a country parish church, 2 or 3 kilometers from the center of Gabbiana. It was not large. However, the hall, which was accessed directly, gave the idea of importance, especially because of its height. What struck her most was the altar. The high altar, an area elevated above the rest of the room. There, the couple had placed a piano that Isabella played from time to time. Next to the altar were the 2 side aisles, 2 modest galleries located on either side of the altar. One had been partially salvaged as a bookcase, and to the right of the entrance, the door that led to the S.A. Christi now led to the rooms of the rest of the dwelling. Kitchen, study, as she later got to see, bathrooms, and bedrooms. Daniela, as was her habit, looked around. She scrutinized every single detail. Nicola was talking, telling her about when he had bought it, about the restoration work, about the small and big problems encountered in fixing it up. Without losing her train of thought, Daniela ran her gaze over every detail. The terracotta floor, recovered with great respect, as could be seen from some sought-after imperfections artfully left there. The walls pulled up with lime, as a result of a plague in the 17th century Nicola had commented, in which fragments of 2 frescoes had been saved. A Virgin and Child and a street. George in the Dragon. You can't imagine the state of neglect they were in when I found them, covered in ivy. The roof had collapsed. Everything here was open. It was all exposed to rain, snow, wind, hail, sun. It was only by a miracle they didn't rot. Perhaps their good fortune was the layer of plaster that covered them. Once the ivy was uprooted, it took away some of the lime, and here is the surprise. "What period do they belong to?" she asked curiously. It's difficult to say exactly because minor art followed trends after a number of years. Although the style is 15th century, I think these are frescoes from the second half of the 16th century. "Just before the plague you were telling me about," she commented. "Perhaps the same plague as in Manzoni." "Very good, ma'am. Very observant. Well done," he joked. At that moment, Isabella had come out of the rectory door. She had a very peaceful face. The woman was close to 60, perhaps slightly older, but she had a radiant complexion and the relaxed features of someone leading a tranquil life. "Good evening, Daniela, and welcome." She extended her hand cordially. She said, addressing her husband, "I'm almost ready. How about an aperitif?" She pointed them to a hidden table in a side aisle. The one on the right, where she had set a refectory table with a rustic tablecloth. On it, she had placed a bottle of chilled white wine and some canapes. "Lovely," said Daniela. The dinner proceeded peacefully. Daniela also felt free to share some fragments of her private life with her new friends, her 20-year relationship with Silvano. While her dinner companions made no comment, they sensed from her words that Daniela was not entirely satisfied. Isabella showed herself attentive, without expressing opinions or appreciation. For Daniela, it was not an outburst or anything else, but merely a desire to affirm her confidence and gratitude. An unforeseen and unexpected friendship in her second hometown. The couple talked about the house, the renovations, and their life. Then, after dinner, while Isabella had gone to prepare some traditional mocha coffee, Nicola had led Daniela to the spacious S.A. Christie, now used as a study. "Don, show her your butterfly collection. You know, I'm watching you," cooed Isabella from the kitchen in the adjoining room. Daniela could not hold back a laugh. "Unbelievable," she managed to say, immediately changing her expression once she walked through the studio door. The walls of the former S.A. Christie were completely covered with portraits. Almost all of them were small, the classic A4 size, or perhaps something more. Framed. Just a bit of passe-partout. As Nicola had already mentioned to her, the techniques used were the most varied. A few oils, some tempera, and a few inks. Then many paintings, the majority, were made with pencils, charcoals, sanguine, and ballpoint pen. Amazing, she confirmed after a quick tour of the room, visibly amazed. They were all portraits, some female, mostly male. A strong vitality radiated from each and every stroke. "Are they all people you know?" she asked curiously. Nicola smiled, smoothing his chin. "Do you want to know who I am?" he asked her mischievously. Daniela gave him a questioning look, as if to say, "Well, what do you expect? Is it a secret?" It was not a secret. Even though I retired as a lecturer, I have not lost my passion for crime. To understand who is behind a murderer, a thief, a crook, a violent person, to understand why human beings have to debase themselves in this way. I love human beings. Daniela. The face for me is a mirror of the soul. Now that I am retired, I have a lot of time, and I spend a lot of it in the audience of criminal hearings. I take my place, with paper and pencils, and try to follow the criminal process from an emotional point of view. In the individual's face, there are some important signals. Some are transient. The raising of an eyebrow, a mouth opening wide, a furrowed brow. They arise from emotions, catching the person giving these signals by surprise. These can be important for magistrates. When they are sensitive to them, they can use them as a, pass me the term, a lie detector. I, however, Daniela, don't care much about these. What I want to capture are the enduring signals. These are the result of an experience or series of experiences, and they leave deep, almost indelible traces. Of course, a good facelift erases everything. But so I will find you often. As a habitué at the prosecutor's office, she interrupted him. Of course. If not always, at least often. You find me mooching around, he chuckled. That is, if you don't stop me from continuing this activity of mine. It depends on Dr. Colomonaci, she feigned a wrinkled expression. The prosecutor? Divide. Are you close? Continued Daniela. changing her expression. "Let's say an admiration and friendship has developed over the years," Nicola replied. "However, as I was telling you, I'm interested in understanding the personality of the perpetrator. Why, and how the crime has changed them. Everyone tends to justify their own atrocities, whether small or large, before themselves, even before the court. But the signs on their face remain." "As in the portrait of Dorian Gray," commented Daniela. "As in the portrait of Dorian Gray. We can say so. With the distinction that the portrait is worn. We wear it, stuck on our faces, even though in the mirror we strive to see another one." Daniela scrolled through the faces in the hanging pictures, one by one. "Amazing," she continued to comment. Then, suddenly, she froze in front of a face. It told her something peculiar. It had all the features of that lewd being: a swollen and protruding lower lip, a half-closed mouth that concealed his teeth, and a receding chin, a day-old beard, which, seen in color, must have been dark green. The eyebrow arches formed two circumflex accents, as if to say, "Do you know I am teasing you?" "Who is it?" she asked. "Why do you ask?" replied Nicola. "I saw him yesterday morning, among the onlookers, during the inspection for the suicide of that poor girl." Nicola smoothed his chin. It was his usual way of gathering thoughts. Daniela noted. His gaze moved upward, without articulating his neck. His eyes, at short intervals, moved from right to left and left to right. "Was Corsini there yesterday morning? Does that ring a bell?" Nicola shook his head several times. "Benito Corsini, accused, later acquitted for indecent exposure. I was always left with the suspicion that there was a background of guilt. He was defended by lawyer Barzachini." "A tough one?" "Not particularly. A 50-year-old lawyer who has never been very successful. I will tell you. I was surprised to find him in a criminal trial. He specializes in civil law. An all-rounder, I would say. He takes what comes. Mostly divorces. They're a good source of income. Pretty safe. He tells the spouse he is defending them to extract as much as possible. As if he had a goose that lays golden eggs. So he drags it out. If you see what I mean." He shook his head, looking a bit dazed. "Excuse me. I indulged in personal comments about Barzachini. I didn't mean to. You were asking about Corsini. He's a professional nurse at the hospital. I know that he holds, or rather held. After the episode they no longer saw fit to use him, even though he had been acquitted. First aid courses for small businesses, artisans, bakers, offices. I think it is, or was, an assignment from a trade association. Traders, or artisans. I don't remember. Yes, a couple of complaints were raised against him. The classic raincoat," she laughed. "Yay," smiled Daniela, imagining the lewd individual as he opened his raincoat, displaying what to him was his pride, and, conversely, to the victims of his exhibitionism, his shame. I can imagine him doing it. "Me too," confirmed Nicola, "but he was acquitted. There were no witnesses. In one of the two cases, he had shown that he was at a class at the alleged time of his performance. It was a question of about 10 minutes more or less, depending on the versions. The victim, I think, was confused about the time. In the other, the recipient was visually impaired, and the whole thing would have taken place at dusk. Hard to say for sure. I mean, it came out, with patches. But it came out. You are inclined." "I am inclined." He paused, then continued. "A leopard can't change its spots. But until proven, it is innocent." "What about his presence at the bridge?" "I understand what you are saying. It opens up some troubling questions." He spread his arms wide. I wouldn't want to let my imagination run wild with him returning to the place where, the night before, he had opened his raincoat in front of a schoolgirl. Maybe he had gone further. Maybe he had approached her, and she jumped off the bridge? Or did she fall back, close to the parapet? He got too close to her. She lost her balance and fell below. That could be. Whether or not Corsini is involved. Dear Nicola, the suicide hypothesis convinces me less and less. She gazed at her watch. It's already 11. I think it's time to let you go to sleep. Say goodbye to Isabella. Chapter 5. At 8:30, she was already at her desk. She picked up the phone and dialed the number of the secretary's office. Can you put me through to the ops unit? She tapped her fingers nervously, while the notes of Titanic played in the background from the phone. Good morning, ma'am. De Angelis. Sorry for the delay. I had to end another phone call. Good morning, Maresciallo. No problem. I need to question Mr. Benito Corsini as a witness urgently. On the matter regarding Lucia. There was no need to specify the victim's surname. It was obvious. Certainly, ma'am. Well, have him contacted immediately. Speak later, ma'am. Goodbye, ma'am. De Angelis was a real force to be reckoned with. It didn't take Daniela long to find out. She was sure that beyond the meek, almost pious appearance, he was the kind of person who, if entrusted with some task, would complete it with zeal and diligence. By 2 p.m., he was in her office, together with Corsini. Daniela was nibbling on a piece of toast as she walked around the office, trying to figure out the best layout for the office. The office was wide, almost contiguous to that of Colomonici. There was a bathroom between the two. They had the same beautiful view of the Apuan Alps, the same sunlight from noon to dusk. She would probably have had her desk moved diagonally. Her mouth was full of food when she heard the Maresciallo's voice. Excuse me, Mom. Daniela finished chewing, then swallowed quickly. Come in. De Angelis, she said firmly. Go in, ordered the Maresciallo, rudely, to the man following him. It was clear that the two had already got to know each other. The man, with an annoyed but submissive expression, entered reluctantly. Am I under arrest? He asked, barely looking up at Daniela. She could not avoid a harmless laugh. And for what reason? She asked him. You called me here. The Maresciallo just let me finish my shift and planted himself in front of the hospital ward. I felt so humiliated. Imagine what my colleagues thought. Daniela glossed over the man's background. After all, she had heard about it informally from Nicola. We are investigating the alleged suicide of Lucia. Lucia Menconi. Please sit down, she invited him in a soothing tone. Lucia Menconi, born in Gabbiana on the 18th of June 1996. De Angelis declared, standing statue-like at attention. Well, it's suicide. So what? Corsini, who had so far remained with his head bowed, was looking at Daniela from behind. He had now raised his neck. He almost seemed to be projecting himself towards her. Easy. Corsini, Caaalm down. Here the conclusions are not drawn by you, but by someone else. Nor is this the right place. If I have summoned you, it is because we are gathering information. Did you know the victim? And so saying, she invited De Angelis to sit at the computer and take everything down. Lucia. She missed her calling as a nun. What do you mean by the term, missed her calling as a nun? Always in church. At Sunday school. She even played the organ on Sundays during Mass. Did you know her well? Very well indeed. Corsini had gone back to observing the toe of his shoes. We lived on the same street. I had known her since she was born, her and her family. What about you, Mr. Corsini? How old are you? 35. Born in Gabbiana on the 14th of July 1978. The storming of the Bastille De Angelis let slip. Daniela gave him a piercing stare. De Angelis, mortified, leaned over the keyboard. So you were 18 years old at Lucia's birth? More or less, yes. I seem to remember. You say that she missed her calling as a nun. So, boyfriends? Not even a shadow. Who was she dating? I wouldn't know. I saw her. I met her. We greeted each other. Those times when we ran into each other. Then, with my job, I have odd shifts at the hospital. I think she mostly hung out in the parish. Don Cespuglio's parish? Do you know him by that name, too? Laughed Corsini, for the first time somewhat relaxed. How do you know she plays the organ in the church? I'm not a churchgoer, ma'am, but those 2 times a year that I have Mass said for my poor father and my poor mother, well, those times I always find her there, playing. I believe I saw her the other morning, Monday, during my first inspection, the day after the tragedy. Of course. I had the afternoon shift and they told me. I couldn't believe it. I went to see for myself. These are things that leave you. Do you understand me, Mom? Daniela nodded her head affirmatively. Where were you, Mr. Corsini, on Sunday evening, between 8 and 10 o'clock? Do you suspect I was the one who threw her down? He asked. He stretched his neck, as before, towards the PM. Are you kidding me? And, pointing the index finger of his right hand at his temple, he made a half-turn with his wrist, as if to say, are you completely nuts? Easy. Corsini, C-A-A-A-A-L-M, down. Be careful with certain gestures and statements. Where were you? Anyway, Sunday evening. I think. I was having dinner at Aunt Ada's. Who is she, and where does this Aunt Ada live? She's my poor mother's sister. Almost 90. Just think. She was the oldest, but she's resisted. My mum. On the other hand, he made the sign of the cross. Do you visit her often? Oh. Sure. Every Sunday. At least. I test her blood pressure. Then she wants me to check her sugar. You know, with those instant tests. She can't believe she has a nurse for a grandson. In return, she still prepares those special lunches for me. She's very mentally alert. You know, Mom. I mean very sharp. No one would ever think so. Could anyone confirm what you claim? Oh, my aunt. For sure. And where does this aunt live? Just around the corner from the bridge. Past the bridge, you enter the village. Take the first street on the right, and her house is there. A simple little house. Just imagine. She lives alone. She doesn't want to know about caregivers. She is convinced they take everything away from her. Well, Mr. Corsini, she interrupted him. That's enough for now. Keep yourself available. Good evening. She extended her hand to him without getting up from her chair and motioned De Angelis to see him out. She was conflicted. It might have been him, but it might not have been. After all, the place was very close. He could have gone out of his aunt's house. Maybe for an errand. However, it is also true that it was Sunday night. What shops could have been open on Sunday evening? A new inspection would have been necessary. He goes out, meets the girl, follows her, pushes her to the bridge, opens his raincoat, No, the raincoat had to cover the other clothes. No premeditated nudity. He was at his aunt's house. He may have been at the window, though. He saw her passing down the street. He took advantage of a moment, when his aunt was busy in the kitchen, came down, followed her. It could have gone like that. Then the aunt. The aunt was sharp, according to Corsini. But how sharp? And what about her hearing? If she had asked her if she was certain that her nephew had stayed with her all evening without leaving her for a moment, how reliable would her statements have been? There were several dark points in the story. The fact is that she had mixed feelings about Corsini. On the one hand, she thought he was really lecherous. On the other, she struggled to see a motive in him. At least for the moment. It almost seemed like a stretch to her. However, an inspection of the bridge was necessary. Chapter 6. That same afternoon she had returned again to Don Cespuglio. That priest had to know more. She had come to think of him as a good person. Her previous experience as a judge had taught her that at trial, the few times she had come across a priest as a witness, she had often encountered behavior resembling a code of silence. It was difficult to extract information. Often the cleric would entrench himself behind the secrecy of confession, and went no further. Don Cespuglio had seemed different to her. He appeared more energetic than his peers. He was probably nearing 70, but appeared to be a dynamic person. Perhaps this was also due to his robust build and upright posture. His expression was wrinkled. The suicide had clearly upset him, but that he tried to mask the great sorrow behind a serious and composed expression. He exuded, or tried to exude, a great sense of serenity. "Good evening, ma'am. Any news?" "No, Reverend. However, I must tell you that the idea of suicide convinces you less and less." "Do you think so, too?" Some understanding had already been established between the two, at least in communication. "You're kicking down an open door." The cleric spread his arms wide. She didn't seem like a candidate. She always struggled to finish the sentence when suicide had to be mentioned. The very idea mortified her. What was she like? How did she behave here? She was a fine example of a girl, a Sunday school leader, catechist. And being so young, she taught Year 2 children. You know, it's all about learning a few songs, and drawing something about the life of Jesus. No sacraments. Just getting the little ones involved, keeping them connected to the oratory, making them understand that Jesus is important. Was she very much into this activity? Don Cespuglio grimaced. He rolled his eyes. It said it all. If there was one person who was motivated and serious about her task, it was Lucia, he commented. A definitive answer to the magistrate's question. Standing at the edge of the spacious courtyard, they continued their conversation as the kids continued, sweating, to chase the ball, and Don Cespuglio cast watchful glances at everyone. The priest checked that no quarrels arose, and that the enthusiasm and eagerness of the kids remained within permissible limits. A ball had landed right on Don Cespuglio's feet, who without even commenting, had kicked the ball back into the fray. "I agree with you, Reverend. I am less and less convinced it was suicide. I am following other leads." She had almost regretted opening her mouth. It was like updating the religious man about the course of the investigation. She tried to correct herself, shifting to why she had confided in him. "I had asked to seize her cell phone, to check the last calls and text messages." "A futile request," commented the clergyman, with a smile. Lucia was one of 3 16-year-old girls in Italy who do not have cell phones. "What about the other 2? "The second was Samantha, her friend." "The third one?" insisted Daniela curiously. There must be a third girl in Italy, besides Lucia and Samantha, who does not have a cell phone, laughed Don Cespuglio. Daniela also smiled at the priest's irony. In fact, that too was a clue, albeit a negative one. They stood in silence for a few moments, watching the young boys running, sweating, for their team to win. Some girls were sitting on the bench, cheering for one or the other, generally for whoever was attacking at that moment. Daniela tried to put her thoughts in order. Don Cespuglio interrupted her. Any word on the possible date for the funeral? No precise news, but I believe it can take place by Saturday. Thank you, Reverend. I am sorry, I wasn't a great help to you. Don Mario spread his arms wide again. More than you think, Daniela heartened him, more out of courtesy than out of real conviction. One last question, she murmured to him softly, as she had already turned on her heels towards the exit, where the driver was waiting for her. Do you know Mr. Corsini? Corsini? There are some Corsini among my parishioners. Do you know the first name? Asked Don Cespuglio. Benito Corsini, professional nurse at the main hospital, Arcispedale, of the Lunigiana region, in Gabbiana. Don Mario let out a meaningful sigh. Then, after a pause that seemed almost deliberate, he scratched the grizzled beard on his left cheek. Of course. He doesn't spend much time at the church, but a couple of times a year, he has me celebrate Mass in memory of his parents on the anniversaries of their passing. The cleric's expression had grown somewhat gloomy. You look troubled. Do you associate this name, this person, with something unpleasant? Don Mario shook himself as if from a state of torpor. In fact, he had not dozed off. Rather, it was as if he had drifted off and was focused on Corsini, oblivious to the fact that he was in fact in a conversation with the deputy public prosecutor. No, he said, waving both hands, with the palms turned downward, a gesture meant to dispel the young magistrate's doubts. No. Absolutely. Nothing particular. You know that he has a history with the justice system, though. I also know that he was acquitted. Twice. If I remember correctly. You remember very well. Although there's something about him that doesn't quite add up for me. Here Daniela bit her tongue. She had once again said a word more than she had intended. My dear lady, you know better than I do how the justice system works. A person can also have the face of a criminal, and, in my opinion, this is not the case with Corsini, and be the best person in the world. If he has been acquitted twice, there must be a reason. Of course, his face might be more or less likable, more or less pleasant, but we cannot judge a person by their face. Here the priest's tone had become very firm, almost harsh, and it seemed to contradict the peaceful image she had had of him up to that point. I see, Daniela commented succinctly. Then she looked at her watch. I really have to go now. Thank you again for your time and cooperation. No problem. Ma'am. I am here when you need me. I will also leave you my cell phone number, in case you need it. Like yourself. I too desire above all else the truth about the tragic end of this poor, wonderful girl. His gaze had softened. Without indulging in emotion, was once again the mild, good-natured man he was at the beginning of their meeting, still taking into account the sad moment in which he found himself. She got into the car and kept mulling over the story. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. This was not a suicide. But what had happened? After the chat with Don Cespuglio, she was also less persuaded of Corsini's possible guilt. But if a voice inside her protested and ordered her not to be convinced by the words of the last person she met, another, more insistent one, brought her this reasoning. She had ended up, at least for that afternoon. The investigation had just begun. Agreeing with the priest, because the Don had in fact confirmed an idea that was already flashing in her mind. Although Corsini gave her the idea of being lewd and slimy, he did not strike her as a murderer. Or rather, while he might have been a potential murderer, he had not been one in that particular circumstance. Of course, it could have been an accident as a result of a too close encounter. But, in that case, Corsini could have... He could have what? She wondered. Maybe he could have gone straight to the Carabinieri and declared that he had seen a girl fall off the bridge. He could have gone down to see if she was alive or dead, to try to give her some first aid. That much was true. He was a professional nurse. Not only that, he held first aid courses. He had held them until a few months before. It was what he did for a living. He could have. But it would have also caused him a lot of trouble. That, too, was undeniable. He would have been asked a lot of questions. He would have been caught in the middle of it, had he been taken over by fear. She could neither convict nor acquit him, at least at this stage of the investigation. Back in the office, she had a surprise. She had received her first anonymous letter. She realized fairly quickly that it was the first one because, in the following days, 2 more arrived. The usher had held out the envelope to her. "Who gave it to you?" she asked. "A gentleman. A passerby." "Did you ask for his details?" "Certainly," and he handed her a handwritten note in shaky handwriting, "but I don't think he had anything to do with it. He said he found it on the ground, that he read that it was addressed to you, at the public prosecutor's office in Gabbiana. He wanted to prevent it from being lost." "I understand," Daniela replied dryly. "Give it to me." She clutched the envelope in her hands, and quickly climbed the stairs to the second floor, eager to read its contents. She had already guessed it was an anonymous letter from the way it was presented. With nothing but the address, written in block letters, with the left hand, just to throw off any expert opinion. Sitting at the table, she grabbed the letter opener and carefully opened the envelope from the right side. She was not wrong. It was indeed an anonymous letter. "Dear Daniela, don't you think you are looking in the wrong direction? With affection. Nessie." Nessie. Wrong direction. What did the writer of the letter know? Anonymous letter. What a coward. He or she didn't have the courage. Reflection was needed. She got up from her chair and began to walk nervously around the room. She felt like a lion in a cage. Out of a mere sense of duty, she sat down again, took a look at her emails, the UNSA news bulletin. Then, since there was no urgency, for the moment, Lucia's case was her only one, she went out again. The usher had raised an eyebrow, seeing that, as soon as she entered, she was on her way out again. "Should I call the car, Mom?" "No thanks. I'll walk," she replied dryly. She walked through the streets of Gabbiana. At 7 o'clock in the evening she had an appointment with the real estate agent to see the first of the properties available for rent. She had to choose her home for the next few years. She breathed deeply, trying to organize her thoughts. Firstly, whoever had written her this letter, this short letter, knew that she was following a lead. The only investigation she was following, she had only been in Gabbiana for 4 days, was the one regarding Lucia. So whoever had written to her was making an unsolicited comment about the case of the girl who had committed suicide from the bridge. Secondly, what was the wrong lead being followed? According to the anonymous person, by her, Daniela, there were 2 possibilities. Either the person who wrote to her knew that she had summoned Corsini, in which case their opinion was that Corsini was the wrong lead. And if so, there was an additional twist, but she put it off until a later moment, for the sake of mental order. And here's the second possibility. The anonymous sender knew nothing about Corsini being summoned. in which case they believed suicide to be the wrong track. Having examined this hypothesis, she went back to the first, namely that the anonymous person knew about Corsini and the fact that he had been summoned. And, in that case, as said earlier, she was at a crossroads. The person who knew about Corsini was someone who believed Corsini to be innocent. Or, vice versa, knowing that he was involved, wanted to protect him. Or, again, someone who knew for certain that Corsini had nothing to do with it. All these hypotheses seemed to lead to one certainty. It was not suicide. In fact, if the person writing to her thought it could have been a case of suicide, ignoring the fact that Corsini had been summoned, this told her that she was wrong because it was not suicide. If they knew, it was still confirmation to Daniela that she had not come across a suicide, but that the sender was trying to direct her investigation to another murderer, who was not Corsini, either in good faith, because they knew for sure that it was someone else, or in bad faith because they knew it was Corsini himself, and wanted to throw her off track. In that case, could the sender have been Corsini himself? It could have been, she admitted to herself, but she was more inclined to reject this hypothesis. Corsini would have been very naive to write such a note while Daniela was listening to him as someone with insider knowledge. It would have been a matter of seconds, leaving a trace of saliva on the envelope. Or, more simply, they would have risked a great deal by dropping that note in front of the courthouse, on days when that area was practically her home. So who was it? In their own way, the anonymous person had identified himself or herself. Nessie. What did it mean? This name was buzzing around in her head, telling her something. But she couldn't remember what it was. She had been wandering around the center of Gabbiana, not paying too much attention to what she was looking at. She glanced at her watch. It was just a few minutes before 7 o'clock, the time of her appointment with the real estate agent. The rendezvous was on the main street, next to a travel agency. To pass the time, she cast her eye over the promotions displayed in the window. The proposals for May were now approaching. Gone were the warm Caribbean or Indian Ocean dreams, tantalizing promises in the cold months. Now, they were all geared towards old Europe, Prague, Moscow, and St. Petersburg, a cruise in the northern capitals, an impractical Iceland-Greenland trip, a really expensive offer. To suffer the frost, Daniela shunned the idea. Scotland, castles, ghosts, whiskey, men in kilts playing bagpipes, with a friendly dragon beckoning in the misty British countryside. What are you waiting for? Signed, Nessie. Nessie. She slapped her forehead. Nessie was the Loch Ness monster. So, Dr. Luccarini. Good evening, she heard someone calling her name. Am I late? Please excuse me. Good evening, she turned, while with her mind, she was there in the middle of this grey lake from which she could see a kind of muddy brontosaurus rising. You are Jessica, from Panorama Rentals. Am I late? No, not at all, Jessica. I only got here a few minutes ago myself. Is it far? No. Tonight we will see a couple of solutions. One is right here. The other is not far away. They were both very nice and very bright. Both furnished. The only downside, in the first one, were the 4 flights of stairs, no elevator. In the second one, the size, a bit too narrow, and it lacked a second room. Daniela loved space. She had to think it over. They would meet the next evening, same time. She was actually not very focused, her thoughts firmly on Nessie. What was the connection to Scotland? Was this really the reference? The clue? That the anonymous person had wanted to leave her. Sometimes anonymous people try to provoke a challenge. There is not only cowardice, but also a playful aspect to their behavior. So a treasure hunt would begin. The second card would be found in Scotland. She thought back to her first dinner in Lunigiana, in Linos Barcum Trattoria. There was an English couple there. There could have been Scottish. Nicola had told her that many English people were buying properties in Lunigiana, now that sales prices in Chiantiscia, as the Chianti Valley was humorously referred to, had risen out of proportion. And it was also true that we tend to refer to all British citizens as English, even when they are Welsh or Scottish. Undoubtedly, this term English was suitable for referring to native English speakers. Could that have been the clue? It was getting late. For that evening she would settle for pizza. She longed to find a place of her own where she could make herself a simple plate of spaghetti aglio e olio when she wanted. This precarious situation at the hotel was bothering her. The next day she had 3 important tasks. She would choose a flat. If the third one did not go well, she would choose between the 2 she had just seen. She would confront Nicola about the anonymous letter, and she would return to the suicide site, looking for some more clues. Chapter 7. By the end of the next day, Daniela had every reason to consider herself satisfied, at least when comparing her achievements to the goals she had set the day before. First and foremost, she had found a decisive and defining aspect to her life. The third property proposed by the real estate agent was nothing less than perfect. It was a ground-floor flat with 3 rooms, and the back door overlooked a small private garden, ideal for sunbathing without any hassle or the need to hire a gardener. Facing southwest, it offered a spectacular view of the Apuan Alps, the same view she enjoyed from her office. More importantly, it was positioned so that she could enjoy breathtaking sunsets. A veranda ensured her privacy and provided a space where she could also dine outdoors. The offer was advantageous due to the absence of a parking space, which had led to the property remaining vacant for several months. Consequently, the price had been significantly reduced from the initial amount requested by the owner. Lastly, it was just 200 meters from the courthouse, not too close. Not too far. It was just a short walk to get there, in no hurry. In essence, before going out, Daniela had written a check as a deposit and handed it to the girl from the agency. This way, she could have everything she had left in Siena sent within 2 or 3 days. However, this was just one of the events that occurred on that Friday. The most noteworthy aspect of the day was the third inspection of the crime scene. There are so many aspects and thousands of messages that affect us, she thought. So much so that many slip through the cracks and are often examined more superficially than they really should be. But we have only limited resources available for investigation. It's inevitable that even significant details may be overlooked. It was only after the third inspection, wandering around the narrow lanes near the Bridge of Tragedy, that she came across a strange establishment named the Old Highlander, a Scottish pub nestled in the remote mountains of Lunigiana. She decided to enter. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. The pub presented a contradictory ambience, simultaneously refined and disheveled. It seemed as though the designer aimed for perfection. With the centrally placed bar, meticulously arranged pint glasses, and a Tiffany frieze all around, casting various colored lights. Surrounding the bar were tables with coasters, while framed tartans of different clans adorned the walls, each with its name and history underneath. Additionally, a prominent poster of Mel Gibson as William Wallace, the Scottish hero from the film Braveheart, added to the atmosphere. All in all, and combining these with many other small but not insignificant details, Daniela noticed a very sophisticated feel about the place. Despite these elements of sophistication, Daniela couldn't shake the feeling of disorder lurking beneath the surface. She noticed a sense of negligence in the way chairs were haphazardly arranged, and in the sight of abandoned empty pint glasses and crumpled paper napkins on the tables, contributing to an indescribable disarray. It was probably the locals who conveyed to her the unpleasant feeling of being in a hostile environment. She heard a whistle behind her. Turning, she saw two young men, both likely in their late 20s, eyeing her and making comments about the newcomer. She felt a deep sense of unease, her mind recalling her first arrival in Gabbiana at Linos Barcom Trattoria. There, an elderly man had commented on her legs, but upon realizing who she was from the newspaper, he had apologized to her humbly. But not here. Here, they stared at her, competing to see who could hold her gaze the longest. She approached the counter. Here, the impression was equally unpleasant. Unlike the fearful deference she found at Linos, the landlord gave her a sidelong glance. With a smirk, perhaps they recognized her, Daniela thought, and that's why they flaunted their contempt for her. A point of contact needed to be found. "Can I get something to eat here?" she asked. The host, without even bothering to open his mouth, nodded his head, lifting it a couple of times. "And what is there to eat?" The man pointed to a blackboard where the dishes of the day were written in chalk. Black pudding, Scotch pies, and a kind of hamburger, just for those who were not brave enough to try their hand at the exquisite Caledonian cuisine. "Other than that, is there anything else?" she inquired. The innkeeper snorted. "Fish and chips, if it suits you. People come here to drink, mostly. Oatmeal bread. What do you want?" Really rude. Was that where she was supposed to conduct her investigation? She opted for fish and chips. Not bad either, all considered. And half a pint from the Cairngorm brewery. Needless to say, lukewarm and no head. Fortunately, only half a pint. Daniela had that meal without enthusiasm. Indeed, without enthusiasm was a true understatement. She could have easily eaten a far more exhilarating dish of the day at Linos. From the corner of her eye, however, she was able to discern what was happening in the pub. Eloquent exchanges of glances between the innkeeper and the locals. She was almost certain of it. They had spotted her. And her visit must certainly not have been pleasing to these Scots from the Gabbiana province. Then, as the evening went on, between ordering, waiting, and eating, she had spent just over 20 minutes there. She had the even sharper impression that she was truly an outsider in that gathering. The boys at the table were talking in whispers, throwing her a glance from time to time, and the host kept looking at them. Meanwhile, another group of boys had entered. Their gaze had met that of the innkeeper, who glowered at them until they turned on their heels. This was not the time. "Dear Nessie, was this the right path you wanted to take me on?" she asked herself. The possibilities were all there. A closed, unpleasant environment, where, if it was possible to kill her, they would not think a minute about it. She finished quickly and paid the bill. There was no reason to ask questions. The next day she would charge De Angelis with this task. By 7 o'clock she was back in Gabbiana, ready for her appointment with the agent. The beautiful apartment lifted her spirits, casting a more serene light on everything. Even when she had written the check for the 3-month deposit and signed the power of attorney for Jessica, the real estate agent, she felt relieved, as if detached from the heavy atmosphere of the old Highlander. It took her no time at all to make up her mind. Making a quick decision, especially one made with joy, felt like a good omen for a great evening ahead. She took her cell phone from her bag and called Nicola. "Are you there?" "Daniela," he answered with joy. "What a surprise. Are you coming over to our place for dinner?" "Nothing fancy." "Of course." "No, thank you," she replied. "I've already had dinner. I'd like to talk to you. Maybe we could meet for coffee. What time are you having dinner?" "Had an early dinner." "Then?" he teased. "No." She played along. "Edinburgh time zone." "Let me check. It's 8 o'clock. Isabella is about to call me. Come whenever you want. Anyway, we'll have coffee around 9 o'clock. I'll join you then. Bye." She had no particular reason to see him, no specific questions to ask him. More simply, she wanted to unwind a little, to think out loud. She strolled through the streets of Gabbiana as it darkened. It was 2 kilometers from there to Nicola's house. He would probably drive her home at the end of the evening. She arrived when the sky was almost entirely dark, apart for a cerulean streak around the Apuan Alps. Towering in the sky was Boot, the constellation that rose in April and stayed high throughout the summer season. Nicola came out to meet her. "Dearest Daniela, do come in. The mocha is almost ready. Perfect timing." Daniela smiled, grateful for the friendly welcome. "Make yourself at home, dear Isabella," echoed him. "Then leave you two alone." "No, Isabella, please. There are no secrets. We are all friends." Nicola nodded to his wife. It was he who preferred, sensing that the former student had some interesting topic, to use all due caution. "Thank you," she replied, having instantly understood her husband's nod. "But I have to tidy up in the kitchen. I might pop in later." She returned only to leave 2 steaming cups of coffee on a silver tray, a sugar bowl, and a creamer, accompanied by 2 chocolates, then disappeared, leaving the door of the study ajar. "She's a smart woman," commented her husband. "I have accustomed her from early on to understand the delicacy of topics, and the fact that while I can tell her everything about my own affairs, I have to keep those of others, especially if they fall within the sphere of justice, strictly confidential. Anyway, let's cut to the chase. Is there something you wanted to tell me?" And so saying, he rested his elbows on his knees, his chin resting on his hands, which were open in a U-shape. "Do you know a pub near the Bridge of Noises called the Old Highlander?" Nicola was puzzled. "Is something wrong?" "I am trying to remember. Did you find any connection with your investigation?" Daniela would have liked to tell him about the anonymous letter she received, the signature Nessie, the travel agency with Nessie Advertising Scotland, and her grand entree into that suburban pub. But she couldn't. There was an absolute ban on speaking to outsiders about the ongoing investigation, even if they were close family members. "Excuse me," her friend corrected himself, seeing Daniela's embarrassed expression. "I am well aware that you can't talk about it. Anyway, to get back to your question, I think it's a place where rowdy kids from the suburbs hang out, entitled and living off their parents. Dimwits who can't figure out how to pass the time. It's getting late." She cast a glance at her watch. "If you happen to be passing by, do tell me what your impressions are. I'll go and say goodnight to Isabella. Then, winking, you couldn't give me a lift home, could you? I walked here." Chapter 8. "Get me De Angelis, now," asked Daniela imperiously, newly seated in her chair. The Maresciallo was not long in coming. He strutted in, standing to attention. He was statuesque, considerably tall and sturdy. He would stand a good chance of being selected as a corazziere, a ceremonial guard at the Quirinal Palace in Rome. "At your service, ma'am." The core operations unit was located just below the courthouse, one of the advantages of small towns and regional capitals. "Take a seat," De Angelis said. Daniela, "Take a seat," she repeated, in a less pretentious tone. "Does the name the Old Highlander mean anything to you?" De Angelis coughed. "The Scottish pub near the bridge. Yes. That bridge?" he asked. Even for him there was almost an embarrassment in pronouncing its name, as well as in uttering the word suicide. "That's the one." "Of course," replied De Angelis, almost dropping the tone of his voice. "Nasty place." Why? Asked the PP with a hint of irony, which, moreover, escaped De Angelis. I've been in. It seems tastefully decorated. Oh, if that's all you're asking about, I can't fault it, he replied. He waved his right hand, palm facing downward, as if to dispel doubts. The problem is elsewhere. Tell me, Daniela asked, waiting, her chin resting on her forearm, supporting her head, and her eyes wide open. She seemed to be waiting for an astonishing truth. Hangouts. The carabiniere lowered his voice. Somewhat questionable hangouts. Thieves. Whores. Bad people, summarized Daniela very explicitly. No, dimwits, bullies, daddy's boys, bored riffraff, often with pockets crammed with 50 or €100 bills. Bad boys. Instead of thinking about spending their time looking for an honest job, they consider work a dishonorable thing and prefer to waste their days doing shenanigans. Tell me, be clear. Have there been any special cases? Daniela was getting almost impatient. No really serious cases, to be honest. Mostly incidents that deserved a scolding. Only one serious suspicion of cocaine trafficking 2 years ago. But the blame was dropped on a passing foreigner, and everything fell on deaf ears. Thanks also to the intervention of one or more of the thugs' parents? Asked Daniela, inquisitively. De Angelis gazed at her, with all due respect, as if he were before a visionary. That suspicion remains, ma'am. Some parents did in fact take action, more to provide alibis, to prove that their son had no involvement, to declare that theirs was a good boy. Were any tests carried out? De Angelis coughed. Miraculously at that time, the fashion broke out among those dimwits for to have their heads shaved, so even the hair test. I understand, Daniela concluded. She already had an initial idea about the background. And what can you tell me about that Scottish pub today? Other than the cocaine affair, which ended in a bubble. A few shenanigans. I told you. Thefts and substitution of road signs to throw passing motorists into havoc. Never, unfortunately, with a clear clue. And then, a fundamental weakness of the facts. With the investigations being somewhat, he coughed, somewhat superficial. Superficial investigations. Daniela wrinkled her nose. Yes. They were concomitant with some more important facts. If you want, I'll go and find the files for you. So the deputy prosecutor at the time had decided to close the case. Daniela muttered. And are drugs still going around at the old Highlander? Not coke. If we talking about joints, well, he spread his arms wide. Have you been there? Yes. I went in there for a bite, she commented. It was like saying, I was there to study the surroundings of the bridge. I got hungry, and I went into the first place I found, but just by chance. Just by chance. And you didn't perceive a rather sweet smell? Frankly, no. I perceived other smells. Knowing the food and wine in Lunigiana, I can say that I dined there twice in one go. The first and the last time. It was an old joke, but De Angelis laughed anyway. Scottish food is more suited to other palates. Then I got this impression. People go there to drink more than to eat. The smell of food covers very well, but we do pass by there on our patrols. Every now and then, commented the Maresciallo. Well, De Angelis, dismissing him quickly. I would say that's all for the moment. Thank you. Diligent and precise as always. It's a matter of duty. Ma'am, the Maresciallo replied defensively. Then he stood to attention to salute. Please. Please. Daniela released him, signaling with her hand that he could move away. Dimwits, daddies, boys, with their pockets stuffed with money, of which they don't even understand the value but only knew the purchasing power. bored people. They just had to kill time to get through the evening, perhaps at the expense of a few victims. A few pranks. Could Lucia have been the victim of one of these pranks? And, if so, had the prank gone too far? But this was no prank. This was murder, or, at any rate, a death. And that anonymous letter. Could it have been one of the group, less of a beast than the others, who had wanted to give her a signal, perhaps to ease his conscience? To wash his hands, thinking to cleanse his soul, by giving a few more signals. Perhaps this someone had not foreseen such a dramatic ending. A human life? If that had been the case, Daniela kept thinking, perhaps that someone would appear soon. Perhaps they would not have withstood under the weight of such a burden. What should she do? Should she wait? Then she thought again about the anonymous letter. The hypothesis was certainly valid. In fact, if the person was unaware of the suspicions regarding Marco, the intent was to remove the idea of suicide from Lucilla's memory. That creature could not be remembered in this way. Everyone in the village knew that. It would have been a great injustice and shameful. If, on the other hand, they had known about Corsini, and in a small town, rumors spread fast, they might have had a moment of conscience, trying to prevent an innocent person from ending up on the hot seat. Both cases were plausible. Just as she was meditating in this way, she heard a knock at the door. The usher stood there with an envelope. This one also had all the appearance of an anonymous letter. "Someone has just dropped this off." "Ma'am," he said as he passed the envelope to her, dragging himself along, with his usual sluggish, tired expression. Daniela smiled to herself as she compared the usher. She had not yet learned his name. He was so grey and anonymous, and, even though she had been told it, she had already forgotten it. With the imposing and respectful De Angelis. "Thank you," she said, holding out her hand. "Who brought it to you?" "A gentleman." "The same one who had delivered the other letter to you?" The usher lazily shook his head. "No. Another one." "Did you ask for his details?" "Yes. Certainly." As if to say, "Who do you take me for? I've been doing this job since before you were born, and you want to teach me what I should and should not do? Good. Where did you jot it down?" "On my correspondence booklet. Whenever you want, it is available. In order of protocol, with date and time of delivery." He was somewhat loquacious. Daniela dismissed him. "You can go. Thank you." With slow steps, the man shuffled down the corridor. Once again, the envelope had the characteristics of an anonymous letter. Before even opening it, Daniela pulled the other one out of the drawer and placed them next to each other. They had nothing in common. Different envelopes. One square, the other rectangular. Different handwriting. Different pen used. She opened it and pulled out the paper, folded in two. "You look for beer. You find water. I. P. S. You really do have nice legs. If you want to have a little fun." Daniela had a moment of rage. That postscript had unnerved her. Moreover, it had distracted her from the first and most important part of the letter. It was a clear provocation. It was not a proposal. That went without saying, because that would have been impossible. It was the writer's way of conveying complete contempt for her. She breathed deeply. Seeing the positive side, she noted that, in their own way, the new anonymous person wanted to establish a direct line of communication with her, a kind of challenge. As if to say, "Come on. I am here. You, there, let's see who wins." Contact had been made. She got up again. She walked round in circles 2 or 3 times in the spacious office, and stopped at the window to look at the Apuan Alps. Then, regaining her composure, she grabbed the small bottle of water from the table beside the desk. took a sip, and reread the first sentence. You look for beer. You find water. Ahi. The phrase was quite explicit. She was searching for the key to the puzzle among the beers in the pub, a bit like a game of hide and seek. She was not even a bit close to reaching her goal. In fact, she was far from it. And then, ahi. Was that an exclamation, or a signature? The previous message bore a signature, Nessie. But this one just had ahi. Whoever had written it knew that she had been at the pub. There were not many people there. She had photographed all or most of them with her gaze. Was it necessary to look there? She was beginning to have more than a suspicion, a certainty. The focus of the investigation had to be there, aside from any attention-seeking, cocky statements. She needed to clear her head and stretch her legs. She was restless. She called De Angelis again. Maresciallo. Are you at HQ? Yes. Mim, should I come? No. I'll come to you. After 2 minutes, she was back on the street. The usher had shaken his head, then leaned over the puzzle book that he leafed through, almost secretly, in his dullest moments. Out and in and out. This Sienese was a tormented soul. De Angelis, that first week in Gabbiana. In Major Maurice's absence, the Maresciallo basically took over as head of the operations unit, was waiting for her. Maresciallo, I want a detailed report on the old Highlander. I mentioned it to you an hour ago. I have reasonable grounds to look for much of the solution to our mystery in that somewhat questionable pub. Have you received any information? De Angelis, I ask the questions. You direct them to the right person. She nipped him in the bud. Then, realizing she had been too abrupt, she corrected herself. I am sorry. You know, but this story. She did not even have to finish the sentence. Respectfully, the Maresciallo came towards her. Excuse me, ma'am, forgive my boldness. Daniela responded with a sunny smile. Sent 2 men. In plain clothes. Not well known in the circle. A bit alternative. Do you get what I mean? Perfectly, ma'am. I have Ferraresi. He's just arrived from Lockery. If I didn't know he's one of us, it'd throw him in jail without even a warrant. Just for the way he looks. And Facio, a guy from Piedmont, also came here recently. Does he too look like a thug? De Angelis nodded, with an expression that said it all. Jail faces. Ma'am, 2 genuine jail faces. If we played cops and robbers, it would be hard to say on which side they should be on. Luckily we have a few. So. Good. Send them, get them back, if necessary. I want a snapshot of what's going on in there. De Angelis picked up the phone, got through to the switchboard, and asked for Facio and Ferraresi to be tracked down immediately as Daniela walked out in satisfaction. She began to walk along the classic promenade, the one overlooking the valley. Ahi! What kind of signature was that? Or was it just an exclamation after all? Highlander, Ahilander, Ahi, as a phonetic rendering of English high. It could have been plausible, perhaps even too plausible, as if the anonymous individual had wanted to test her logical and deductive skills. All too trivial. But at this point it was necessary to make contact with another person, to piece together some details that she was missing. Chapter 9. She hastily re-entered the courthouse. The usher had cast her a scowling glance. One could only give up with someone like that. Daniela hastily climbed the stairs. She pushed her way into Colomonikis' study. David, do we have a psychologist that we regularly rely on? Good morning, Daniela. By the way. And welcome back. You're in quite a rush. She realized her own impulsiveness, which was almost rude. Good morning, excuse me. I forgot my manners. Sorry. Apology accepted. You were asking about the psychologist. Any news? Yes, there is some news on Lucia's story. I am more and more convinced that this is not a suicide, but a murder. Listen. And what leads you to that assumption? Briefly, Daniela recounted the events of the past 3 days. About Corsini's summons. Colomonici had shown a grimace of disgust. Hearing the nurse's name, the first and second anonymous letters, and the visit to the pub. You know you have carte blanche, he reassured her, and whatever I can do, but the psychologist. I would like to go through these 2 letters with him. As you wish. Doctor. Pacione's office is just round the corner from here. After all, Gabbiana is not Milan, he coughed in naming his city. Hell, have someone call him. He is usually diligent. He lifted the receiver and asked to be put through to the psychologist. Doctor. Pacione. Colomonici here. We need your help. When can you come? 20 minutes. Perfect. Thank you. You can ask for Dr. Luccarini directly. He put down the receiver. Well, Daniela, you heard it too. He will come directly to your office in 20 minutes. Now, if you... excuse me. Daniela said goodbye and left for her office. She just had time to sort out some paperwork, read a report, glance at the news and the local papers, and the message from the press. To be honest, in the first 2 days, there had been some emphasis placed on the news, however little there is to say about a suicide. Then, on the 3rd day, there was no news at all. But later, someone had sensed that something was amiss. Then things had started to ferment. Rumors were born, and her picture was published on half a page, in today's newspaper as well as the day before. Normal for the subjects at the pub to connect the 2 things. The investigation and his unwelcome presence in their territory. A clear signal. She was rereading the day's news when she heard a knock at the door. Come in, she shouted. Excuse me, murmured a man softly. At first glance he looked much older than he was. Who are you? I am Dr. Pacione, he replied, taking a seat without her inviting him or him asking. He was panting and sweating. He must have found it very tough climbing up all those stairs. His expression reminded her of an old basset hound, with folds of skin falling from his cheeks. Everything about him was heavy. His unkempt beard, greasy hair, and shabby outfit. He wore a burgundy jumper, a shirt without a tie, and a jacket over his shoulders with turned-up sleeves. The shirt under the sweater was unbuttoned, and, judging by the collar, must have been at least a size 46. A real bijou. So, Dr. Luccarini, I was told you need my help. Tell me. He had a gloomy, resigned expression. He gave the immediate impression of a man who had resigned himself to merely existing, crushed under the weight of his daily life. Daniela observed the tips of his fingers, yellowed by nicotine. The tone of his voice was also groggy. The man must have been a heavy smoker. She would have seen him more suited as an usher, or as a cashier in a cinema, than as a psychologist. Nice to meet you, she said, shaking his hand and sensing the hypocrisy of certain phrases. I asked you to come here to talk about the case of Lucia. Lucia Minconi. She almost struggled to remember her surname. To her, it was Lucia. I followed it. Or rather, I heard about it. A suicide case. This is precisely one of the reasons I had you called. The suicide hypothesis is not very convincing to me. And why? He asked her, almost annoyed. Because, she replied impatiently, because during the investigation I had more than one reason to doubt that it was suicide. I would like to conduct a psychological autopsy." Pacchioni looked at her as if he had heard a statement in Ostrogothic language. "A psychological autopsy?" He repeated Daniela's words. "A psychological autopsy? Do you know what it is?" she asked, in an increasingly impatient tone. "Yes," he muttered. "It is," Daniela resumed, "a method developed to shed light on the victim's psychological condition before death, by gathering information from reliable people such as family members and friends." "Yes, of course, I am well aware of what a psychological autopsy is," nodded Pacchioni, with a more alert expression, now that he had probably got a better grasp of the problem. Daniela was becoming increasingly nervous, almost irritated. Was she supposed to cooperate with this dinosaur? She had the impression that she was only wasting time. With some excuse or other, she tried to shorten the conversation to the bare minimum, then dismissed him. By the time she had made sure that he had descended at least to the second floor, she highly doubted that he would come back up. Making a possibly lethal effort, she darted into the prosecutor's office. "Davide, is Pacchioni the best we have?" Colomonici burst out laughing. "He doesn't look like a lightning bolt." "Does he? Doesn't it look like lightning bolt? He's Jurassic. I don't know how much such someone like that can help us. I am asking to see another psychologist. Do we have a list of accredited professionals?" Colomonici pulled an address book out of the drawer. Maybe, he murmured, as he flipped through the little book. "In fact, saying sure things will be better with. Wait. I'll find it now. I have the name on the tip of my tongue. Here it is. Dr. Jovine, Elena Jovine. Here. I'll leave you her card. Do as you see fit. Daniela." Once back in her office, Daniela was more relaxed. Pacchioni had shaken her nerves with his sluggish apathy, inertia, and resignation. A bureaucrat. If the court and the prosecutor's office had relied on him up to now, she restrained her comments to herself, curbing them just as she was about to formulate them. Without waiting for the switchboard to call her, she dialed the psychologist's cell phone number. It was ringing. "Hello. Who's talking?" she heard on the other end of the line. "Dr. Jovine, good evening. This is Dr. Luccarini. Am I disturbing you?" "The deputy prosecutor? Good evening." She gave her the impression that she was smiling. It often happens, she thought, while phoning, to perceive the mindset of the person we are talking to. "Dr. Luccarini, can I call you back in 15 minutes? I am in the middle of a session." "Of course. I just wanted to ask you when we can meet. If you are the prosecutor." She looked at her watch. At least that's what Daniela understood. "In 3/4 of an hour. Would it be okay? I'll wait for you." Entirely different music, thought Daniela. She was already well disposed. Meanwhile, her cell phone rang. On the display, she read, "Silvano." She almost felt a rush of irritation. She picked up the phone with annoyance. "Hi, love," said her almost silver fiancé. "How are you doing? Sorry, I haven't been in touch much these days." "It seems to me that you never got in touch," was her dry, almost sour reply. "Yes. Sorry. I had a problem with my cell phone. My iPhone broke, and I had to get the new model. A financial meltdown." "I understand. There were no other phones. Poisonous." Touché. Hence Silvanos' reaction, counterattack. "Well, for that matter, you didn't go out of your way to call me either," he replied. Undeniable, although irritation was mounting. "Fine, as there's no clear winner, are we going to settle on points?" she asked bittersweetly. Silvano did not perceive the bitter, grasping only the sweet. "No, I wanted to tell you. I was thinking of coming to stay with you tomorrow. Which is Saturday. That was what we talked about. I seem to remember, thought Daniela. Sure. You don't sound enthusiastic. No, Silvano, it's just that I am working, and I've immediately ended up grappling with a rather sensitive case. The alleged suicide of a 16-year-old girl. You can imagine. Right. A real tragedy. Listen. I wanted to say, if it's okay with you, it'd come in the morning. I could bring something if you need it. Then I'd leave early Sunday morning. So I can be in Siena by noon. There's a pretty important match for the boys. All matches are important, she commented caustically. Silvano had missed the nuance. At least it seemed that way. You rewrite. All games are important. And the boys can't do without the coach. While some girlfriends can do without a boyfriend, thought Daniela. Do what you think best, she cut in short. I have work to do now. Call me while you on the road, maybe when you near to Massa or Carrara, so I can at least get some sleep in the morning. Bye. Love. Love. Are you angry? What did I do this time? The irritation was growing. Bye. Silvano. Bye. End of the phone call. If at that moment she had been asked to bet on how likely the word almost was to disappear, turning Silvano into her silver boyfriend or her husband, she would have laughed in the face of whoever asked the question. She would have sneered at the idea. If they had come face to face, she would have sent them packing. She had no desire to see him. She had not missed him at all. In some ways it could also have been an ideal solution. A long-distance, non-committal boyfriend, not interfering with her work. She had chosen a somewhat peculiar occupation, the kind that doesn't allow you to say, at a certain time, come on, let's call it a day. So, Silvano. In some ways. She dropped the argument. In reality, things were different. She was 36 years old. The calendar was moving forward, along with the ticking hands of the clock. What would be her future? Beyond her enthusiasm for investigation, for her work, her sentimental sphere, could she think about having children under these conditions? Would she need to wait for a more stable situation to find a position closer to home? And, even if they had given her an assignment closer to home, even if Gabbiana she had obtained a position as PP in Siena, did she really want to tie her future to Silvanos? What was left of the enthusiasm of the early years, when he would pick her up on his motorcycle at the school gates? Of the college years when they had toured the capitals of Europe? In this very moment, she remembered all else about him. The countless Sundays, when she had accompanied him to the sports field, the very boring soccer games, the bitter cold that entered under her clothes, the humidity, the jarring contrast between Silvanos' enthusiasm for the game that had just ended, when it was a victory, the furious drive home in the case of defeat, and his apathetic attitude towards their relationship. At times it almost seemed to her that she rejoiced in cases of defeat. She shook her head, as if to awaken from thoughts that were distracting her far too much. The phone rang, jolting her back to reality. Dr. Jovine is here, and says she has an appointment with you. Ma'am. Send her up. May I? She made the gesture of knocking on the open door. Come in, replied Daniela cordially. She had almost magically dispelled the boredom of the previous phone call. The first impression was excellent. Forget the first 5 minutes. Even the first 5 seconds. The girl was petite. Except for her rather ample breasts, her hands were neatly manicured, and so was the whole appearance of her body. Starting with her face. Nicely drawn lips and lipstick that matched her complexion. The bob, with a bit of fringe, reminded her a little of her own. She wore a suit. It had to be a good brand. You could tell. Likewise the shoes. Nothing was out of place in Elena. Although not a typical beauty, She was undoubtedly a woman that men must like. She held out her hand to her. A dry, frank, firm grip, neither too short nor too long. Her soft, compliant appearance belied a woman who was truly strong-willed and determined. A whole different story compared to the scruffy Paccioni. "Please, take a seat," said Daniela. Elena sat down gracefully. This was Daniela's immediate impression, although she was unable to codify it so succinctly, first hearing her answer the phone, then in seeing her appear in person. "Dr. Jovine, I don't know if you can imagine why I summoned you," she said. "I don't know. All I know is that you are investigating the case of Lucia Menconi, the alleged suicide last Sunday. First name, last name, date, and, above all, a very precise adjective. Alleged, next to the other word. Suicide. Concise and precise. They were off to a good start. You was right to speak of alleged, in the sense that, while at first everything suggested it, I am less and less convinced. Have you worked with these offices before? I'm asking you this because I have only just arrived. And your name was given to me by Dr. Colomonici. As you know, I have to follow certain procedures anyway, she said, almost justifying herself. Without even catching the nuance, Elena answered promptly. To be honest, I've followed only one case, assigned to me by another PP. The court psychologist has always been Paccioni. I only received the assignment because he was on vacation. However, what were you telling me? She liked her attitude. This woman got straight to the point. No frills. She had an extra edge. At least that was her impression. So, Dr. Jovine, I was telling you that this suicide doesn't convince me. It never convinced me. How about a psychological autopsy? Asked the young woman. Totally different music. Perfect tuning. Not like Paccioni. He, maybe, pretended to understand, then went and looked it up on Wikipedia. That was what I wanted to propose to you. But there is more. She leaned over to the chest of drawers under her desk and pulled the 2 letters out of the drawer. She threw them on the table in front of Elena. How about these? Elena looked at them, picked them up, and, lifting her gaze, asked, May I? I've put them there for you. Come on. Tell me what you read. Elena looked at the 2 envelopes, compared them, examined the handwriting in which the address was written. Then, with great delicacy, as if it were a relic, she took out the 2 sheets and read aloud the contents. Dear Daniela, don't you think you are looking in the wrong direction? With affection, Nessie, and you look for beer, you find water. Ahi. P.S. You really do have nice legs. If you want to have a little fun, you received them in this order. I imagine. That's correct. Why did you assume that? The person who sent them, I believe, was the same, regardless of whether he was trying to mislead you. He used some common ploys, 2 envelopes of different sizes, the forced use of his left hand in the first, while in the second he disguised his handwriting. Why do you think he disguised it? Interrupted Daniela. You see, ma'am, he started with capital letters to make graphological interpretation more difficult. He did leave some clues, though. For example, he ostentatiously bent the slant of the handwriting downward, contrary to what most writers do, who usually have a style that is either vertical or slanting upwards. But he betrayed himself in the second part, the part where he allows himself to comment, the flirtatious comments on your legs. And here, too, I found a revealing element, the size of the T. In the first letter, the one written with the left hand, the T's have a space between pole and head. It's the same in the word little. Do you see that here both T's are spaced? Whereas in the first T, the one in the word water, these 2 signs almost form a cross. It is as if he concentrated in the anonymous phrase, you look for beer, you find water, ahai, Then, conversely, in the second part, the part where he wants to challenge you, as if he had thrown off the mask, showed himself for what he is. UHM. Profile. It's not much. I would say male. Young. Not a teenager. But not old. Either. As a rough guess, he's probably in his early 20s. Enterprising. Frustrated. This is not so much because of what can be perceived from the writing, but because of the instrument used. Coming to the other graphic signs. A shy aggressive. Using an Enneagram, I would say Group 9, sloth. He almost seems to want to respond to the boredom of his loop through this little game. It doesn't cost him a lot of effort, just leaving a few envelopes around. Not bad. From 2 lines she had drawn several interesting insights. Typical regular at bars, alehouses, amusement arcades, and time-wasters clubs? Asked Daniela. Yes. You could find him in clubs like these. I would say. Why? Do you have any suspicions? As of this moment, I must inform you that you are officially part of the team following the investigation. I must remind you of your obligation to confidentiality, as well as your professional ethics. I will formalize the assignment. So Daniela, after this dutiful clarification, moved on to tell her briefly about her intuition regarding Nessie, Scotland. The pub, the lukewarm, headless beer in that pub, where everyone looked at her sideways, starting with the rude manager, and about the second anonymous letter, with the reference to beer. So you are telling me that you think Lucia's killer might be hiding in that seedy pub? I don't want to rush to conclusions, but it is a very strong possibility, confirmed Daniela, trying to downplay her convictions. But back to poor Lucia. You talked to me about a psychological autopsy. Yes. I consider it appropriate. What do you need? And how long? I need a few pieces of information. In a week, working on it steadily, if I can get access to a range of information, I might be able to give you at least a good draft. Less time? Asked Daniela, in a tone that had become more imperious. Elena spread her arms wide. I can try to anticipate a little bit. Clearly, the more time I have, the greater the level of detail will be. It also depends on access to data, collaboration, in short, on a few things. Good, concluded Daniela. Let's proceed with the formal assignment. She turned to the computer and opened a new file, which she saved with the title awarding _of_appointment Dr. Elena Jovine. Doc. Then she began to write, reading aloud. Minutes of awarding of assignment for technical consulting, Articles 359C. P. 116 and 117D. LV. 271, 89ths. Record of assignment for technical consultancy, Articles 359, Italian Code of Civil Procedure. 116 and 117 Legislative Decree, 271 89ths, 271 89ths, on Friday, the 2nd of May 2013 at 4:50 p.m. in Gabbiana, Palace of Justice. 3rd floor, in the proceedings referred to in the epigraph before the Public Prosecutor Dr. Daniela Luccarini, Deputy Public Prosecutor at the Court of Gabbiana, who took down these minutes personally. Dr. Elena Jovine was present, hereby appointed as CTU, Consulente Tecnico D. Officio, court-appointed technical consultant. To the Public Prosecutor, who, when asked for general details, replied as follows. She turned to Elena. First name, last name and other details. Elena, who thus showed that she was not new, answered promptly, as Daniela wrote. I am, and my name is Elena Jovine. Born on the 14th of May 74 in Gabbiana, and residing in Gabbiana. At no. 12 via Vittorio Emanuele II. 12. I am domiciled at the ASL Psychology Unit via Roma No. 8. 3 years older than me, thought Daniela. I thought she'd be my age. Very well. Are you in one of the conditions laid down in Article 222 of the Code of Criminal Procedure? No. I am neither a minor, nor incapacitated, nor disabled. I am not suffering from mental illness. I am not temporarily barred from public office. Nor am I prohibited or suspended from practicing my profession. I am not subject to personal security measures or preventive measures. And I cannot be appointed as a witness. I have not been appointed as CTU in the same proceedings or in related proceedings. Daniela looked at her smugly. Then she continued to write. The consultant replies, no. She then concluded. I inform you of the subject of the assignment, and ask the following questions. She continued with the list, formalizing all the necessary authorizations in the document, continuing to read them aloud, as the document was written. Then she finished, asking her about some financial needs. Elena confirmed the routine items. Reimbursements at the foot of the list, mostly mileage, little else. The public prosecutor authorizes the above requests made by the CTU. The CTU declares that the operations will begin on. You can even write from today, ma'am. It seems to me that there is no time to waste. Excellent. Then Daniela sent it to print in the specified number of copies. After rereading and signing, Daniela leaned over the desk to write some notes on a piece of paper, and handed it to Elena. Here are the references to the people in the operations unit, whom you will be able to contact. I will immediately inform them of the assignment I have given you. You will have full support and cooperation. With that, she dismissed her, accompanying her to the door. Chapter 10. The next morning, she was awakened by the insistent ringing of her cell phone. It was Saturday, and she had taken the day off. It was her first night in the new flat. She had slept heavily and deeply, almost as if she had fallen into it without realizing it the night before, lying on the still unmade bed. Everything was still missing. Bed linen, sheets, and so on. She would have everything shipped sooner or later, but she had wanted to sleep there anyway, defying her usual perfectionism. Normally, she would not have accepted a situation where everything wasn't perfect. For her first meal, she had kept it simple, a plate of spaghetti dressed with olive oil. Just 2 items purchased from the grocery shop below, a small celebration for inaugurating the kitchen of her new home. Afterwards, she had taken a never-ending shower, then lay down on the bed, scanning the walls and imagining how she would hang the pictures and photos. With her hands entwined behind her neck, and her gaze lost on the ceiling, she felt her eyelids droop and fell asleep, almost without realizing it. She had awakened. It was just 11 o'clock. She had read from the red alarm clock display. Feeling a cold chill, she threw on a goose-down duvet, found in the wardrobe, and fell asleep again. The nights at the beginning of May were still quite cool, as the heating in that house had been off for several months. It didn't make any sense to switch it on in spring. Consequently, being under the goose-down duvet had given her a sense of great comfort from that frost. As soon as she had covered herself, she again collapsed into a blissful sleep. Several figures had presented themselves in her dreams. Lucia, the pub, Elena, the psychologist, with whom there had been an immediate feeling, then again, the pub with those threatening ugly mugs. However, in the dream, they appeared to her as aggressive little dwarves, coming up to her knee, and trying, with leaps, to get at her. That multitude intimidated her. But what struck her most was the perverse reaction aroused by their hostile expressions, that amused and tormented her at the same time. It seemed as if they were little children, and she was their governess. But she did not feel like a Fraulein Rottenmeier. She was trying to handle them gently, to make them understand that it was better for them to cooperate, not to continue with hostile, childish gestures. One of them had started aiming small paper aeroplanes at her. They would land on her eyes. It was a tedious sensation, all the more so because it prevented her from understanding who the sender was. And, from that rabble of irritating midgets, a voice repeated, "Guess who did it? Guess who did it?" She had picked up a couple of those little aeroplanes and opened them. They were very ordinary white sheets, on which the same name was written, Lucia. She was just about to locate the sender of the last paper plane when the dream was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a cell phone. She looked at the clock display. It was 8:40. She had slept at least 11 hours. She needed it. She would have continued to sleep more, if not for that insistent buzzing. With difficulty she got up, almost annoyed at the interruption. Right in the middle of her dreamy investigation, the dream had stuck in her mind with great lucidity, down to the smallest details. She reached for her cell phone, which was behind the alarm clock. She read the name on the display, Silvano. Irritation, resignation, anger, undoubtedly annoyance. She curled the tip of her nose, bending it to the left, as if to manifest her annoyance to an imaginary interlocutor. "Yes?" she asked, his mouth still slurring. "Hello, love. I wanted to tell you that I'll be there in a little while. Near Lucca, according to the sat-nav. I'm 56 minutes away." "Good. You could have waited until when you were closer," she muttered. "What?" "I didn't hear. The line is really bad here, and I'm using speakerphone." "I was saying that I am happy." "What's the exact address?" She tried to tell him. "No, I don't understand. The line is really bad here. Text it to me so I can set it on the sat-nav." "Okay." Click. Close. What a bore. As Sandra Mondani would have said. She had no desire to see him. Probably, by now, they had reached the end of the line. She got up listlessly, put some clothes on, and had some breakfast. Double coffee and a feta biscottata with some whole peach jam. He would arrive before 10 o'clock. Hallelujah. Silvano arrived punctually at 9:45. Kiss, coffee. "How are you? How is it here? How do you like it here? Nice flat? A little bare?" When the stuff from Siena arrives. At 10 o'clock. While Silvano was enjoying his coffee, the courier rang. The almost silver fiancé could at least make himself useful. "Can you open?" she said. "I have to." She didn't feel like it. She couldn't come up with an excuse. Besides, she didn't have to. She didn't need an excuse. "You go and open," she said, closing the matter quickly. At that moment the cell phone rang. De Angelis. "Tell me," she replied, almost relieved, although the call had, in theory, interrupted her day off. "Listen, ma'am," replied the Maresciallo. On the other end of the phone, "Sorry to disturb you on your day off. But something has arrived." "What? What is it?" asked Daniela, unnerved by the carabinier's reticence. "A letter has arrived." "For you?" "Well, so what? We found it. It was handed to us by a passerby. We took down their details. Someone with a clean record, though respectable, I dare say. He told us he picked it up on the ground a few meters from the barracks. It is addressed to you. It bears no signature. I'll come to you." She laid the cell phone on the table, then turned to Silvano. "Sorry, an emergency. Can you check for the delivered material? Get it sorted out. Well, you see where to put it." A kiss and she left. Silvano stood there, like a fool. You really had to find a magistrate for a girlfriend, he thought. At the barracks, De Angelis handed her the envelope, unopened. It seemed thicker than the others. It was just her impression. "Letter opener," Usual cut on the right side. This time it was less cryptic text. Dear friend, to you, who like to imitate Inspector Barnaby, I advise you to look well in more confining places, because if you look deep down, there are dark things that might come to light. So I would advise you to be careful when you go to certain places, as you may be going to the wrong places, and if you look closely, you may see someone there who could possibly be involved, but is not involved, or maybe he is involved and is not involved, because he may have seen it without being able to do anything about it, and so why do you have to keep going there? The person writing to you is a friend, not one of those who say things just to say them, or to confuse you. Take a good look at the bottom of it. And even certain individuals you send around to gather information. I don't know if they'll give it to us, considering that then, even if they are in plain clothes, we all know they are cops. Regards, a friend. Filled with cringe-worthy grammatical errors. Horrible. She could not have the handwriting analyzed because it was computer written. She attempted to have the ink examined. It was a common ink, used by most inkjet printers. Then, she examined the font. Times New Roman. One of the most standard and widely used fonts. She read through the letter a couple of times, hoping to glean more insight. Thank you, De Angelis, she finally addressed the Maresciallo. Oh, while we hear any news on Major Mari, he gets back from his leave on Monday morning. Excellent, so I'll have a chance to get to know him. She said goodbye to him, heading for the door. She began to wander around Gabbiana. This letter was truly peculiar. All those grammar and spelling mistakes. Was it the work of an ignorant person, or someone who, while proficient in the language, wanted to mislead her, creating a different impression? Also, was it from one sender or several people? In the former case, she was convinced that the writer was more educated than they let on. The letters differed from one another because the first two were characterized by a terse, epigraphic, and caustic style. The last one, however, was quite lengthy. It was also typed directly on a computer. Perhaps the fear of revealing additional clues with a longer text prompted this choice, and this shrewdness allowed her to assume that such glaring errors were intentional. An ungrammatical person typically wouldn't use a computer. Moreover, most popular text editors have automatic correctors. So it could also have been that it was the same person, and that this person was trying to make himself protean, to assume, or rather, to try to show different aspects, in order to throw off the investigation. Again, the letter referred to the two plainclothes cops sent by De Angelis. It had been written immediately after the inspection conducted by Ferraresi and Fascio. The anonymous individual had reported it even before the Carabinieri themselves, and had wanted to tell her. Were they being open and honest now? It certainly seemed so. Was there a connection between the old Highlander and Lucia's death? It certainly appeared to that way. Had Lucia taken her own life, or had she been driven to suicide? Here, too, it certainly seemed that the doubts, which Daniela had had from the start, were unfounded, if not dispelled. Perhaps the knot had been unraveled, though it was indeed tangled. It remained to be determined what the connection was that linked Lucia to an establishment as far removed from her as the old Highlander. Although it was a pub not far away from her home, what could there have been in common between a catechist, a half-nun as she had been called, and that den of dimwits? On Monday, or Tuesday, at the latest, she would talk to Elena. Who knows if she had any ideas? Then she would have to prepare all the paperwork for the psychological autopsy. She felt the need for coffee, and entered a bar. Judging by the rumbling of her stomach, she was hungry, too. Glancing at the clock, she noticed it was almost noon. Suddenly she remembered that she had left Silvano alone at home. Poor man, she thought, once again with a sense of bitterness. There was pity, but also awareness that he was the least of her thoughts. She should have been happy, But when she thought of her fiancé, she felt the deep, unbearable, irrepressible weight of it all. She was not in love. This was the sad truth, and at 36 years old, she was faced with a personal dilemma every time she thought about him. Although, fortunately, it did not happen often. If she wanted to start a family, she had to make a decision soon. And staying with Silvano was not compatible with that desire. Also because the prospect of starting a family with Silvano terrified her. With a somewhat swollen heart, she headed home, uncertain whether to broach the subject directly or wait for the opportune moment. Back home, Silvano had worked more than adequately. He had helped unload all the boxes, unpacked the ones with paintings and rugs, laid out the latter and stacked the former, leaning them against a wall, waiting to hear where Daniela would like to hang them. The suitcases had been emptied and clothes and linens had all been stored in the bedroom. In short, she had nothing to complain about. "Ah, you, here," he greeted her with a smile, all flustered. "It's noon. Where have you been?" "Luv, carabinieri," she shrugged. "Ongoing investigation. Unfortunately, in my line of work, there are no set hours," she hinted to justify herself. "I understand," he muttered. Then he resumed, "Shall we prepare a pasta sauce, or do you want me to take you out?" "The fridge is empty. I only moved in last night," she replied succinctly, almost telegraphically. "I did some shopping for you." Too kind, she thought. Then you, not all bad. You, not just thinking about soccer. "Let's go out." "Take me out," she replied instinctively. She wanted to avoid the house. She had no desire to be locked up with him. Although the veranda was cozy, the weather is pleasant, and the view exciting. "As you wish," she replied. He let a bit of disappointment seep out. He would have liked to experience some domestic intimacy, having lunch on that wrought iron table and enjoying the view. It was an opportunity to experiment with a new place. The Ocodoro, Golden Goose, traditional local cuisine, elegant ambience, silver-plated cutlery, 3 glasses, beautiful table linen, classic shelves filled with bottles of vintage whiskey and fine wines. Then on the walls, prints of Gabbiana as it used to be, watercolors of Lunigiana, photos with dedications of famous artists who had stayed there. The Ocodoro also had 2 or 3 very tastefully furnished guest rooms on the upper floor. It was the traditional haunt of actors, opera singers, or musicians touring Gabbiana. The lighting in the restaurant, little light filtered in the old town, even in broad daylight, was provided by gold fabric billiard lamps, each with its own fringe, creating intimacy for each table. Intimacy that was not really welcome, thought Daniela, on tenterhooks. The conversation languished. Silvano was asking questions about her investigation. "You know I can't talk about it," she replied dryly. "Tell me about yourself instead." Not that she cared much. Just to break the silence. Let's hope evening comes quickly. If only De Angelis would call me, she thought. The first course, a plate of gnocchi mesci, simple and delicious, was at least an opportunity to say something to each other. As usual, Daniela inquired by calling the waiter to have him explain the recipe. Mixed flour, mostly soft wheat, then 40% chestnut flour, rolled out thinly into large pieces measuring roughly 2.5 by 1. They are then scalded in boiling water and dressed with oil and locally produced pecorino cheese. From here Daniela had drawn subject matter to talk about, to fill the gaps and silences with Silvano. He, on the other hand, had a few questions. Most topics were taboo, and she knew that her fiancé could not talk about them. He would then withdraw into himself, revealing to a good extent the shallowness of his existence. If only De Angelis would call me, Daniela thought to herself once again. They had just finished the gnocchi, and her wish was granted. although in an unexpected, perhaps exaggerated way. She pulled her cell phone out of her bag after 5 or 6 rings. There's little hope, she thought. It always ends up in the wrong pocket of my bag. She looked at the display. Her hands betrayed nervousness, and Silvano urged her to stay calm, which obtained the opposite effect. De Angelis. I am sorry to bother you on a Saturday, Mom, and maybe you even eating. But it's a matter. Quick. Tell me. Once again at the bridge. At that bridge. Another death. Dead. No. But definitely not in good shape. Pick me up immediately. I am at the Ocadoro. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Bye. Salute. Daniela put down her phone. But Silvano hardly had time to say anything. Something big, Daniela explained. I'm sorry to leave you alone. Keep the house keys. I don't know what time I'll be back. If you have to go out, no problem. I have another bunch in my bag. She stood up, giving him a kiss on the cheek. The siren of a police car could already be heard approaching at great speed. She went out of the restaurant and got into the car. They had not even turned off the engines. So De Angelis fell off the bridge. A boy, 21 years old. He is in the hospital. Unconscious. Let's go there right away. In the hospital's intensive care unit, they found the forensic pathologist. He was waiting for them. Unknown, presumed age 21. He suffered severe injuries due to trauma from falling from the bridge, as well as superficial abrasions and bruising in various parts of the body, including the face. At the moment, he is suffering from a concussion. The prognosis is confidential. Have you reconstructed the dynamics of the accident? No. It just happened. We rushed to the hospital for initial treatment and were waiting for you, Mom, De Angelis replied, anticipating the doctor. Chapter 11. The boy was without documents. Someone had taken them from him before throwing him off the bridge. This ploy only served to delay the investigation by a few hours. Daniela looked at that swollen face. His gaze dumbfounded, lost. The trauma had been extremely severe. He had been saved by a miracle. It was not known if he would survive. Even that night. The first 24 hours are crucial for survival, ma'am. We might be able to provide at least a partial update on the prognosis tomorrow evening. Thank you, Doctor. Daniela stood staring at the boy. She had seen him. She was almost certain. He was in the group of dimwits at the pub. There was not much to be done there. If the boy ever recovered, he could perhaps tell something, although the trauma had been severe. Needless to ask if you found any other personal belongings. A cell phone, perhaps? The doctor spread his arms wide as they left the small room for the outpatient clinic. They walked side by side. De Angelis behind. Like a shadow. That was the first one. If I may express an opinion, they've made disappear. Let's see. De Angelis. The Maresciallo lengthened his pace, almost walking alongside them, after keeping a respectful distance. At your service, ma'am. We're heading for the bridge. I want to go back to the scene of the accident. We have to discuss what happened. Ah, doctor, one last thing. A picture of the boy. Did you take it? Of course. It's here. He pointed to the computer. I'll print it out for you. During the drive from Gabbiana to the bridge, the journey took less than 20 minutes under normal traffic conditions. Daniela was silent. She was trying to relate the first and second, the pseudo-suicide and the, for now, attempted murder. Some suppositions began to appear in her mind. There was undoubtedly a connection between the two cases, although it was difficult to surmise. Or rather, the difficult connection was the one, at this point she was almost certain, between Lucia at the Old Highlander. This one could have had an explanation. He could, but of course he could have been the sender of those anonymous letters. Perhaps someone had not tolerated his interference, and he had possibly put the safety of the clan at risk. After the bridge she would return to the Old Highlander, and this time not as a customer, but in her institutional role. It was now a game played with cards on the table. She had realized this with the last 2 anonymous letters. And, if 3 days after her arrival in Gabbiana, she could call herself almost anonymous. Now that local newspapers had competed to publish full-page photographs of her, everything had changed. So there was no point in pretending. At the bridge she had a déjà vu. The usual men below, the same old bystanders and onlookers, just as you see when 2 or 3 emergency lights are flashing, creating a triangle with their vehicles. The usual officer warding away the onlookers. Stand back, please. The point of the fall, fate, coincidence, fatality, or macabre ritual, was the same, as was the positioning of the body, exactly the same dynamics, perhaps the exact same perpetrator. She'd seen enough. Daniela nodded to De Angelis, as if to say, "You know where we're going now, don't you?" De Angelis understood instantly. To the Old Highlander, Mom? She loved it when there was no need to explain, no need to ask, when collaborators showed themselves to be smart. 200, 300 meters away, definitely less than half a kilometer. Car? He asked, thoughtfully. No. De Angelis. On foot. The entrance to the Scottish pub was also similar to the last time she had been there, with a few variations, similar in the general impression, in the hostility etched on the faces of the onlookers. In some ways more pronounced. The attitude of the owner was different. During the first visit, he was almost unpleasant. In the manager of a public place, it is perhaps even more noticeable than in other categories of people. Now, however, he showed himself almost affable, a big smile lighting up his face. Hypocrite, thought Daniela. Do you think this smile clears you of suspicion of any connivance, if not complicity? Good evening, he greeted them. May I offer you something? No, thank you. We are not here to drink, she replied dryly. What's more, De Angelis was in uniform. I understand, he muttered. What do you understand? De Angelis asked him. The demeanor pleasantly surprised Daniela, who was used to seeing him from the superior side. A deferential, almost shy person. Nothing. I mean, I heard. That boy here, 2 steps away, from the bridge, like the girl on Sunday. He seemed to be dosing his words, struggling to find the right ones, so as not to get muddled up. De Angelis slipped his hand into his pocket and slammed the photo of the boy involved in the attempted murder onto the table. Do you know him? He asked, in an even more forceful tone. You can hardly tell. He's all bandaged up. Eyes closed. A few bruises on his face. He could be anyone. Everyone and no one. Do you know him? De Angelis repeated, growing increasingly annoyed and impatient. We don't have time to waste. I told you. I can hardly see him. Should I ask you to follow me to the hospital? To the boy's bedside? Or to the barracks? So maybe your memory comes back. You have no right? Protested the bartender weakly. You need a warrant. He has it, Daniela chipped in for a moment. The sweetness of her tone must have sounded devious and terrifying. A brief instant, 3 short words, but immensely effective. Sure. Sure. Ma'am, he nodded. He looked at her surreptitiously. She realized that the team, though small in numbers, was one with full powers, and also that serious trouble could start at any moment. Maybe, now that I look closer, yes, it would seem to be him. Marcino. And who would that be? Asked De Angelis. I see you. Beginning to reason now, he remarked with satisfaction. Marcino. Marco Pucciaroli. An only child. He lives with his mother, an elderly woman, almost an invalid, who doesn't budge from home. Marcino, every once in a while, he stops here to have a beer with friends. Well, I see, you do know something. And when did he come here last? Oh, sure. I know something. I'll tell you everything I know. You see, it's just that I couldn't tell who he was before. Good. And, since your memory has helped you now, try to remember when you saw him here the last few evenings. It seems to me. He looked up, as if trying to remember something. I believe he was here last night, maybe even the day before. Yes. He's been there a lot these days. Daniela had turned towards the public and met the grim gaze of a customer who was giving the bartender dirty looks. She tried to photograph him with her memory. What an ugly mug. She had noticed him on her first visit, too. What's your name? Asked De Angelis, who had pulled out his notebook and started taking notes. Salvatore, Giuseppe Salvatore. Duncan, can you bring us 2 pints? Asked the nasty piece of work from behind his back. Just a minute, replied the bartender. Duncan. Yes, that's my stage name. I worked 2 or 3 years in Edinburgh, and that's when they gave me this name. That's why I opened a Scottish pub in Gabbiana. Well, we are dying of thirst. Just a moment. Can Toshusi, I am talking. The bartender answered him rudely. Please, Daniela gave him a condescending nod. Give them what they want. We almost done, but you can take those 2 pints to them. Thank you, Mum. Giuseppe Duncan Salvatore filled 2 pints to the brim. Then, leaving the counter, carried them to the table of the customer who had complained. Daniela stared at him. The two seemed to be mumbling, but more than words. It seemed to her that a silent exchange was taking place between the two. After a few moments, Duncan returned, looking annoyed. Always everything, and right away. If they so thirsty, they might as well come to the counter and get their beers, he grumbled. Almost a justification. Daniela and De Angelis exchanged glances. Well, Mr. Salvatore, said Daniela, not acknowledging the hand he extended, that's enough for now. It is very likely that we will come back to see you. I was forgetting. That Marco Pucciaroli, where do they live? He and his mother. If you know, obviously. Sure. He wrote in nervous handwriting an address on an order sheet. However, whenever you want, I am here. Daniela could not help but notice how the man's behavior had changed between the first and second time, as if they were identical twins with opposite characters, taking turns running the bar. She laughed, contemplating this strange thought. Funny. Should we go to the house of Pucciaroli? Ma'am? I do believe we should, and not for one reason alone. Chapter 12. That Saturday afternoon was going to be a very long one. Daniela and De Angelis went to the address they had been given by the pub manager. The man had seemed very weird. First, he seemed not to know anything. Then, once he had realized the situation better, and, above all, the fact that the Carabinieri would not waste time with any red tape, he had proved to be an excellent source of information. As they drove to the house of Pucciaroli family, Daniela was increasingly convinced. The whole puzzle, not just the first clue, was to be found inside the old Highlander. In particular, the 2 pints, insistently requested, and the peremptory exchanges of glances between the patron and the manager were printed sharply in her mind. Did the manager play a part in this, or was he a bystander? Were the crimes the work of a soloist or a choral action? How deeply did the code of silence run through the pub? Was it just silence? Or was it true complicity? It changed numerous things. Not only the identification of the perpetrator, but the charges brought against them. Now instead, a human problem had to be addressed. They had to talk to a semi-invalid woman, as Duncan Salvatore had called her. She was probably unaware of her only son's current condition. Daniela had an innate feeling of pity towards the poor woman. They had arrived at the house of Pucciaroli. They rang. After a few moments they heard the croaky voice of an intercom in need of maintenance. "Who is it?" said the voice on the other end. Carabinieri De Angelis replied. "Oh my God," was heard sighing from the intercom. "3rd floor." The stairs were old and poorly lit. The 1960s marbled floors were a yellowish color. The walls of the stairwell were in need of good whitewash. One could sense everywhere the idea, if not quite of dirt, at least of poor cleanliness. A stagnant, acrid smell of cabbage soup filled the air. It must have persisted since morning. Fortunately, it did not come from Mrs. Pucciaroli's flat. The woman was in the doorway waiting for them. She was standing. A lady who must have been about 70 years old. Although thinking it over, Daniela figured that she was probably younger, considering that her son was 21. Dressed dimly, with a white apron around her waist, she had promptly slipped it off, tossing it onto a kitchen chair. She did not know, and the exchange of glances with De Angelis was quite emblematic, why they had called her an invalid, or almost an invalid. Although apparently older than her assumed age, she was active. Probably Marcino had described her this way, or this was the idea of a woman who did not have to leave the house often. "Have a seat." She led the way into the windowless hallway, which took what little light it had from the side rooms. "Have a seat," she repeated, pointing to a living room that seemed to come straight out of a Gossano poem. "Would you like a coffee?" she asked with an affable smile. Retired schoolteacher, Daniela labeled her elegant in her way of expressing herself, courteous, and hospitable, raised in an atmosphere of austerity and values, honest and dignified. She liked her. "Thank you, Mrs. Pucciaroli. I've already had some." "I must insist." "Madam," said De Angelis, ignoring her polite, yet insistent remark, "I must insist that you sit down. I am Maresciallo De Angelis, and the lady accompanying me is the Deputy Public Prosecutor, Dr. Daniela Luccarini. We are here because we have some questions for you. We will not waste your time." The widow slid into the armchair, which was covered with floral fabrics, as was the entire living room, to protect the good upholstery. She had not had time to remove the fabric, Daniela thought. "Have I done something wrong?" she asked, taking inventory of her own sins, as an honest person deep down can do. So honest that she fears any mistakes she has made even more than the injustices she has suffered. Daniela looked around. The woman must have been very religious. On the door, a crucifix. On the wall a now yellowing photo of Pope John, then another, with John Paul II beside her. Those photos taken in series, during papal audiences. "And you are Mrs.?" asked De Angelis, pulling out his notebook. "Maria Grazia Fruzzetti, the widow of Pucciaroli, born in Aula on March 16, 1948. I wasn't wrong, thought Daniela. She looked older than she really is. "Go ahead," asked the carabiniere. "I am an elementary school teacher, retired since 2010. But here again I was not wrong," Daniela thought with a hint of pride, as she looked here and there around the living room, the beautiful yet tasteless objects, mementos put together, gifts, perhaps souvenirs from some trip. "Do you live here, in this house? Is this your official place of residence?" "I mean?" asked De Angelis in a bureaucratic tone. "Yes," she replied, waiting at this point for the conversation to evolve. "I don't own any other houses." "Are you the mother of Marco Pucciaroli, age 21? asked De Angelis. "Yes," the woman answered again. On her face the signs of fear were evident. In her eyes, in her mouth, in particular, her lower lip was dancing, and the woman looked almost like a child about to be scolded. She restrained herself from asking questions, however. "When did you last see him?" "Yesterday evening at dinner. Then I didn't see him come back. He's often out and about at weekends. And I don't see him again until Sunday evening." And so saying, she cast Daniela a look that said it all. It seemed to say, "Come on, Mom, you are a woman. Maybe you are also a mother. Tell me what happened to my son. Don't keep me in suspense any longer." Daniela caught that look. "Mrs. Pucciaroli, your son has suffered a serious accident." "Is he dead?" she asked with a terrified look on her face. "No, he is hospitalized in serious condition at Gabbiana Hospital." The woman burst into tears, giving in to a nervousness that had been building in her for the previous few minutes. She had gripped her face in her hands, and had been unable to hold back her sobs. Daniela had taken a packet of paper tissues, still sealed, from her bag. "Please," she handed the tissues to her. "Take your time." The widow refused the tissues, and picked up her cotton handkerchief. Then, trying to regain control of herself through deep breaths, she began to ask questions. "How is he?" "Prognosis uncertain. The doctors will determine the prognosis tomorrow. They need at least 24 hours. The woman made the sign of the cross. "He's alive. God be praised." "But how? When? What happened?" "Fell off the bridge." "The bridge? This one in the village? The one where Sunday?" "The one where poor Lucia died?" asked the poor woman. "That one," replied the carabiniere. "But he managed to survive." "But when did it happen?" "This morning. Probably around 7 o'clock. But we are unable to say precisely. At any rate at a time when there was hardly any traffic. Fortunately a passerby noticed and raised the alarm at around noon. As soon as we heard about it we rushed to get him and give him first aid immediately." So he stayed there?" "Yes. He stayed there a few hours. Fortunately, this did not cause him any injury. At least hearing what the doctor reported." "And why wasn't I informed right away?" asked the woman, in a hushed tone, as if she wanted to justify herself. "It was not an accusation. Just a request for an explanation. We were able to identify him only a few minutes ago. As soon as we realized who he was, we rushed to you." "De Angelis, show her the photo." The Maresciallo pulled the photograph from his pocket. The woman, putting on her glasses to look at it, broke down again, seeing him swollen and with his head completely bandaged. "Stay strong, madam. As you can see, he is being looked after. This picture was taken 2 hours ago in the hospital. If you feel up to it, we will take you with us. Accompany you to the hospital." "Is that him?" The woman nodded, blowing her nose and wiping away her tears. "I'll have to get ready. I don't know if you're busy. I can call a taxi." Daniela paused to meditate for a few moments. There were still a few things to be clarified. "As you think best. We ought to ask you a few more questions. As I told you, we were able to identify him only a few minutes ago. Your son didn't have any documents on him. I always tell him that he has to, that he can't. We have a well-founded suspicion that someone took them from him, and his cell phone too. Do you have his cell phone number?" "Sure. Here it is." The woman wrote it on a piece of paper. Daniela tried to dial it. "It's ringing out," she commented. "It has probably been abandoned somewhere." "Madam, that's all for the moment. If you need anything at all, you can call Maresciallo De Angelis. I am sorry that we met like this, in such painful circumstances. But," she placed a hand on the elderly woman's shoulder, "stay strong. You. LLC. Hell make it." She waved for them to leave. "But," hinted De Angelis. Daniela silenced him with a benevolent smile, as if to say, "Patience. I know what you mean." She turned to the woman again. "How long do you need to get ready?" "I have to prepare something for the night. I'll spend it in the hospital. I don't know. 20 minutes. Maybe less. In 20 minutes I'll send you a car. I'll have to talk more. Madam. Now she looked at her watch. It's 5:15. At 7 o'clock I'll meet you at the hospital. Right now the priority is your son." During the trip to Gabbiana with De Angelis, Daniela barely uttered a word, except regarding the task of retrieving the mobile phone. She responded in monosyllables to the Maresciallo when he ventured to ask her any questions. She needed to be alone, focused on her thoughts. A few kilometers before Gabbiana, where a nice cycle-pedestrian path began, she made the car stop and got out. "I need to walk a bit." Comments were unnecessary. As she dodged passers-by of all ages, who usually strolled there at weekends, the most plausible explanation would seem to be this. Marcino knew. Marcino had written, if not all three, at least the last anonymous letter. Was he the weak link in the chain? Did they need to kill him? Otherwise he would have put the judiciary on their trail. Plausible. More than plausible. Were they convinced they had killed him? That too was plausible. But what if those who had tried to kill him had realized that he was still alive? And that, when he regained consciousness, he would be able to speak? If this really was the ruthless person he seemed to be, he could have. She pulled out her cell phone and quickly dialed a number. De Angelis. "Are you tired from walking, ma'am? Shall we come back for you? Tell me where you are." De Angelis, she cut him off. Without comment. "Send a man to the hospital. I want the ward where Marco Pucciaroli is to be guarded 24 hours a day. I'll see to it immediately." Silly not to have thought of it right away. At least this had been fixed. Then she resumed the thread of her thoughts. Some more information about Pucciaroli needed to be reconstructed. If it had been done, perhaps there would be clues on his computer. She would check with the mother to see if her son had a computer, a printer, etc. Then she would request the seizure of the computer to be examined by the Scientific Investigation Unit. She arrived at the hospital shortly after 6 p.m. She went unhurriedly up to the ward and entered the doctor's surgery. Surely the boy was still alive. Otherwise they would have called her on her cell phone. She had given instructions in this regard. The doctor was waiting for her when she arrived. He had given up his Saturday off. "Any news?" she asked. No, stationary. Any unusual movements? In the ward? It doesn't look like it. Has anyone looked for him? None that I know, but I had given instructions in this regard. The security guard is in front of Pucciarola's room. Perfect. His mother has arrived. It's him. She recognized him. Daniela made a neutral expression, as if to say, I already knew that. How was the reaction? All things considered, she reacted better than expected. Compatibly with the situation. Obviously. She burst into tears. However, she also saw for herself that he is alive. Now she is sitting beside him, watching over him. Has she been here long? About half an hour. Call her, please. Can you give us a private room? You can use my surgery. Oh, I was forgetting, Maresciallo De Angelis. He is here. You can find him in the waiting room. They called him on the phone. Call him first. Then send in his mother. She sat in the doctor's chair in his surgery room. It was filled with succulents. It was obviously the doctor's passion. From small, tiny pots to a cactus more than 2 meters high. De Angelis sat in one of the 2 small chairs in front of the desk. The doctor had cleared the desk of various files. For confidentiality reasons. He had left a pad of paper with a pharmaceutical company's advertisement and some pencils. Did you give instructions regarding the cell phone? Mum. When do you think we'll be able to find it? At a guess. I'd say by tomorrow. You should be able to identify it. Tell me something right away, as soon as you have news. At that moment they heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Come in. The tone was dry. May I come in? She heard whisper. Mrs. Pucciaroli, come in. How are you? Have a seat. The woman looked very tried and stressed. If she had immediately shown 10 years more than her 65 years, she now looked like an old woman. Mum. And she broke into tears. Calm down. Calm down. De Angelis. Have a glass of water brought for the lady. No, I'm all right, the woman shrugged. Don. Tea worry. Maresciallo. I'm all right. I'm all right, she repeated. How are you doing? Is there any sign of progress? For the time being, no, nothing. He always has this dull, empty stare. He is being artificially sedated. They told me. More will be known tomorrow. That boy. You. LLC. Be brave. She was not too confident, but she wanted to say a few kind words to her. The woman seemed like the last person in the world who deserved such a fate. Sometimes, the good guys. Madam, I need to ask you a few questions. Did your son have any friends? I think so. Although he was very reserved. A girlfriend? Do you know how much I would have liked him to have one? Instead, he hung out with bad girls. But for what? Did his friends and his, she coughed, girls ever come to your home? No, they didn't. He never brought anyone home. Did you never go out of your home? To do a bit of shopping, at the corner shop near to my house. On Sundays to go to Mass. In May we go out in the evening, for rosaries. A real goody-goody thought, Daniela, reinforcing a certain idea about the person in front of her. These were your normal habits. You would leave your home for limited periods. Hours, fractions of hours. Yes, it was normally like that. Did you never leave your home for longer periods of time? Let me think. Yes. Last year, I was away for 2 weeks, for spa treatment. It was spring. It must have been a year ago. Did your son go with you? No, he stayed home. The son could have brought someone home, but it was actually a detail that was not too relevant. She did some scribbling on the pharmaceutical company block. Does your son have a computer? Of course. He spends a lot of time there, locked in his room. He says he is creating a future for himself. He claims that the future is the internet. Does he have a PC or a laptop computer? He has two, a desktop and a laptop. The desktop is old. I had given it to him in year 11. The laptop is new. He bought it last autumn with the money he earned from olive picking. Madam, we would need to see these computers. But, now? It would be better. As you wish. Whatever. Anyway. I think that here the only thing we can do is wait, pray and trust in the Lord. Will you be able to bring me back here? Certainly. They arrived at the woman's house at about 7:30 p.m. Immediately they sensed that something was wrong. Just like that. Nothing in particular, something intangible. In the air. A kind of premonition. They arrived at the entrance and found the front door ajar. Didn't I close it? The woman wondered, aloud. Daniela had already guessed. How careless of us, whispered De Angelis. It was to be imagined. All we had to do was leave a man. The woman had not heard. And I even left the light on. But as soon as she entered, she let out a scream. Who's been here? Who's been here? Burglars. And to steal what? Oh my God. What a day, what a day. Madam, can you show us to your son's room? The woman sobbed, in the darkest despair, the despair of someone who feels targeted by a merciless fate. It's there. The second door on the right. That room was completely upside down. As was to be expected, the keyboard, monitor, and printer had dangling wires. The computer had been stolen. Only that one. Was that his desktop computer? Asked Daniela. Yes. It was a gift from me when he went to high school, but it's strange that they have stolen it. Marco always told me it wasn't worth anything anymore. That's why he bought the laptop. Do you know where he kept it? At weekends he hides it there in the wardrobe under his jumpers. He was afraid it would be stolen. It was a kind of mania. He always says, Mum, if burglars come when you read at Mass. It's important to him. You know, he had bought it with his work. Oh, and how much he cares about it. The woman alternated between the use of the present and the past tense, as if she had in some ways a sense of foreboding that something was about to happen, that Marco's fate was sealed, while at the same time maintaining hope for a miraculous recovery. Did he tell you that he was hiding it under his jumpers? No. He was so jealous of it that he never told me. It was one Saturday morning. I found it as I was tidying up his room. Could you point us to the hiding place? Sure. She opened the wardrobe door, lifted a stack of sweatshirts and pulled out her son's notebook. Madam, we have to take this with us. I hope you don't mind. No. Mum. Of course. Whatever. Just look at my house. Look what they've done to it. That's all I needed. But what were they looking for? I have only a small amount of gold. A few souvenirs. Of little value. Madam. Check. But I have good reason to believe that your gold is all there. Please check. They didn't find what they were looking for. Or rather, they found the wrong item. The lady left her son's room and entered her own, next to his. Indeed. On the dark brown dresser, covered by a thick slab of dark marble, the chest with the valuables was intact. She checked, unable to believe it. Nothing was missing. They were clueless, Daniela thought. At the very least, they could pretend to be common thieves. Instead they told us in no uncertain terms what they were looking for. As far as I'm concerned, Mrs. Pucciaroli, we can go. We. take you back to the hospital if you like." The woman, dejected, nodded her head. In the car, on the drive back to Gabbiana, the conversation fell on Lucia. "Did you know her?" she asked. "Here in the village, everyone knows each other. More or less. But with Lucia's family it was different. They attended our church. Then Lucia, I don't know if you have been told already, she was a really good girl. She played the organ every Sunday at Mass. You know, I had almost hoped for my Marco they even had the right age difference. He was 21. She was 16. I had tried to say something to him, but he looked at me as if I had said something weird. He would look at me with his hands clasped together, moving his fingertips up and down and saying, 'Mum, come on. Have you seen her?' The lady blew her nose again. What was I supposed to see? That she was a beautiful, nice, good, intelligent girl. What was he supposed to be looking for? A good, simple family. But now she is gone, and Marco is struggling between life and death, and she broke into tears. So they knew each other. Or rather, perhaps they were more than just acquaintances. It was after 9 o'clock when they arrived at the hospital. It was getting dark. They said goodbye to Mrs. Pucciaroli, and De Angelis accompanied Daniela home. On returning home, Daniela had two thoughts on her mind, in this order. The first, of course, considering it was a day off, I worked perhaps more than on other days. The second, and Silvano. I forgot about him. She called his name. No answer. She looked to see if he was in the garden. Nothing. She turned on the kitchen light. On the table there was a note. She smiled to herself. The first non-anonymous one in a week. She picked it up and began to read. "Hello, love. I can see you are off to a great start here. I came back here after you left me at the Occadoro. I've put up a few paintings for you, remembering a little how you had arranged them back home in Siena. Then I thought maybe you would have preferred to arrange them according to your taste. Anyway, I walked around Gabbiana for a while. But after 10 minutes, you know it like the palm of your hand. Then I read the paper. Since I didn't hear anything, and I thought it was best not to call you on your mobile phone, because I think you had some big problems to deal with, and since I didn't know what time you were coming back, I thought it best to go back to Siena in the evening, so I'll be there tomorrow for the guys. Maybe we can talk tomorrow by phone. I don't know what time you read this note. Hopefully, the next weekend I come to visit you we can get together a little more. Kiss. Love. P.S. I left the bunch of keys in a sealed envelope addressed to you at the Carabinieri. Love. Love that allows no loved one to love in return. He always pronounced amor with the accent on the A. She wondered whether she should call him or not. With the excuse that he was probably driving, she decided to wait until the next day. Chapter 13. On Monday morning, as soon as he returned from Milan to his office, Colomonici smiled and told her, "From what I see, Daniela, you haven't been sitting on your laurels over the weekend. In fact, a few things have happened. As you can see, it certainly seems that the initial hypothesis of Menconi's suicide has to be discarded." She did not know why, but this way of calling her by her last name, Menconi, had bothered her. To her, she was Lucia. Even though she had never known her alive, she was little more than a child. "Any news about the date of the funeral? Have you made arrangements?" Daniela remained absorbed for a few moments before responding. Then, pressed by Colomonici, she resumed, "Today I would like to request some new examinations from the forensic pathologist. I want to be sure that there was no sexual assault. After that I can give the approval. I think the funeral can be held tomorrow afternoon. If you agree, I'll notify the parents about the date." Colomonici made an assenting gesture with his head. With Jovine, the psychologist, I mean, we haven't talked about it anymore. Is everything okay? I would definitely say yes. I have given her the assignment. Well, start right away with the psychological autopsy. I see, commented Colomonici, without looking her in the face, as he flipped through his agenda, with blatant disregard for Daniela's words. Good. I also understand that you feel better with a woman than with the good old Pacione. Daniela coughed. No. Hare's not that bad dog he seems on first impression. Yes. I know. He looks like a sort of dinosaur. First time you meet him, he gives the idea of someone who is asleep, of someone who has landed there by chance, from Mars. He seems to look around, astonished, wondering, who am I? Where am I? Daniela dropped the subject. I'm sure it is as you say, David. Now we're starting again. The situation is complicated, but at least a piece of the puzzle seems to have been found. Very good. So-and-so saying, he lifted his eyes from his agenda to stare into her eyes. Well, good luck. If there's any news, I am here, and he winked at her, though, without malice or double meanings. An automatic gesture, Daniela thought. As she was leaving the boss office to enter her cell phone rang. De Angelis. Good morning. Any news? Good morning, ma'am, and happy Monday. Several bits of news. Are you in the office? Sure. Can I come? I'll wait for you. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Oh, I forgot. I am not alone. Major Mari has returned. So I'll have a chance to get to know him. While waiting for the Maresciallo, Daniela rearranged her papers. She quickly reviewed the events of the previous day. Sunday. She had wanted to go to Mass. She was not particularly devout, but she did go to Sunday Mass occasionally. Nevertheless, she had chosen a particular Mass, the one in the village of the Bridge. A purpose-driven choice. She had thought that combined religion and investigation. For reasons of intellectual honesty, she had opted to define her presence in the church as related to the investigation. On Saturday, the courier had brought her, among other packages, her bicycle, a touring model, also suitable for hillier areas. She had chosen a bike with 3 gears at the front and 6 at the back. After all, that was her favorite and only sport. The surroundings of Gabbiana, moreover, reminded her quite a bit of those in Siena, so the level of commitment and effort required were amply tested. The road to the bridge was lined with a beautiful bicycle path, shaded first by cypress trees and then by linden trees. It was fragrant, fresh in the morning, and when a ray of sunshine came, it was nice and warm. The small village church was packed. Lucia's funeral had not yet been able to take place. Much of the sermon and prayers of the faithful had been focused on the poor girl. Daniela had even been tempted to stop by and say hello to Don Cespuglio, who, moreover, had noticed her among the congregation, and there had been an exchange of glances between them. Then she had desisted. She had looked around. They were mostly pious women, elderly men in their festive clothes, wearing probably the only tie in their wardrobe, a group of young people, boys and girls. The backbone of the oratory, she thought. Hymns, guitars. Some children, too. Perhaps they were Lucia's Sunday school students. Daniela had also tried to see if she could track down any of the pub bullies, perhaps who had come there to snoop around. But those had stayed away. Understandably. Mrs. Pucciaroli was not there. She was probably attending Mass in the hospital chapel, where she had never left her dying son. Then she had returned to Gabbiana. She had hesitated to call Silvano. She had justified herself. Hell be at the match. Hell be in the locker room. Hell have the aftermatch. Hell be having an afternoon nap. Nothing. She didn't feel like it. She had tidied up the house. She had spent the afternoon in the garden with a good book, on which she had also dozed off, ending up enjoying the sunshine. Then, at around 6 o'clock, while she was sleeping, she was awakened by his phone call. Display. Silvano. She rolled her eyes. What do I tell him? She pressed the green button. Hello, Louv. So you're home. You're not working today then? Bye. Hi. I am sorry about yesterday. You came almost for nothing. Just to work. Something like that. Something like that. What does that mean? She was already irritated. How was the match? 4-all, 2 errors at the last minute. We had it in the bag. I groomed them, front and back. But Silvano, she didn't beat around the bush. I'm in a crisis. Already? No, everything is fine here. I feel like I am in crisis with you. Our relationship is in crisis. After 1 week away from Siena, Daniela mentally counted to 10 and breathed deeply. Love. Are you there? Silvano, we've been in crisis for months. For years. Are you the only one who hasn't noticed? Is there someone else? Have you fallen in love with someone else? Have you been? Men always think about that, she thought. That's always the problem for them. No, I haven't fallen in love with anyone, and I haven't slept with the first carabiniere who courted me, if that's what you, re-implying, by the way, and she laughed. That would be disgraceful. You don't do these things in the workplace. Especially not with subordinates. The joke was not taken well. Silvano had glossed over it, but brusquely. So you, telling me you, going to dump me, drop me, here, over the phone? No, just telling you that I feel confused, sentimentally. Work is giving me no respite. I have doubts about our future together, but I've been telling you this since, I repeat, since Siena, for so many months now. I am 36 years old. I would like to think about my future as a woman. And, right now, I do not see my future as a woman with you. So I was right. You are dumping me over the phone. Daniela had unconsciously stood up. Here, almost angrily, she had pulled the phone from her ear, turned it towards the ground, and gritted her teeth. Are you there? Came the voice, distant, from her cell phone. She put it back to her ear. Yes. Here, she replied, after a deep breath. I am here. I am here. I am here. Almost an echo that was lost in infinity. Well, what's your response? I need time. I need to reflect. About you. About us. Give me my time. I don't guarantee anything. Though, if you think waiting is wasted time, you are free. But, isn't it better if we see each other in person? Come back up. To see you. Next Sunday, Saturday. Even skip the match. Have the guys taken care of by the 2nd. I told you that I need clarity. Right now it wouldn't help me. Besides, you've seen what it's like. Even if I told you we could see each other, a phone call can always come. I understand, Silvano replied dryly. It's okay. I got it. Dumped over the phone. You could have done it on Friday. At least I would have avoided a trip from Siena to Gabbiana and back, only to be left alone like a dog all day. He was quite right. Silvano. Please. Please. Nothing. Daniela, she noticed that he had called her Daniela. And not Louvre. This hadn't happened perhaps since 1999. I get it. There is nothing more to add. You continue with your investigation. It will mean that, when you have got some clarity here, she heard the tone of voice become particularly sarcastic. You will be the one calling me. Then I'll see where we stand. Both of us. And, with those words, he had ended the call. It certainly wasn't an idyllic epilogue, but she felt as if she had had a tooth extracted. She was definitely relieved. She had slept peacefully that night. The bed, upon waking, was still neat. The indentation on the latex mattress was deep, resembling those left by newborns. May I? She heard the familiar echo of De Angelis' voice. Come in, she replied, without taking her eyes off the document she was reading on the computer. Good morning, ma'am. Major Mori, nice to meet you. The man who stood before her was remarkable. She guessed he was just under 6 feet tall, athletic build, smooth skin, carefully drawn Van Dyke-style goatee, dazzling smile, even more highlighted by his Caribbean tan, groomed shave, and pleasant man who never needs to ask aftershave, upright posture, short, slightly wavy hair, barely graying at the temples, not a single hint of baldness, clear, piercing eyes, even more so because of the contrast between his black eyelashes and eyebrows and the glaucous blue, almost grey irises. Depending on the light, he almost seemed to be wearing eyeliner. With a colleague? Never, thought Daniela, immediately pushing back an initial tempting thought. She held out her hand to him, barely reaching out without getting up from her chair. Nice to meet you. Dr. Luccarini. Have a seat. Please. De Angelis, you too. They both sat down. So, what's the news? That's what you were telling me over the phone. De Angelis. Yes, ma'am. I just briefed the major. The news basically consists of 3 points. We've found the cell phone. It was at the bottom of a cliff, on the road from the bridge to Pontremoli. Therefore, in the opposite direction from Gabbiana. 3 or 4 kilometers. Once we located it, we had a hard time finding it. It had been thrown into the brambles. The guys with the hedge trimmers arrived. It was a struggle. Go ahead. What are the other 2? We have obtained phone records with incoming and outgoing calls to Pucciarola's phone number. It is at your disposal whenever you want to consult it. Good. And the 3rd? We've examined the computer. In fact, the IT guys were able to find a trace of an unsaved document that was deleted when Word was closed. The name of someone named Daniela is mentioned. De Angelis coughed, embarrassed to pronounce the prosecutor's first name. I think he's referring to you. In any case, I had it printed out. And, as he said this, he handed her a sheet of paper. Thank you. She read in a low voice. Dear Daniela, to you who like to imitate Inspector Barnaby, I advise you to look well in more confining places. Because if you look deep down, there are dark things that might come to light. Therefore, I would advise you to be careful when you go to certain places, as you may be going to the wrong places. And, if you look CL. Then followed a series of strange symbols, paragraphs, dollars, the symbol of clubs and the one of the diamonds in a pack of cards, and many others, and so on for a few lines. She pulled out the anonymous letter, the most recent one, from the drawer, and compared it. In the final text, the author had replaced Dear Daniela with Dear Friend Love, with deliberately altered with linguistic mispronunciation, and, more significantly, had inserted for before, therefore resulting in a glaring error. However, the remainder of the letter was unmistakable. The substitution indicated meticulous attention to detail, suggesting that probably nothing in that letter had been written at random. What about those strange symbols? The document was recovered, but not in its entirety. It's likely just the trace of the last autosave, left in some computer cache memory, which is not easily traceable unless you readapt with computers. Fortunately, we have Clemente O. Hacker. De Angelis explained. Who is Clemente O. H? She asked. No, Mari laughed. To clarify, not O. H. O. Hacker. The hacker. His real name is Clemente Russo. One of our guys. A guy from Naples in our operations unit. He earned this nickname because of his exceptional skills in IT. Excellent work. Well done, she remarked dryly. What's your take on this, Major? So far, I have only been able to take note. Before I came to you, the Maresciallo gave me a brief outline of the recent line of events. The alleged suicide, which at this point seems less and less likely and more like murder. The attempted murder of Pucciaroli. The whole line of investigation. The news regarding Pucciaroli, he told me, is only from Saturday. But I was asking De Angelis this morning, have you checked his Facebook profile? It seems almost impossible to me that a boy that age with a passion for computers wouldn't too have it. Daniela shook her head, approvingly. I agree, Major. Good point. We can certainly find some clues there. At least on his friendships, commented Daniela. Let me have the phone records and you look into his Facebook profile. Who are the friends? How many? Please check back over the last month for any message that is significant for our investigation. The eye had run, unaware, to the Major's left hand. He was not wearing a wedding ring. She chased away the thought once more. Well, I am counting on getting some information before evening. Say around 4 o'clock. If you can, even earlier. Time is running out. So saying, she held out her hand to the Major. Mari shook her hand. De Angelis stood in military salute, stiff as a column. Then they left her alone. She began to scroll through the telephone printout, looking for some numbers that might indicate something. Frequency, direction, outgoing and incoming, and the duration of calls. Once she had identified 3 numbers, which formed the vast majority of the calls, she had grabbed highlighters of different colors and underlined them to get a graphic idea of certain movements. Then she had jotted them down. She was trying to understand something about the chronological distribution of those numbers. Even before she had the first and last names of the holders, the Carabinieri would take care of that, particularly in the days immediately preceding the 2 dramatic events. She heard the desk phone ring. Dr. Luccarini. Who's speaking? Daniela. Colomonici. Can you come to my office? I'm on my way, David. She stayed for a few more seconds staring at the changing colors, before and after Lucia's Sunday, and last Thursday and Friday, the ones that had preceded Marcos' accident. Then she got up and headed for her boss' office. Have a seat, he said. Any news from the operations unit? Yes. Something more. Phone records. We've detected the author of the last anonymous letter. Daniela coughed. Colomonici. I would like to make a couple of recommendations. The first one is this. I was reflecting on this first week of yours here. Nothing to say, he hastened to dispel doubts. Waving both hands. Palms facing down. Excellent work. But, asked Daniela. She looked at him blankly. She was already nervous. She felt that Colomonici was about to interfere obnoxiously with her work. But, here. He sounded embarrassed. Come on. Tell me, she encouraged him. In words that, however, seemed to embarrass him even more. There's something about your presence in the field. It's not appropriate. Investigations. I understand. It's your first experience as a prosecutor. However, you should be more connected to the prosecution. Witnesses are summoned here. Interrogations take place here. In these offices. Unless there are disability issues, unless they are infirm. One could see the obvious embarrassment, which was growing, at the woman's resolute gaze. What about the other one? You told me about a couple of recommendations you would like to give me. The other recommendation? He seemed to be even more embarrassed. I was told that yesterday, you were seen on the cycle-pedestrian path leading to the murder bridge. You were riding around on a bicycle. He had first brought the fingertips of his two hands together, almost forming a dome with them, then separated them, spreading his hands apart, slightly reclining his head back to the left. His face had taken on a strange grimace, a mixture of a smile and pity. So what? Urged Daniela. So it's not convenient, it's actually disreputable. Among other things, I was told that you were wearing a skirt, and with each pedal stroke, inches of legs became visible. Daniela. And here, he had brought his fingertips together again, moving the dome forward and backward. Daniela's gaze had turned into that of Medusa, the ancient Gorgon, petrifying. Dr. Colomonacci, she said, without separating the words, with the second O particularly long. He was almost on the verge of asking her, why not, David? But he was petrified, taken aback. Dr. Colomonacci, she repeated, I don't believe I have to answer to anyone about what I do in my private life. If I decide to go out cycling, I don't think it should be of interest to anyone. Least of all on Sundays. Not to mention the clothing. Then if someone has nothing else to do but to look for the movement of my skirt with his eyes every time I move the pedals, I would gladly meet this person, who was so zealous as to warn the chief of police, who has just got back from the weekend, that his PP offers such a questionable, disreputable, immoral spectacle to Gabbiana families on Sunday mornings. Then, without waiting for an answer, she continued. As for the investigation, I'd like to know whether, in regard to my inspections, we are talking about an invitation, a ban, a norm or a custom. No, ma'am. He seemed to have made himself very small. His way of addressing her with ma'am was different from the Dr. Colomonacci with which Daniela had addressed him. The latter had shown the intention to keep at a distance, while the ma'am used by Colomonacci was animated by a deep sense of respect, as if the parties had reversed. No. Daniela had become calmer, and the man had quickly regained his composure. The darkness seemed to have passed. No. Daniela, he corrected himself. It's just a matter of custom. You can handle the investigation as you see fit. I only wanted to make you fully aware of what the practice would be, he said. And he had stressed the conditional tense. You have very good collaborators. Both the operations unit, which is assisting you in this investigation, and the police force, with which you will cooperate in the future, are made up of experienced, capable people, strenuous workers, genuine hounds, people who work around the clock. However, you are free to move as you see fit. Regarding the bicycle, the skirt, he spread his arms wide, laughing. Don't take it personally, Daniela. Someone felt compelled to come and report to me. It's true, though. It's true what you tell me. No, there is nothing censurable. Then, catching sight of a questioning expression in her eyes, he resumed. Don. To ask me who reported the matter. For once, let the public prosecutor keep quiet about it. And he burst into laughter, which had the effect of dropping the tension that had been building. Agreed, Daniela. He held out his hand to her, as if to say, peace made. All right, David, she replied with a frank and firm handshake. I'll leave you to your investigation. Let me know. She had just sat down at her desk when her cell phone rang. De Angelis. Ma'am, I just got a call from the hospital. It seems that the boy has recovered. Where are you? Here in the barracks. In my office. I am coming down. Let's go. Chapter 14. The doctor was waiting for her in his surgery. De Angelis was with her. So I am told he's recovered. She asked him. What exactly means he's recovered? It means, replied the doctor, in a very slow, calm prose, that he is almost out of danger. He has regained consciousness. Although, at least for the moment, he is unable to speak. And to be honest, we are not yet able to determine the extent of his injuries, nor whether he will still be able to speak. Would you like to see him? Yes. I recommend the utmost delicacy. Here he had become resolute, his expression almost sullen. True to his oath, the patient's health came first. Any emotion can have serious complications, he had pointed out. Don, to worry. They entered the small room. They had made both her and De Angelis wear green gowns, a cap, a mask, and on their feet, polyethylene shoe covers, the disposable kind, with the elastic band tightening around the ankle. Department standards. Daniela approached the bed. The boy looked at her with an inquisitive look on his face. There was something familiar about that figure. Although, dressed as she was, with only her eyes uncovered between the mask and the head cover, resembling an odalisque, he couldn't discern much. However, the eyes, no longer fixed, scanned Daniela's face and body. They were searching for some sign of recognition. The PP realized. The boy was alert. Without saying a word, she turned on her heels. Exiting the small room, she shed all the protocol-imposed burdens, then returned to the surgery. Have you seen him? Asked the man. Daniela nodded in agreement. When do you think it will be possible to talk to him? She inquired. The doctor checked the calendar. Let's see. Today is Monday. Wednesday. Thursday would be better, barring complications. Sooner? Not even sure if he'll be able to speak. He may never have the chance again. You know, it's too early to tell. That's not a problem. You can communicate without speaking, replied the PP. From an emotional standpoint, I was asking. Wednesday, the doctor replied firmly, not a day sooner. Understood. Please keep me informed of any progress or deterioration. She gestured to leave, then turned back to the doctor. I almost forgot. Any peculiar movements in the ward? I am not aware of any. In any case, the carabinieri have manned the room around the clock. Excellent. Thank you. Monday evening had been the first spent discreetly relaxing in the new home. And yes, on Friday night, her new home was a battleground. Saturday evening had been disturbed because of the goings-on that day and, above all, because of Silvano's note. Sunday evening had been ruined by that phone call with her. She no longer knew what to call him. Almost silver fiancé. One almost had to smile. In short, the phone call had spoiled her Sunday evening, but she had felt a huge relief. This had left some lingering pain. No. It wasn't really pain, more discomfort. Then came that fiery Monday. The exchange of views with the boss. The hospital visit to see the boy. Pucciaroli. The doctor recommended not disturbing his slow, gradual recovery. Back from the hospital, she had the printout with all the Facebook conversations from Pucciaroli's profile. And the list of friends. Excellent work by the Carabinieri of the Operations Unit. Truly a good team. They had cross-referenced the Facebook friends with the numbers on the phone printout. The social network printout went back to 3 months ago. The boy, Machino, was an active Facebook user. The friends were not many, but not few either. 128. She had checked to see if Lucia was there as well. But Lucia had no profile. At least not an apparent one. However, there were many interesting messages, all waiting to be sifted through. She didn't feel like delving into them. Better to enjoy the warm evening. She lounged in a deck chair and, for added comfort, placed a director's chair at the end, so she could stretch her legs and put her feet up. Perfect relaxation. All that was missing was a pillow to put under her calves. There it was. A nice red garden cushion resting on another garden chair. It was saying, "Take me." An absurd inertia had taken hold of her, and she had had to force herself to stand up and go and get it. But then the well-being was complete. She contemplated the twilight. The sun had just set behind the Apuan Alps. Probably in Versilia they could still see it, or see its last reflections on the stratiform clouds of sunset. She was alone. A strange feeling after 20 years. At 16, when she had started seeing Silvano, she had been little more than a child. It reminded her of a famous work by Dumas, the sequel to The Three Musketeers. When she had read it, 20 years had seemed an enormity. A very long time. 20 years. They had already passed by. She had thrown them to the wind. Had she really thrown them to the wind? Was it really over with Silvano? And why had she continued? Had she ever been in love with him? She almost seemed to have doubled herself into the investigating magistrate questioning herself. Remember, even though some people, especially those outside the legal profession, identify the prosecutor with the prosecution, in opposition to the defense, things are not quite that simple. The prosecutor has a duty to seek the truth, not to turn the accused into the guilty party. Keywords, those of her criminal procedure teacher, remained engraved in her memory. She should never have forgotten them. She and the defense attorney would always be two fellow travelers, walking along the same path in the search for truth. Of course, the defense attorney had an institutional task as well, the search for extenuating circumstances, but also to strive for the search for truth. Woe if they behaved otherwise. Even if there were such cases. Especially among hacks, shoddy lawyers, and petty individuals. There was some there too, as in all categories of human beings. Then, after drifting off, she would return to herself, to the questions about her life, and the long journey she had traveled with Silvano. She was irritated, but, again for the sake of truth, more with herself than with him. Besides, even the way the story had ended, she didn't like it at all. It seemed to her that she had been cowardly, that she had always been looking for a way out, that she had waited for him, Silvano, to put her in the position, never once taking her the bull by the horns. And the years had passed. And now, she was 36. What to do? Enjoy her freedom, or find a new boyfriend? And where, as if love had to be found at all costs? But the clock was ticking, and so were her biological rhythms. The serenity of twilight seemed to have suddenly left her. The light outside waned in intensity, visibly, and she suddenly felt chilly. She got up reluctantly and struggled into the house. Something needed to be cooked. The kitchen was empty. The temptation was there. Toast. A life made of toast. As a child, she had imagined in her future a table with a husband, and 2 or 3 children, cheerfully gathered around a hot dinner. Everyone talking about their day. Perhaps it was the image of a perfect happy family. She turned off the toaster, immediately after turning it on, and put a pan of water on the stove. And, while the water was boiling, she would prepare a tomato sauce with a bit of sofrito, sautéed vegetables, for extra flavor. In the fridge was a bottle of dry candia, a local white wine, with a slightly aromatic and pleasantly delicate aroma, fruity, harmonious flavor, based mainly on Vermentino grapes. Excellent, even for someone like her, who had been raised on the unparalleled reds of the Sienese hills. She felt like running away from these thoughts, these responsibilities, these choices, these judgments about herself that were in front of her, too many problems to solve. And Silvano? She felt the need to end it in a different way. But the more she thought about it, the more she became convinced. This was not what she desired. Perhaps she would have wanted to close in a different way to quiet her conscience. This was the truth. In reality, all she perceived him to be today was a burden, a heavy ballast to carry on her shoulders. She felt this weight even after she had relieved herself of it. A bit like what happens to amputees with phantom limbs. At that moment the phone rang. Daniela jolted. Silvano. She moved without particular haste, though not without anxiety, towards the table where she had placed her cell phone. She read the display. Jovine. Sorry for calling you at this time, Mum. Am I disturbing you? Good evening. No worries. Sorry again about the time. I promised you that I would finish the first part of the work by this evening. The psychological autopsy. And? If you have time, I'll come to your office in the morning. I'll expect you there. Would 9 o'clock be okay? It's perfect for me. See you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. She was not annoyed by a phone call that came at a time of relaxation. Also because she was not relaxing at all, immersed as she was in doubts, macerated between remorse and... It seemed strange to her, but it was so. Resentment towards Silvano. Jovine had brought her back to a more concrete atmosphere, connected to facts and not feelings, connected to justice, to the search for truth. A truth not based on the twists of her soul and conscience, but on facts useful for unraveling the situation. She poured herself a half glass of candia. As soon as she had thrown the pasta into the boiling water, as an appetizer, while stirring the sauce with a long wooden spoon. Chapter 15. What did you manage to find out? She asked the psychologist, as soon as Jovine was seated. I have prepared a written report for you. If you have time, I will explain it to you. Please do. Daniela smiled back at her with an explanatory gesture of her right hand, as one does when inviting someone into the house. Yesterday morning I conducted 3 interviews. The first was with Don Mario. Don Cespulio? Asked Daniela in a joking tone. Do you also know him by that name? Winked Elena Jovine, with complicity. Yes. Exactly. Then, she continued, I went to see the girl's parents. Heartbreaking. Finally I talked to Samantha, her best friend. Daniela was reminded of the first meeting, that Sunday night, in Linos Trattoria. The girl had looked possessed. She had come inside, informing everyone of what had happened. Was it useful? She asked. Interesting. Were they cooperative? It's not necessary, the psychologist smiled. My job is precisely to try to understand the truth between the lines, to use the channels of nonverbal communication, the visual, the auditory, and, above all, the kinesthetic, gestures, movements. Of course, in some cases one's version is given as it is, without frills, without disguise. In others the mask must be removed. However, The image is the one we already had. The classic good girl, very religious, a music lover. She played the piano. A small, upright piano in a modest home with small rooms. The parents couldn't afford much more, although her mum told me they would have liked to give her a grand piano. On Sundays, she played the harmonium, a small keyboard instrument often used in churches. At Mass, that's what the priest told me. Although what? Although, for the past 2 months she had not played. Has the priest given any explanation for this? For the first period, the first month and a half. Yes. It was during Lent. And, it seems, as a form of penance, they had removed music from the church services. It doesn't explain why she didn't play on Easter Sunday and the following Sunday. Sunday in Albis. Some justification must have been given. Yes, exactly, some justification. Quite stilted, nothing really plausible. Who played? Or did they do without? They replaced the harmonium with guitars. Apparently the parish elders didn't like it very much. But Don Cespuglio really welcomed the idea. It was an opportunity to get others to participate, he told them. And at home, did she keep playing the piano? The point is this. Aside from the explanation of the church, the Lenten time, the penance, but at home, even at home she had stopped. Did the parents ask her anything? Explanations. The father is as good as absent. He stares into space and answers with monosyllables. The mother is much more talkative. They seem to have had 2 different ways of reacting to their tragedy. The mother talks and talks non-stop, as if to compensate for her husband's silences. She had almost stopped playing even at home. A few solfeggios. A few scales. Just like that. Out of inertia, to keep her hands exercised on the keyboard. She mentioned that she had asked her why she had stopped. The daughter had seemed very sad to her, almost absent. She had asked her if it was some kind of Lenten sacrifice, and Lucia had nodded to her. In your opinion, then, was this apathy manifested in her musical activity a symptom of serious distress? Of an ordeal Lucia experienced in those days? I have several reasons to be convinced about it. What others besides this one? If you agree, I will finish looking into the musical aspect. I asked her mother if she remembered anything. If she really stopped playing with the beginning of Lent. After a brief reflection, she said no. Already a few days earlier. In fact, during the carnival period, her mother remembered that Lucia had slowed down, almost stopped, using the piano at all. She just hadn't. Noticed it right away. We talked about it like this. Not in an inquisitive tone. A simple chat, however. It seemed to me that Lucia used the period of Lent as if it were a pretext. A fig leaf. Daniela nodded to her, encouraging her to continue. Samantha was also a great help. A simple, easygoing girl. I had a chance to see her. Although it was at a time of great upheaval for her, it had just happened. She is still very shaken. It's understandable. She's a pure soul. I had the impression that between the two there was a complete moral affinity. While, from an intellectual and cultural point of view, they were worlds apart. What gave you this impression? I thought you were reasoning on more objective criteria than on impressions. It was not a reproach. Just a consideration. Indeed. A curiosity. Elena smiled. You is right. That's right. I just haven't delved into Samantha's profile, about which I can only hazard a few guesses. The girl seems very simple. whereas Lucia seemed animated by a deep sense of existence. For Lucia, her life had to be conducted according to high, ethical principles because she had come to these conclusions through her education, through her readings, the sermons of Don Mario, and her meditations. Samantha led a life not unlike that of her friend. This was because she was always told to do so, and perhaps also to emulate her friend, Lucia. She has always had a deep admiration for her. "I understand," nodded Daniela. "But there is a revealing sentence. I managed to get Lucia's diary sent to me. Did you know she kept a diary?" I was almost sure when I asked her mother. Such a girl could not help but keep a diary, to which she could confide her sorrows, her anxieties, her torments, and also her joys. Her joys last. Also her joys. She was a soul who sought suffering, perhaps to dedicate it to Jesus. A new Saint Maria Goretti? Thought Daniela. Almost a new Santa Maria Goretti, Elena murmured. "What are you doing?" "Reading my mind," asked Daniela, pretending to be horrified. She was clearly joking. Jovine caught the ironic provocation. "Such a comparison is normal," smiled the psychologist. "Anyway, I was telling you about the diary. Her mother handed it over to me. I explained to her what my mandate was, why I was there. They have seen several psychologists these days, and they probably have a hard time distinguishing roles. I told her I had a specific assignment, to shed light on Lucia's end, for Lucia's peace, for her memory. Then the mother invited me to go up to Lucia's room, untouched since the day of the drama, opened the drawer under the table on which Lucia was studying, and took out the diary, handing it to me. Have you examined it yet? Tell you the methodology. I started from the last page. Then I went backwards. I read the contents of the pages always going backwards. Then starting from the first to the last. It is this year's diary. I also examined the handwriting. The last page on which something was written is that of the 6th of February, the day before Fat Thursday. She wrote a sentence from the Gospel of Mark on it. Why does he eat and drink with tax collectors and sinners? Having heard this, Jesus said to them, Those who are well have no need of a physician, but those who are sick. I came not to call the righteous, but sinners. And below, marked in more minute handwriting, in square brackets, Mark. Chapter 2. Were you able to understand anything more from the handwriting on these pages? Yes. The first pages, those of January, seem to be regular, almost monotonous, the flow of a quiet life. Then, around the 20th of that month, the writing is more convulsive. It alternates between phases in which the body of the typeface grows larger, and others in which, conversely, it becomes tiny. She no longer stays on the line. The dashes on the T also alternate. At first, they are marked and sharp. Then they become increasingly detached, until they are hardly marked at all. The loops widen from 10th to the 20th of January, shrink for a week, and then widen again, especially the lower ones. Meaning. Sexuality, with a direct proportionality. It seems almost as if Lucia had experienced deep feelings, more like a real hormonal storm. It would be interesting to establish a relationship with the menstrual cycle. However, there seems to be something more, some external factor. Any relevance to the contents? They don't say much. They tend, almost always, to be impersonal, to bring everything back to universal principles, to almost deny her own personality. In the last pages there is a sense of guilt, an awareness of being a sinner. Reference is made to the need to take, then again, the phrase from Mark's Gospel is significant. Do you think that in that eating and drinking in the company of tax collectors and sinners, there is a reference to some contact with the pub? Jovine spread her arms wide. It could be. But it's not my job, Don T. Get me wrong. It's not that I want to back out if you ask for my opinion. But if this is from a woman's perspective, I feel inclined to say yes. I believe there is. If it's a scientific opinion, I don't think I have elements. It could be a place, a pub, to be precise, a physical person, a hint of a boyfriend, a kiss, something more. The autopsy, the physical one, had brought no evidence of sexual assault. From that point of view, at least, her mother could still refer to Lucia as my little girl. So, there was definitely a connection with the old Highlander. And that phrase from the Gospel of Mark was the connection. Thank you, Mum. Excellent work. I will read your report. Where is the diary? I left it where I found it. Her mother had asked me if I wanted it, but it wasn't my prerogative. Besides, I had already gathered the information I needed. Daniela approved with a smile. She got up to walk her to the door. Is your work finished? Elena Jovine laughed. A good-natured laugh. My work is never finished. I want to say this. There is always something to probe, to delve into the psyche of a human being, all the more so in circumstances like this. I was proposing to let you reflect on my report, then delve into it as needed. Excellent, replied the prosecutor. Those who are well have no need of a physician, but those who are sick. I came not to call the righteous, but sinners, she repeated to herself, as she sat down at her desk. It was evident. It all started to become evident. Lucia had hung out in that pub of dimwits. And perhaps some dimwit had tried to take advantage of her. Maybe just for the sake of bragging, of saying, I banged the catechist. She had a rush of disgust. Even more so, when she thought about this broken life. This beautiful flower whose funeral would be held this afternoon. But there were so many open questions. Who had been the trait dunion between Lucia and that place? Had it been her specific will to go there? It was hard to believe. Lucia might have accepted an invitation from someone. Perhaps she had been frightened by it. Right away. But then, she found the courage to go. Something had perhaps even excited her. She had glimpsed an aspect of life unknown to her until then. She had been tempted to flee it. And then also a fatal attraction. In Mark's Gospel she had found the motivation. The synthesis, to reconcile the thesis with the antithesis. Lucia felt she had a mission. And, up to this point, everything could have been true. Two enigmas remained. Who had brought her to that infamous dump? She was certain. Someone must have led her there. Someone who had known her, well, since she was younger. And then, the second enigma, related to the crime. What had he, or had they, done to her? Was it a single person, or the entire pack? Or a person? A leader, driven, pushed by the pack? She called the operations unit. She had to get hold of Lucia's diary. Possibly, if it could be found, the one from the previous year as well. Chapter 16. She had gone to the bridge in the afternoon, with the excuse of attending Lucia's funeral. It wasn't even an excuse. Although she didn't know that unfortunate girl, in reality it seemed as if she did. In the church, she had taken a seat near a small side altar. Almost a niche, dedicated to St. Rita. A few chairs had been placed there as well, in order to give everyone a chance to participate in the farewell ritual. The space where Daniela stood was 3 steps above the nave. From this elevated position, she could see the participants, so many young people, clean faces, good kids. And the churchyard itself was packed with people. Major Maury had accompanied her. It was a chance to get to know him, and exchange some opinions with him. He had given her the impression of a straightforward, intelligent, and serious-minded person. She had put aside the luciferous thoughts of the previous morning. Perhaps today's environment had also given her a helping hand. The mournful circumstance showed her life in a different perspective. She went, as soon as the flood of people was gone, to offer condolences to Lucia's parents. The coffin was laid on the ground. Don Cesare had blessed the casket for the last time with the aspergillum. Then the boys, the ones with clean faces, had each thrown in a handful of earth. Finally, they had left the work to the gravediggers who had started the bobcat filling the grave in a few minutes. Daniela had approached Don Cesare. "Good morning, Don Mario. The poor girl is now finally in peace." Don Mario assented with a sigh. "Could I take the opportunity to ask you a few questions?" "Follow me to the rectory, ma'am." They entered. "Give me 5 minutes to change, and I'll be with you." Daniela walked up the driveway that connected the church to the cemetery, back and forth, waiting for the priest. After a couple of minutes, he appeared in the doorway. "Follow me." So in plain clothes, wearing that hunter's outfit, the sleeveless jacket, and underneath, the dark grey long-sleeved polo shirt and jeans, he certainly didn't look like a priest. "Tell me, ma'am. I won't ask you how things are going because I know you are bound by investigative secrecy." "Thank you. I just wanted to ask you one question. I don't want to know anything about the contents, because you are also bound by a secret, that of confession. I would just like to know, if you can tell me. First of all, were you Lucia's confessor?" "Yes," he hinted, gravely. "Okay, good. So the question is this: when did Lucia last confess?" This much he could tell her. Don Cesare looked up, as if making a mental count. "Not so long ago. Lucia often went to confession. It happens to pure souls. It's kind of like what happens to people whose house is in perfect order, shining. Every speck of dust has to be removed." He smiled at the metaphor. Daniela also smiled. Lucia had found her peace, and she was no longer being tossed around between cold storage and rough tables. People could think of her with tenderness. Only tenderness. "As I remember, but I think it was before Lent." "And did she receive Holy Communion?" Here, too, the Reverend paused. Evidently, he did not need to make long calculations. "I think I remember, at that time. Maybe the last time was on the first Sunday of Lent, if not even earlier." He shook his head, grimacing, as if angry with his memory. "I can't remember it accurately." "Before her last confession, did she confess often?" Don Cesare smiled again. "As I told you, ma'am, she could not tolerate a single speck of dust on the furniture of her home, of her spiritual home. If not every week, at least every 2 weeks. And often every week. She felt a need to cleanse herself of what to her were sins." He dropped the sentence in mid-sentence, as if to say, "I could even tell them, so naive were they," with a naivete made all the sweeter by tragedy, but it was not possible to tell anything covered by secrecy, except for dropping hints. "Thank you very much. Reverend, you have been of great help. You re-welcome, ma'am, and we hope the truth will come out soon." Daniela smiled, then phoned Mauri. The major had stopped at the local station to update the 3 carabinieri who were on duty there. Mauri reached her in a few minutes. He carried a sealed envelope under his arm. "Here, ma'am. It is the material you requested. These are the diaries of Lucia Menconi, as you requested this morning. The current year, and the previous one. The colleagues went to her mother's house this morning. She handed them over without any problems. If they can help you shed any light," she told the colleagues. "Poor woman," concluded the officer, shaking his head. On the way back to Gabbiana, Daniela had asked Maury some questions about the visit at Lucia's mother. In reality, there was little to report. Mari had already summarized everything in the 2 lines when handing her the diaries. He personally had not been to the mother's house. In fact, while they were at the church, she could not have been home. Lucia's mum was also at the church for her daughter's funeral. The guys from the bridge station had been there. He had even told her. "No worries," laughed Daniela to herself. Just another phrase to fill the void. The silence on the way back. Mari was also steeped in thought. "Major," she broke the silence, "we've never talked about it. But that pub, the Old Highlander. Do you want to know if I like it, or if I know it?" "Both." "I know it, albeit superficially. We've dropped in a few times, and we come back to see them from time to time. These nice little guys. All of them are potential customers. All or most of them. Consequently, I think I answered the first question as well." He smiled. "Sure. But more specifically?" De Angelis mentioned drugs. "Light stuff. I think marijuana or so." "Yes. He's told you what there is to know about that bad place. I might add that a couple of those are familiar faces. We know them. They've already had a runaround with us. At least one. Get me the list of the regulars." Once they arrived at the courthouse, she greeted Mari and quickly climbed the stairs. She was eager to read poor Lucia's diaries. She sat down in her office and began, very calmly, to leaf through them. She started, as the psychologist had done, from the last page, the last piece of writing. She read the verse from the Gospel of Mark. She tried leafing through them from the front as well, to see if she could find anything, a doodle, a clue. Nothing. The girl had refused to communicate what she was going through, even to herself. That girl had abandoned her beloved piano, as well as the harmonium in the church. Something had taken away her joy of life. Had she taken on? Or had she been burdened with too heavy a load? She continued scrolling through the current year's diary. She wrote on it every day. With a truly meticulous passion for detail, she jotted down the events of the day. As in the case of Wednesday, January 24th, a day like any other, Lucia had written. Quiet day. Everything good at school. Oral test in pedagogy. Grade 8, maths test. Test results arrived, 6.5. Need to improve. Afternoon studied English, history, and maths. 6 o'clock at the parish. Sammy came to see me from Gabbiana by bike. After dinner, talked a little with Mum and played the piano. Tried a new Chopin piece, a polonaise, which I had never played. Pretty good. These were the events. Then, below, the comments. I am quite satisfied with my day. I talked with Don Mario. I confided in him the desire to be more committed to others. I have a peaceful life, but at times I feel useless. He told me not to worry. He says I am doing my duty at school, in the parish, in the family. But I still feel that I am missing something. I am missing something. Did that something take her to that suburban pub? It was well maintained, and had all the details. Of course, whoever furnished it showed taste, attention to detail, and meticulousness. But the people that went there, what about her? What was she doing there? She tried reading ahead, the pages preceding the 6th of February, the date of the verses of Mark. Lucia had used caution in jotting down her events, assuming these events had really happened. Unless, the verse of Mark, Marco in Italian. Mark as Marco Pucciaroli. No. No. Absurd. Mark the evangelist. Announcer of the good news. Had Mark dragged her there, where conversion was needed? Absurd. Although there was something irritating Daniela, like an absurd or repetitive tune. The more try to chase them out of your head, the more they drum on. Persistent, annoying, and exhausting. and Daniela tried to shake off the forced association. But the forced association came back. Overpowering. Again. The 5th of February. School went well. They gave us our report cards. Finally. I was afraid of failing maths. But instead I was spared. A 6. 8 in pedagogy. I've chosen the right school for me. I want to become an educator. Even Don Mario tells me so. I feel a bit embarrassed. But perhaps there's some truth in what he says. I really want to be useful. Who knows? Tomorrow. I might even go to Africa. Or Brazil. To teach poor children. First, I need to strengthen my skills in foreign languages. But I am sure languages are best learned on site. Now, I must work for others here. I look around and see so many people in need of help. They feel lost. They need to understand that life isn't all there, where they believe it is. They are older than me, but sometimes they seem like Pinocchio and Lampwick in the Land of Toys. Pinocchio and Lampwick in the Land of Toys. Daniela smiled. It was a metaphor drawn from children's literature. Although Pinocchio is a masterpiece that could be appreciated at any age. In Lucia's case, however, it seemed to reflect the world from which she came. A world she may not yet have fully emerged from. Who were Pinocchio and Lampwick? She continued to read. The 18th of February. Sunday. It's a beautiful sunny Sunday. It's cold. Really cold, but I can feel spring. 10 o'clock at Mass. I played the organ. The organ, she called it. Not the harmonium, Daniela thought. She continued. Don Mario said some words about brotherhood. We should not be afraid. There are no good guys and bad guys. It will be Jesus. On the last day, who will divide the good guys from the bad guys. Until then there will be possibility of salvation for all. Even those who look bad must have something good. Otherwise, how could they be a child of God? On the way out of Mass I saw Pac-Man. He thinks he impresses me with that motorcycle. I just find him silly. He and his friends are just big children. Pac-Man. Who was Pac-Man? Where did he come from? Daniela pulled out the diary from the previous year, searching for this name. She scrolled through the pages with careful haste, focused on this nickname. Pac-Man was an electronic game, one of the first, from the early 1990s, perhaps even the late 1980s. A digital maze in which oversized faces with huge shark mouths tried to devour the player. Pac-Man. Of course, she had even played it herself, maybe even with Silvano, in the early days. She was still just a little girl, she thought, with a pang in her heart. Her adolescence had been devoted entirely to. She let go of memories, feelings, and resentments about those years. No one would ever return them to her. She had lived through those years. However, but Lucia had not, neither alone nor with a boyfriend. Even if he held her captive for 20 years, she would never have them. She resumed reading the diary, scrolling through the weeks and months, but found no trace of Pac-Man. Perhaps it was there under its real name, or another nickname. She wanted to find the connection. While the association between Marco, Evangelist, Pucciaroli, kept rattling in her head, she struggled to find a connection between Pucciaroli and Pac-Man. Could it fit? She tried. Pucciaroli, Pucci, Puck-Fan. With a little imagination, the mispronunciation in English, Pac-Man. It seemed a bit forced. Like looking for a connection at any cost. More needed to be understood. Daniela closed Lucia's diaries. She needed to shift her attention to another object. She slipped the diaries into a pouch, which she stowed away in her drawer, as if to preserve the modesty of that tender, candid, wonderful young girl. Then she picked up the printout of Pucciaroli's Facebook activity. The team in the operations unit had done a good job, highlighting in yellow the profiles of friends whose phone records they had matched. There was everything. Sentences in ungrammatical Italian. Definitely not Marcos, who perhaps, because of his good use of grammar and spelling, had managed to create such a deliberately grammatically incorrect letter. Pictures, video clips, links to songs. Perhaps the best choice would have been to navigate that space a bit, to check its contents interactively. Daniela tried to focus on the month of February. It seemed to her to be the key, the time when the turning point occurred, the theoretical meeting between Lucia and the dimwits at the Old Highlander. Certainly during that time, Lucia had seen her life altered very radically. In that month, she had set certain resolutions for herself. Perhaps, Daniela guessed, the upcoming Lent was a time for her to devote herself to a project. A project of redemption, Pac-Man. This was the problem. On Pucciaroli's personal Facebook page, the term Pac-Man was never mentioned. Not even once. It could have been that Pucciaroli was known by a different nickname, depending on the circles he hung out in. Maybe not in the pub or on Facebook. Perhaps it was a nickname he had picked up a few years earlier, when he was a frequent visitor to the parish. Hadden, the mother, claimed to have had thoughts of Lucia, possibly as Marcos' girlfriend. She would summon the mother to the prosecutor's office. She wanted to know more about certain passages in her son's life. She wanted to know if they had dated, Marco and Lucia. And then she wanted to know if that nickname, Pac-Man, was familiar to her, or if it was just her imagination. As she flipped through the Facebook printouts, focusing on the 4 weeks between the 6th of January and the 5th of February, she lifted the telephone receiver and dialed. De Angelis. Can you call Mr. Pucciaroli to the prosecutor's office? When? As soon as possible. No. I don't know if Shay's at the hospital. That's your job. Never mind the excuses. And see if you can track her down, for heaven's sake. She was irritated. She took a sip of water from the small bottle resting on the side table, and resumed reading. There were various pieces of music next to their name. Unfortunately, as they were printed, she could not listen to them. Many contemporary songs that were unfamiliar to her. Like so many people, she had noticed. The most cherished songs were the ones you learn between the ages of 16 and 20. And then you stop. There were a few older tracks, something from the 1970s, from when she was a child, or didn't even exist. Al Stewart's The Year of the Cat. Vasco Rossi in abundance with Voglio una vita spericolata, almost the national anthem for the dimwits at the pub. From the song, and then we find ourselves like the stars, to drink whiskey. Then she found a link to a song she had seen a few pages before. The song by Italian singer Ron, Il gigante e la bambina, the giant and the little girl. It said something to her. She tried humming it, but went no further than the tune. The words wouldn't come out of her mouth. Yeah, it certainly wasn't among the most listened to songs. Then she found it again later, couple of pages on, and a comment from Marco, to the friends link that suggested it to him. We, LLC. And a fourth time, too much to be a coincidence. She opened the terminal and connected to YouTube. She typed in The Giant and the Little Girl and started listening. The Giant and the Little Girl. Under the sun against the wind. On a timeless day. Walked among the stones. Walked among the stones. Walked among the stones. The giant is a gardener. The little girl is like a flower, clutching his heart tightly, with tender roots. With tender roots. With tender roots. She pressed the pause button. The giant is a gardener. The little girl is like a flower clutching his heart tightly with tender roots. She remembered. The song had been discussed. It had been censored. She had not followed the case. It was an echo of a distant story, of such things as the Mattei case. She had heard about it. It must have caused a stir. It still made the news. But to her, deep down, such news said nothing. She presses the play button again, to hear the sequel. And the giant's hand, on that creature's chest, dissolves all fear, is a refuge of hope, is a refuge of hope, is a refuge of hope. Of the giant and the little girl. They spoke about them in the village. And anger gives courage. To go up to the woods. To go up to the woods. To go up to the woods. The giant and the little girl. They found them asleep. A hawk and sparrow embraced. Like children of the Lord. Like children of the Lord. Like children of the Lord. The giant is now standing, with his sword of love, and weeping cuts the flower, before it is trampled on. Before it is trampled on. Before it is trampled on. Walked among the stones. Under the sun, against the wind. On a timeless day. But of course, those words are so telling. The giant now stands with his sword of love, and weeping cuts the flower before it is trampled on. Was Lucia the little girl? Was Lucia the flower that has to be cut with the sword of love? She felt a gasp. Someone had been playing behind the little girl's back. So was it all arranged? Premeditated? She, the little greenhouse, flower, she, the catechist, she, the pure, the candid, she who went to confession as soon as a speck of dust fell on her furniture, to use Don Cespuglio's metaphor. What had it been? A bet between those dimwits. Who would the giant be who would sever the flower? But, she reflected, bending indignation, but this was also true. No violation had been recorded in the autopsy. The girl was, she was even annoyed to think of that term, which made her even more pure, in her adolescence, which was all about striving for the benefit of others. Chapter 17. She had slept soundly. Tuesday had been a convulsive day. Yes, but it had ended on a calm note. The report of Jovine, that Daniela had read over and over again. The funeral of Lucia, who had finally found rest. And those connections, the guesses made, in some ways forced. Yes, but they also tended to string the various elements together into a single necklace. That night, she had had a strange dream. She had gone to the morgue, but it was a freaky morgue. It was like a church, or a supermarket. There were no objects of worship present. Everything was as white as snow. Once inside, she had found this wide aisle, in which there was a noticeable bustle of people. At the bottom, there were 2 floors, a raised floor, that could only be reached by climbing a staircase of about 15 steps, and a basement floor, which could only be reached by descending the same number of steps. That's why it looked like a church to her, more precisely, a cathedral. Why it reminded her of a supermarket was clear. She had thought once she woke up, recalling this vivid dream, it looked like the one in which she used to go when she lived in Siena, a small supermarket in which there were 2 floors, offset from the entrance floor. But who was she looking for in that strange morgue? The giant. Someone had explained to her how the sections were divided. On the mezzanine floor were placed the coffins of people who had died in adulthood. Young, old, afflicted by illness. Others surprised by a heart attack. Others killed by an accident. Or consumed by the years. Downstairs the children, the innocents. From there came a light, a great light, It contrasted with the darkness upstairs. There, the room was only brightened by the flickering flames of candles. She was already about to climb up the stairs. The giant was certainly among them when she met Maori. The Major was coming up from the crypt. Maori had seemed to her a cold, almost cynical person, busy as he was examining the facts without indulging in commentary, however, was now shaking his head, dejected. "It's not possible, it's not possible," he kept repeating. How unfair. Why? He had not even paid any attention to her, and had continued on his way undaunted, shocked to see how many prematurely broken lives were placed there in a row, side by side. Daniela had seen him walk away, and had not even tried to stop him. She was already about to go upstairs, looking for the giant, when she cast her eye into the basement. Midst the coffins, gathered in the small white boxes reserved for innocents, she saw a larger one, much larger, the giant. So they had placed him there. From above, she could see the situation well. She went down the stairs, and headed resolutely near the giant's coffin. She was alone. No one had gathered in prayer, or, at least, meditation. She sat at his side. She stared at him. The giant seemed to be looking at her, but it was only her impression. Something begged in his gaze. Was he alive? Was he about to be buried? Daniela felt a sense of horror. Such a tragedy had to be prevented. She kept unceasingly running his gaze over every inch of his body. His chest seemed to move, in an imperceptible, yet real breath. And those eyes. Prevent me from being buried. I am alive. Do something for me, they seemed to say to her. You cut off that flower, she had answered him sternly. But as she said it, she realized that she was the first to disbelieve her own words. I cut it. It is true. But so that it would not be trampled on. She had not uttered these words. The giant was motionless. So much so that some anonymous gravediggers approached with a bureaucratic demeanor, and commented that it wasn't yet time for that. These words, however, Daniela had sensed them. I cut it. It is true. But so that it would not be trampled on. At that moment it was as if she had made a commitment to the giant. In fact, 2 commitments. The first was to ascertain if that was the case. He had cut the flower so that no one would trample on it. The second was to prevent it from being buried alive. She had woken up serene, although pensive. What had that dream meant? Certainly it had reproposed to her duties, not looking for a culprit. But, before that, the truth. Then this figure of the giant. She had had an early breakfast in the garden, in that crisp air in which it gives immense pleasure to have something on. A sweater, a sweatshirt, a shawl. That air allowed one to breathe deeply. It was a glorious day, and the Apuan Alps were flooded with light. That sun could not be seen yet, because it had risen behind her, but it was there, and it manifested itself with those shining rays against the mountains. Not many noises. Just a few birds. It was not yet 6 a.m. in spring. She loved waking up early, to enjoy those cool hours of genuine freedom. They were moments all for herself. So were those in the evening, but with a different flavor. In the evenings there was a longing for rest. The conclusion of the day. Thoughts about what had happened often got tangled up with each other. Morning was the promise of a mental virginity, of a fresh start. She could only think of terms borrowed from computer science. A refresh. A reset. Breakfast in peace. In solitude. In silence. But it was a fertile solitude. The mind was free. Almost in a projection of dreams. Imagining situations that rationality would have called absurd. But this freedom was a harbinger of possibilities. The images presented to her could be discarded or accepted, without fear of judgment. For that very reason, they were truly interesting and allowed her to analyze new scenarios. As she sipped her cup of steaming hot coffee, an entire mocha for 3, she thought back to the giant in her dream. She considered certain aspects. Of course, the giant was the result of a suggestion. The idea of finding the reference to Ron's song on Marco Pucciare's personal Facebook page. So far, nothing remarkable, but the remarkable details were two. First, the giant was placed together with the innocent souls. She, though, in particular, of Mauri, as he walked up the stairs, after visiting those small coffins. Mauri showed that he was upset about that injustice. And the giant was there, among those who had not had a chance to live. And who was the latter? Was Marco himself the giant? Was that the idea? Had he been a victim instead of an executioner? Had he cut off the flower so that it would not be trampled? She had sensed, even though the giant was unable to speak, she had sensed these words. And then there was the second aspect. She was the only one that had realized the giant was alive. He was casting pleading glances at her. He seemed to be saying to her, "Save me. No one here has noticed that I am alive. If you don't do something, I am doomed." Was it like that? Who knows? Her attitude towards dreams had always been twofold. On the one hand, she considered them a parallel reality. As such, they could not be ignored. On the other hand, she was aware that they often reflected anxieties, fears, and perplexities, an unconscious consciousness. She laughed at the oxymoron. Chapter 18. She had arrived at the office early that morning. She had sat at her desk when it was not yet 8 o'clock, and the usher had looked at her with a look of pity. Go figure her out, this one. She loiters all day, outside and inside, then comes so early. He was used to not seeing her before 9 o'clock. She had drunk another coffee, this time an espresso. Then, as the clock on the cell phone display changed from 7:59 to 8, she had heard it ring. She saw De Angelis on the display. "Good morning, De Angelis." "Tell me." "Good morning, ma'am." "Excuse me. Is it too early? Shall I call you later? I waited until 8 o'clock. "Tell me." "De Angelis. I am in the office." "Oh, good. So, ma'am, I have tracked down the witness. Mrs. Pucciaroli. If you are in the office this morning, I can bring her to you." "Chaise at the hospital? Just let me know a time. You can come at 9 o'clock. I'll be waiting." She hung up. While waiting, she had reviewed a few documents. In particular, the file she received on Marco Pucciaroli. Marco Pucciaroli, born in Gabbiana on resident in usual stories. Then some physical data. Height 192 centimeters. 1 meter 92, 6 feet 9 inches. She hadn't realized it, seeing him there, lying unconscious in the hospital's intensive care unit. A giant. The giant. In fact, she had never seen him standing. She paused a few moments, gazing at infinity, in the direction of the windows. Then she shook his head a few times, as if to approve an inner reasoning of her own. Much of the theory was being composed. Now it was necessary to try to support it with tangible data or deny it. At 9 o'clock sharp, De Angelis entered with Mrs. Pucciaroli. "Good morning. Good morning. Have a seat. You too." "De Angelis." "Please," she told him, pointing to the computer where the Maresciallo was about to type. "Firstly, Madam, how is your son?" The woman was visibly distressed. She must have had hardly any sleep over the past few nights, spent mostly in a chair at her son's bedside, but beyond the physical exhaustion. It must have been the inner ordeal, having found herself at the center of a problem bigger than herself. Never could she have supposed or imagined. It was true. That boy was not, he had no steady job. no qualifications. But thank you, Mom. Marco is better. The doctors have lifted the prognosis. He no longer seems to be in danger of dying. However, and here she burst into tears. Stay strong, madam. She once again handed her the package with the paper tissues. And once again, the woman politely refused them, pulling the cotton one out of her bag. Excuse me, Mum, resumed the poor woman, after blowing her nose noisily and wiping her eyes. Excuse me. Take your time. I understand. No. I can continue. No. I can continue. However, I was telling you, I am not yet able to say whether he will be able to resume two really important activities, such as walking and talking. Maybe, and she blew her nose a second time, even louder, maybe our fate is a wheelchair, where he will spend his days, without being able to say a word. I am here now, but when I am gone, come on now, you will see that you will not be left alone. Words of sympathy. But not only that. The woman really moved her to compassion. Excuse me again. I come here to you, and am sure you have things to do. You have to carry out your investigations, and I complain about my misfortunes. Please excuse me. The woman had a very high sense of dignity, as Daniela had already witnessed during their first meeting. You. Welcome. I'm the one that asked about your son. Anyway, tell me, your son had enemies. Do you know about that? The woman showed a bewildered look. Marco. Enemies? To my knowledge, no. I would say not at all. There was no reason to doubt her words. De Angelis wrote. Did you know if he was known among his friends by any nickname? The woman paused for a few moments to reflect. Her expression seemed less pained, focused as she was on giving an answer to the prosecutor. Let me think. More than one. Marcino. Sure. But especially in the family sphere. Pucci. Short for Pucciaroli. Yes. I happened to hear that one. A few times. You know, I have to say that the occasions when I was in the company of my son outside the home were not frequent. And, as I had the opportunity to tell you, in the house I never saw anyone. Or hardly anyone. So Marcino and Pucci. Anything else? Wait. Now that I think about it, you know what kind of man he is? Was. It was a deeply emotional moment for the woman. Stay strong. It was not just an incitement to continue. Daniela felt truly involved, beyond her institutional role, even if she could not let it leak out. Stay strong, she repeated. Please excuse me again. But every time I come back with my mind to reality. Do you understand me? Anyway, yes. He is not he was. Although, we may perhaps no longer be able to see him in all his imposing stature. A real giant. Strong, muscular. How are they going to put him to bed or lift him up? The question had flowed out of her like this, from the free flow of thought, but she regained her composure immediately. To return to your question, they called him Giga, Gigante, the giant. When someone addressed him, they often call him, with this nickname, Hey, giant. Or, when they talked about him, the giant said, the giant did. A point in favor of her argument. The giant and the little girl. Thank you, madam. That's extremely helpful. Now I have few more questions. Feel free to ask, ma'am. Then, these days, whenever you want. I am here, at the hospital, just a stone's throw away. Tell me, what are the relations between your family and the Menconi family? We have been friends for years. Although, after my husband's death, we practically stopped seeing each other. Any particular reason? Any disagreement? No, none of that. She hastened to reassure her on the subject. It was me. Rather, once I was widowed, with a teenage son, I withdrew into myself, into my loneliness. We used to go out together, on Sundays, in spring and summer, have picnics, occasionally go to the beach together. Always on Sundays. Especially out of season, in spring, when the beaches are not yet covered with umbrellas. After that, I didn't feel like it. The very idea of going with them exacerbated my sense of loneliness. Maybe I made a mistake. Go on. When did your husband pass away? 6 years ago. An accident. He went out on the street for an errand, got run over by a car, mowed down. Marco was 16 years old. She was not looking for sympathy. Telegraphic, dignified. Perhaps today's tragedy had already blurred the memory of the previous ordeal. It allowed her to talk about it with a certain detachment. So your families were friends? I am still friends with Lucia's mum, although we rarely see each other. What about your sons? When my husband died, Marco was 16 and Lucia was 10. At that age, 6 years is almost a generational leap. When they were younger, Marco let her play. She was kind of like a little sister. She was in love with him. But don't get me wrong, in love, the way a little girl can be in love with her daddy, or her uncle, or her older brother. After my husband's accident, everything changed. Marco shut himself up in an acidic muteness. He rejected that world in which he had always lived. What was the relationship between Marco and his father? The widow brightened up. Wonderful. My husband was really an exemplary father, a fair person, understanding but also determined, and affectionate. He devoted a lot of time to Marco, who was in his early teens. So Marco must have suffered a lot. Immensely. Although I never saw him shed a tear. Unfortunately, it would have helped him. I saw him harden. I saw him grow up, suddenly, not only physically. After his father's death, he grew 6 inches. But what impressed me most was the change in his character, this toughness, even towards the Menconi family. Then, he almost stopped speaking to Lucia altogether. In a nutshell, he felt deceived. He thought he had suffered an injustice, that there was a happy family there, while his family had been seriously damaged. Maybe. I don't know. Surely you don't think, the woman asked, suddenly alarmed. Surprise had painted itself on her face. Her eyebrows had risen. The skin of her eyelids stretched. Small wrinkles had drawn on her forehead, frowned, and her lower lip drooped. Then, after the surprise had passed, she went dark. Mrs. Pucciaroli, I don't think anything at the moment. I am only gathering elements. She said this in a firm, but also reassuring tone, as if to comfort her. She was not there to hurt her. Besides, that poor boy had paid, and was paying a huge penalty, regardless of what he might have committed. Excuse me again. I feel a little fragile. Anyway. Yes. I think he felt a bit victimized. But I don't think he could be responsible for any crimes. I don't think so either, she let slip, immediately regretting the words. She could not make comments of any kind, but now they had slipped out. I'd like to ask you for one more piece of information. The name Pac-Man. Does that ring a bell? Pac-Man. The woman showed a bewildered expression. She bent over in thought, resting her forehead on the thumb and forefinger of her right hand, which she had brought together for improvised support. Then she raised her head, looking towards the ceiling. Pac-Man, she repeated. But, wasn't it an electronic game? Yes, of course. It was a game Lucia and Marco used to play. He used to teach her computer games. There were little monsters with their mouths wide open. They were trying to maul the player, who had to get out of a maze. Is that all? No. Wait, Marco would take Q to play with Lucia. When we went on Sunday trips, they would play this game. He would approach her, with robot moves, opening and closing his mouth. He would emulate the character from electronic games. Lucia, who was a little girl of 8 or 9, looked a little terrified and laughed. She provoked him, approached him. They were a sight to behold. Oh, how we laughed. The nostalgic expression indulged in times that would never return. Memories of happy times. It sounded rhetorical. Mrs. Pucciaroli. That's all for now. I thank you for your cooperation. You've been really helpful. We may well call you again. Do you have a cell phone number? Of course. Write it down for you. You can leave it with the Maresciallo. She got up to walk her to the door. Thank you again, and stay strong, she said, shaking her hand. So, 2 important points, actually 3. The first was that the giant theory was plausible. Marco could really be the giant. That's what he was called. The second was about the friendship of the 2 families, interrupted abruptly because of the serious, traumatic bereavement. And then Pac-Man. Yes. Of course, the whole Pucciaroli, Pac, that had been a castle of her imagination. But it could have been that Lucia kept calling him Pac-Man. She imagined her, as a child, playing in the meadows, in the woods. Marco, around 15 years old, would approach pretending to eat her while she defied danger. He was not Marco. He was Pac-Man. Then Marco disappears from her life. Those carefree Sundays remain a legacy of childhood. The golden age will never return. Maybe they are even glorified. Marco is no longer there. Actually, he is. She sees him. The village is small. They all bump into each other. But he almost pretends not to know her. He shuns her, avoids her, and ignores her. Lucia is disappointed. Marco is dead. He belongs to the past. Marco is dead. But Pac-Man is alive. In her imagination, he is the immortal hero of her childhood. No one can ever erase him. She opened the drawer, took the envelope, and pulled out the diary. She went to the page of the last Sunday, and read once again. On the way out of Mass, I saw Pac-Man. He thinks he impresses me with that motorcycle. I just find him silly. He and his friends are just big children. She felt pity for that big boy. He wanted to take the place of her childhood hero. And she pitied him, as if to say, you think you're big, but you were much bigger then, when you made me laugh carefree. Good, very good, thought Daniela. Or rather, bad, very bad. However, she thought back to the words carelessly let slip, with the poor widow Pucciaroli. She really was less and less convinced that Marco could have killed Lucia. So, she heard her cell phone ring. As usual, she glanced at the display. Maury. Good morning. Major. Good morning, ma'am. Dry tone, very professional, someone who knew his stuff. Convinced of what he was doing. He certainly didn't have De Angelis' tendency to flatter. Any news? I have the list you asked for. I would be pleased to look at it directly with you. Chapter 19. Maury entered Daniela's office 15 minutes after the phone call. He took a seat as he followed Daniela's mechanical gesture of invitation, as one who is perfectly at ease does. He carried a file folder under his arm. He laid it on the desk. Here I have the names, he said with satisfaction. How many? Asked Daniela. About 10. The pool has narrowed, I would say. Let's see. She went through the list, which was well written. First name, surname, age, occupation, including unemployed and casual workers, Any previous offences? 3 had related to the drug affair, on which they had cleared themselves. A couple, then, were also related to public order incidents. Minor acts of violence. Rough handling, mostly while intoxicated. Baratini Mirko. Berticelli Christian. Brunicardi Giulio. Colombani Franco. Donati Christian. Frasetti Matteo. Genovesi Davide. Laurieri Christian. Here she stopped, lingering on the comment. Christian seems to be a popular name. Then she resumed. Matarocci Aldo. Zagarelli Roberto. Is that all? That's all, Mauri confirmed, with a grave expression. Perfect. Let's visit our sick boy today. Let's ask the doctor if it's possible. It's Wednesday, after all. The hospital was called. The doctor was there, and it was okay to visit. Confirmed for 4 p.m. I must warn you, Ma'am, Pucciaroli is unable to talk. I know. Thank you. See you later. Then, once she had hung up, Mauri, have De Angelis pick me up at 3:45. Mauri nodded his head in assent. His expression seemed to say, Don. T worry. Already planned. Also Daniela resumed. Bring me Lucia's parents here. She glanced at the clock. It's 10:15, if you can by noon. If not at 2:30. I'll tell De Angelis. You know how efficient he is. Very good dismissing him. There was no time for comments. As soon as the major was out, she took the diary from the drawer once again. She wanted to read it more carefully. Some clue had surely escaped her. The circle was tightening. Something was taking shape in her head, although it was still undefined. A sketch. A nebula. Yet there was no denying that it had a body and a thickness. At 12 o'clock, Mrs. Menconi entered. Obsequious. Despite the mourning, great dignity, and respect for institutions. Good evening. Ma'am, I apologize for my husband. He's working. He told me to tell you that whatever I say also applies for him. She slipped her right hand into her bag and pulled out a piece of paper written on by an uncertain hand, a hand unaccustomed to writing. I hereby authorize my wife herein, Mrs. Marta Menconi, to testify on my behalf. In witness whereof, Luca Menconi, followed by the date and place. Daniela smiled at the spelling of testify. Poor people, people who had not studied, they placed the utmost trust in institutions. Good. Thank you, madam. For me, your husband is justified. She did not even have the temptation to smile at the error. How are you, Ma? She asked her. Oh. It's really hard, Mom. But we are more serene now. Though, now she has finally been given a Christian burial. There was so much dignity, so much composure. She had a desire to express her support, her compassion, and her anger at the fate of the little girl. But she couldn't. She was there for another reason. She had to show herself even colder than she actually was. Mrs. Menconi, I have summoned you. No, ma'am, I am not a Mrs. I am Marta. Please. You make me uncomfortable. No one has ever called me Mrs. De Angelis gave her a weird look, as if to tell her, look, no confidences are allowed here. Marta looked at him with bewildered eyes. There was a moving humility. Daniela breathed deeply before continuing. She pretended not to have heard. Mrs. Menconi. I have summoned you to elaborate on some aspects of your…" She coughed. "Lucia. What do you want to know, Mum?" While asking, Marta had approached the desk with her torso. "Do you know something about the pub?" Seeing the questioning expression, she corrected himself. "I mean the bar, the old Highlander? The English one? Yes. I don't like it very much. There are some guys, no. I don't know anything about it, actually. Did Lucia hang out there, to your knowledge?" "Lucia? My Lucia?" she asked, with an incredulous expression, pointing the fingers of both hands to her chest. She almost seemed to want to identify with the little girl who was no longer with her. "No, Mom, no. Lucia, with those boys? I would say absolutely no." "Was there anyone among those boys that you knew?" The woman, Marta, spread her arms wide. "I never went there, Mom. I am not a person to go to pubs, and neither is my husband. We don't know anything about it." "Clear, very clear. Let me ask you another question, Ma. If I tell you the name of Marco Pucciaroli, does it mean anything to you?" "Marco? Sure, of course. For years he was a friend of Lucia. She was little. He was 5 years older. We used to go out on Sundays with his parents. Marco was always nice to Lucia. However, poor Marco. How is he?" "I know about the accident. I haven't even been to see his mother. Poor woman. Who knows what she must have thought. But these days, Mum, with my head just not there. Forgive me. You and your family members, your husband and Lucia, used to go out with the Pucciaroli family. Then these Sunday outings stopped." "Yes, when Marco's dad died." "Do you remember what Lucia called Marco?" "We are talking about 5 years ago. She was a child. She was 11 years old." "Yes, of course. She gave him a strange name. Pac-Man. That's what she called him, Pac-Man." De Angelis continued undaunted to type on the keyboard. "After the death of Marco's father, did relationships break up?" "It's not that they broke up. We never quarreled. Marco's mother closed herself in her mourning, in her widowhood." "What about Marco? Has he never met Lucia again?" "They would go out as long as we families took them with us. As you will understand. With that age difference? At 16. 17 years old, Marco really had to take care of an 11-year-old girl. Then they went their own way." "I understand. Did they never see each other or hang out again?" "Different environments, Mom. And I myself, I will tell you, I lost sight of him. I didn't both about it that much. Bingham. Sorry about that. It's just that," she seemed to justify herself. "I had tried a few times with the mother. And then, you know how it is. After a few times you insist. And you see that there's no way, you also lose the urge to call." "Of course. But did you never bump into Marco again?" "Once in a while, by chance. We are in a small town, a little more than a village." "And did Lucia never tell you about Marco again?" Marta's expression darkened. Then, a flash, as she could tell from a rapid movement of her eyeballs that had darted from right to left. "She mentioned him to me a couple of times recently. Please try to remember when. Maybe in the carnival period." "What did she tell you? It's important." "But you don't mean to tell me that Marco is involved?" Unfortunately I ask the questions here. What did she say to you? What did she tell you?" It annoyed her endlessly, but she had to be harsh. Although the heartfelt sympathy she felt for the woman was immense. "Excuse me, Mom, if I took the liberty of, I didn't mean to, no. Lucia talked to me briefly about it. She told me he was being a bit of a show-off." "So, Marco showed up again in the carnival period, after 5 years of silence?" Marta nodded. "Yes, that's right. Maybe, You know how these kids are. Lucia was no longer a child. Marco saw her in a different light. He must have wanted to show off with her. That's normal, isn't it? It was normal. Or rather, it would have been normal, very normal. Too bad there was one dead. And, only by a miracle, there weren't two. Daniela got up from her desk. She took 2 or 3 steps around the room, stopping in front of the window to contemplate the landscape. She needed to clear her mind. She turned towards Marta. The woman was staring at her. Her jaw was completely dropped, her lower lip pendulous, almost trembling. Frightened eyes followed Daniela's movements around the room. Daniela could tell, even as her back was turned to her. You have been very helpful, for the time being. Thank you. Maresciallo De Angelis will bring you home. No, Mum. I don't want the Carabinieri to trouble themselves for me. There's a bus coming in half an hour. Don't worry about me. As you prefer. I may need to speak with you again. Now read. She turned to De Angelis, who had printed out the minutes, motioning for him to hand it over. Please read the witness statement. Then, if you agree with everything, I need you to sign. The woman quickly scanned the paper and quickly signed it. I am here. I never move from my house. Mom, whenever you need me, you can call me. It's a bit more problematic for my husband. Thank you. Mrs. Menconi, that will not be necessary. We will let you know. And, above all, I hope to give justice to poor Lucia's memory. Marta bent down, covering her face, for just a moment. Then she managed to mask her emotion. She turned to Daniela, clasping her hands in her own. Thank you, Mum, thank you. You don't know what a relief it gives me to hear these words. We do not seek revenge, only the truth. The good Lord will take care of the rest. Chapter 20. Daniela wandered for a long time, eating a tasty piece of pizza by the slice in one hand and a cola in her other hand. Appetizing. That place was one to keep in mind, but not for criminal reasons. Rather gastronomic ones. As she ate, she wondered what the secret was. Surely the ingredients were really first-rate. The stringy mozzarella, the oil, but, above all, the dough. It had wheat flour in it. She would have bet on it. Someday she would ask about it. Perhaps with a grim look on her face, investigating judiciary coming. She laughed. This day in early May was delightful, with clear skies and a mild midday temperature of 24 degrees, which she would ideally like to have all year round. She strolled under the trees. Tender little leaves had sprouted, little more than April buds, a triumph of green. The trees shaded her walk. The connection was there. The relationship between that awful place and Lucia had been established. Marco had lured her. There was no longer any doubt. Doubts there were, however, and many, about whether Marco had caused the little girl's death. This was inconsistent with the boy's fate. The hand must have been the same, but also with that third anonymous letter that had tried to put her on a path, to give her clues. And, above all, with that break-in, in an attempt to find his computer. Someone knew that Marco had snitched. He could have dropped some clues and put the judiciary on the trail of the culprit. That would mean that Marco was not the culprit, unless they found themselves faced with a psychiatric case. Her suspicion was on the pack. They were responsible. She had finished the last bite of pizza and taken her last sip of cola. She had thrown the garbage in the first rubbish bin she found along the road. Now she was walking with her hands free. This gave her the impression that her head was also clearer. The pack. What are the rules of the pack? Every self-respecting pack has its leader. Had Marco been instructed to lure Lucia? Had he been given the task? You know her, that little nun, and you have to bring her to us. We, take care of the rest. A loyalty test. How long had Marco been part of the pack? So Marco had approached her in January or early February. Daniela thought. Lucia had called him a braggart or something similar. Lucia had sensed that he was no longer the playful Pac-Man of her childhood, but that there was something perverse in his eyes. She had seen evil. Marco had insisted. Marco would not back down. He had to bring a full game bag back to his master. The more he insisted, the more Lucia perceived him as a braggart, and the deeper she felt the divide that had formed between them. But for Lucia, that divide was a duty, a mission. She had to overcome that divide. She had to extend a hand to that lost boy, so that he would not end up in a bad way. "I have not come for the healthy, but for the sick." That was the phrase from the gospel written in her diary, or something similar. So she had responded to Marcos' invitations, and he had become cocky. He had succeeded in his intent to lure her. She, on the other hand, was confident that she could take charge of the game. She was not afraid of ending up in the wolf's den. She imagined Lucia entering the old Highlander, confident of herself, proud, almost bold. A chance to witness her faith in a practical way. Those needs, those requests written so clearly on the pages of a diary with increasing insistence. Daniela continued to stroll on the beautiful cycle-pedestrian path. It was really a pleasure. She sat down on a bench to bask in a few rays of sunshine. May, the first of the months, without an hour. She smiled. She stayed there, enjoying the first warmth of the season. Let's recap, she thought. Lucia enters the debauched pub. In those days the song, "The Giant and the Little Girl," appear repeatedly on Marcos' personal Facebook page. What did the leader of the pack decide? Should Marco cut off the flower? He thinks about it. Thinks fearfully about the fact that someone wants to trample that flower. A little bit of humanity makes its way into him. There is the memory of the times when he used to play with that child. Now a young girl. They were happy. He's already grown up. She looks at him with the eyes of love. Like an uncle. A big brother. A second daddy. Marco feels revulsion. For himself, for his life, for the turn it had taken. He is mingling with the other dimwits. But he can no longer turn back. These are the rules of the pack. He doesn't know what to do. He is now at the point of no return. He wants to do something. He wants to save Lucia. But he can't. However, other doubts open up and take shape. Lucia, it seems, was not taken by force. She was not raped, unless hot flashes took hold of Daniela at times, confronted in the solitude of her office with the most outlandish and scabrous hypotheses. What had they done to her? Who had done it? Had they just killed her, throwing her off the bridge, or had there been more to it? Only killed. What a cynical thought. If someone else had said it, how could she have commented? Instead, in this case it had flowed right out of the stream of his own thoughts. There was more than that. In those 2 months, from the time Lucia had stopped writing the diary until her tragic end, there had been more. These were the fundamental questions she had to ask herself. In her search for truth, that much she had to find out. She looked at her watch. It was 2:20. It was time to go back in. She reluctantly abandoned her bench, the rays of spring sunshine, that warmth in which she enjoyed both heat and coolness, and re-entered the prosecutor's office. On the walk back, then again down the stairs, taken at a slow pace, sitting at her desk, she kept thinking, imagining what might have happened. In less than an hour, De Angelis would pick her up to the hospital. However, she was increasingly certain there had been a breaking point in Lucia's life, a moment after which her life had never been the same. The end, or rather, the interruption, in her intentions, of confessions and, in general, of the sacraments, the diary left blank, and her beloved piano, which she had abandoned, or almost abandoned. All of a sudden, putting these elements back together, she was more and more certain. The turning point was the 7th of February. Shrove Thursday. There was something that Marta, Lucia's tender mother, had not told her. After visiting Marco, Pac-Man, Pucciaroli, the giant. She would have spoken with the little girl's mother once more. Chapter 21. The doctor had gone to great lengths with his advice. Daniela had been on the verge of getting irritated, of answering him as he deserved, but luckily, she had restrained herself. Yes, he was still in a difficult condition. Yes, you should not cause him any upheaval. And so on. And so forth. She cut it short. Fortunately, he was no longer in the resuscitation room, where one can only enter fully dressed in that carnival outfit. At that moment, she realized she only called it that out of irritation at his excessive fussing. Marco had been placed in a small room, all to himself, in the orthopedic unit. The immediate neurological problems seemed to have been overcome. Now it was necessary to see how to manage the numerous fractures, for which so far only momentary precautions had been taken. The small room had just one bed, and had been chosen for security reasons. A carabiniere continued to guard the room. Until things were clearer. Until full light was shed. The risk of leaving him alone was too big. Whoever had tried to kill him might try again. Daniela entered, accompanied by De Angelis. She whispered a few things to the boy's mother, who had risen from her chair. Seeing her enter, she had stared into her eyes, with a pleading look, seeking understanding. She looked really tired. A few standard phrases. Then Daniela had asked her to go out. The woman had bowed her head, nodding it 2 or 3 times in agreement, then meekly left the small room, gracefully pulling herself behind the door. Marco was awake. He was immobilized to avoid any trauma. He looked like an Egyptian mummy. She suddenly remembered the dream of the night before. That bright morgue, inside the crypt, where the giant lay among the small coffins of the many innocents. Daniela looked at him with a frank, reassuring smile. "Good morning, Marco. How are you?" "How do you think?" she replied to herself. "Can't you see what state I'm in?" The boy looked up, as if to say, "I am here. I don't remember anything. I know you're unable to speak. I can tell something from your expressions. Though, do you understand me?" More eyeball movement. The boy was answering yes. "Do you recognize me? Do you know who I am?" Another significant expression. "I am Dr. Luccarini. I am the magistrate. I am investigating Lucia's death, and what happened to her. You were among those who frequented the old Highlander, were you not?" Eyes upward, then eyelid closed, his way of saying yes. "Wasn't it you who killed Lucia?" She knew. It hadn't been Marco. But she needed to immediately understand his way of saying no. The boy, in fact, first narrowed his eyes, then squinted them. A form of communication had been established. At least Daniela was satisfied. "Now I would like to know if these people I mention, all guys who used to hang out at your pub, are known to you, Marco. I know it was you who wrote the last anonymous letter. Unfortunately, you cannot tell me the real reason why you wrote it to me. But let's try." De Angelis, sitting at the small table, took down everything, exchanging glances with the prosecutor. There was a questioning look of the patient, waiting to hear the sequel. Daniela began to scan the names. Mirko Barattini. The boy's expression remained neutral. Christian Berticelli. A small hint of excitement that immediately calmed. Giulio Brunicardi. Emotion. De Angelis wrote everything down in a notebook, with quick strokes, never taking his eyes off the boy's face. Franco Colombani. No particular emotion. Christian Donati. Again, a gasp. Then the emotion had left him. Maybe it was the name Christian. Matteo Frusetti. Tension on his face. David Genovesi. No reaction. Christian Laurieri. Eyes widened. Terror had painted itself on his face. Daniela played dumb. She had to finish her list. Aldo Matarocci. No reaction. The boy's mind must have still been captured by the previous name. Roberto Zagarelli. Again, a grimace of tension. Daniela waited a few moments. She needed to put her thoughts in order, and also to give Marco time to calm down. So, Marco, the leader of the pack, is Christian Laurieri. The giant's terrified expression. Comments were unwarranted. Is it Christian who threw her off the bridge? The eyes showed an even deeper terror. They seemed to avert something. They seemed to be telling her something like, Don, tell them, those guys will ruin me. Those guys will ruin me. Daniela thought again, as if they hadn't done so already. Poor guy. Maybe he did not yet realize the fate that awaited him. To recap, the leader is Christian Laurieri, as you have confirmed to me. Then his loyalists are Matteo Frizzetti and Roberto Zagarelli. Daniela cast her gaze on the boy's chest. His breathing had increased dangerously. It was necessary to pause. Before leaving him, she had glanced at his face. His cheek muscles were tense, and she noticed that he was sweating slightly. If she could be satisfied with all the information she received, she could not say the same for the state in which she left the giant. She tried to reassure him as best she could. Thank you, Marco. Now stay calm. I don't think I will come to disturb you again. At least for a while. In any case, nothing we discussed will leak. She looked at him. He seemed to be calmer. He seemed to be saying to her, so, can I trust you? I didn't say anything. Those guys will kill me. They dangerous. Daniela answered him the same words. Rest assured. I repeat, you can trust me. We won't say anything to anyone. Now just focus on resting. You being taken care of here. Before leaving, she examined the signs that had worried her before. The sweat on his forehead had disappeared. His cheeks had relaxed. His profile had become regular again. Deep, as if the strong emotion that had seized him earlier had now left him. She stroked his hand, in a motherly way. De Angelis read the report. Just a formality, given the condition of the witness, who could not even sign it. Now rest. Goodbye, Marco. Finally she nodded to De Angelis, and they went out. Everything's fine, she had replied hastily to the doctor, who asked her how the interrogation had gone. I don't want to know what you asked. I wouldn't dream of it. But how is he? He's calm now. Then she and De Angelis walked towards the exit. Chapter 22. She summarized the important information Marco had given her. Although he could not speak, it had been extremely valuable. She was certain of that from the beginning. She knew she would not be disappointed. First of all, the leader. The leader was Christian Laurieri. His deputies were Matteo Frizzetti and Roberto Zagarelli. Although he could not verbally answer her questions, the boy had given her the confirmation she needed through all those affirmative signs. Full of genuine terror, the rest of the thugs were merely henchmen, lackeys. Perhaps, if they were followed by a scout leader, they might even have turned into zealous educators. Or almost. She smiled. Perhaps it was wishful thinking. They were definitely people lacking real decision-making skills. Almost certainly cowards. It was quite possible that the first two anonymous letters had come from one of these two. Not Marco. It was evident from the style. Dr. Jovine had confirmed it. While the first two letters had been from the same author, she was not so sure about the third. In fact, she leaned towards the opposite thesis. In the first two, there was the arrogance of the coward. On the strength of anonymity, he throws the stone and hides his hand. But he wants to drive suspicion away from the place. No realizing that, by doing just that, he has brought the judiciary into the house. It would have been a daunting task to find the author of the first two anonymous letters, But now some order was needed in light of the news that emerged in the hospital. De Angelis, I need a detailed report on Christian Laurieri, Matteo Frusetti, and Roberto Zagarelli. Everything. Everything there is to know. When? For yesterday, she replied acidly. I'll see to it immediately. I also wish to see Mrs. Marta Menconi, Lucia's mother, again. Right away. Right away. While you are gathering the other information. After half an hour, Marta Menconi, she called her by her husband's last name, because that was how the woman had introduced herself, and it was easier for her, came in, accompanied by Major Mauri, the carabinieri from the bridge station, alerted by phone, had picked her up. Good evening, ma'am. She had greeted her hesitantly, tremblingly, and with respect. Good evening, ma'am, please take a seat. You too, Mauri, although the Major had already taken a seat. Is there any news? Something is becoming clearer, but she tried to assume a more serious expression than she was able to. You know, I can't talk about it. I see. Marta's lower lip, as it had been in the previous encounter, was abandoned to itself. It fell, trembling, downward. You, LL, want to know why I summoned you, Mrs. Menconi, since we already met very recently. Marta looked like a little chick, a baby sparrow, a wren. She limited herself to a questioning glance, as if she dared not ask for explanations. The reason is very simple. We did not talk about a day that, in my opinion, was very important in Lucia's life, Thursday, the 7th of February. The question didn't seem to have come to her unexpectedly. It was as if, in that resigned expression, it was written. I knew it. I knew it. Sooner or later we would get there. Fat Thursday? She asked, staring briefly into her eyes, then immediately lowering her head. You remember it very well. Marta coughed. She pulled her handkerchief out of her bag and blew her nose. It was obvious. The question had brought her a fair amount of emotion, and she came out congested. She blew 2 or 3 times. Excuse me, she said herself. Be brave, Daniela encouraged her. Lucia was a good girl, Marta began. I know, Daniela urged her. You don't need to remind me. What happened that day? Lucia was a good girl. She never went out at night. She didn't even ask our permission, only on the occasion of some meetings in the parish. My husband or I would accompany her. On Fat Thursday there was a party. A parish party. We drove her there. Continue. We were supposed to pick her up at midnight, but something didn't go the way it was supposed to. We got there, my husband and me. It was midnight. A few minutes earlier, we realized that something was wrong. You could hear the noises. You could see the party lights, the shouting, the music. It was Fat Thursday. Don Mario is quite lenient. Only, in the churchyard, we saw a girl flapping her arms. Did you know her? Yes. It was Samantha. She was going to sleep at our house. Lying on the floor, wrapped in a blanket, was Lucia. She reeked of alcohol. She was asleep. Drunk? Yes. Why didn't you tell me right away? Asked Daniela. There was no harshness in her words, only a desire to understand. Marta lowered her eyes to the floor. I was ashamed, Ma'am. What did you do? We loaded her into the car, together with Samantha, Sammy. As I told you, was also going to sleep over. You know, Samantha is from Gabbiana, and we agreed with her parents. The next morning, according to the schedule, they were supposed to go to school together by bus. Didn't you enter the rectory rooms to get an explanation? No, we tried, my husband and I, to get Samantha to explain to us what had happened. And what explanation did she give you? It felt like she was extracting every single sentence with a corkscrew. The woman must have been under tremendous stress. She was sorry. There were already so many reasons to feel pain, but she had to do it. She told us she was confused. Sammy is a confusing, simple, good girl. She told us she had been drinking. She had been drinking too much. Lucia was not used to drinking. So, Samantha told us. When midnight came, she got a blanket, and they came and waited for us outside. Something was wrong. Wasn't Don Mario there? I didn't see him. Didn't you go inside to ask for an explanation? No, we just wanted to get home and put her to bed. Not even the next day. The next day Lucia had recovered. She had been ashamed. She has not been the same since that day, though. So it was then the turning point had been the evening of Fat Thursday. But the next day, didn't you think of going to see Don Mario? Marta, who had kept her eyes down until now, raised them, looking fixedly at Daniela with a cocky expression. Believe me, Mom, I didn't want to create him any problems. I thought that, if anything, he would tell me about it. We are not people who want to create problems to others. We are simple people. And then, here she lowered her eyes. And then we were immensely ashamed of what had happened. Lucia, our little girl. Drunk. Daniela remained motionless for a few moments, as if to fix her thoughts. I understand. There was something deliberately hasty in her tone of voice. Did I do something wrong? Did I make a mistake? Ma'am, tell me if I was wrong. She had done something wrong for sure, but she didn't want to get angry. It's not for me to judge. You were taking care of your daughter. The important thing was to bring her home, to put her to bed. And with regard to her feelings, her modesty, not wanting to disturb Don Mario, she dropped the subject. Well, I can only tell you that I understand. Mrs. Menconi. That's all for the moment. Thank you. Marta waited, hardly listening, for the minutes to be read, then hurriedly signed. She stood up, with a mortified expression, without extending her hand, as she had done in their previous meeting. Have a good evening, she said. Good evening, Marta replied, walking out, escorted by De Angelis. As soon as the woman and the Maresciallo had left, Daniela lifted the receiver and called Mauri. I have to see you. Mauri reached her in less than half an hour. He was nearby. She briefly explained to him what had happened. We need to ascertain the truth. First, drop in on Don Mario, then it would be wise to call Samantha here. There are several little things she needs to tell us. And, if that's the case, the girl should have no difficulty telling us everything. Chapter 23. Mauri caught up with her around 7 p.m. He had called her earlier to check if she was still in the office. He did not want to speak to her over the phone. So, Mom, the situation is this. Don Mario remembers several things about that Fat Thursday party. He did not take part himself, but from his study in an adjoining room of the rectory. He occasionally cast a glance to check what was going on. Softly slumped in the armchair, with the somewhat irritating manner of someone who felt too much at home, he talked while flipping through his notes, not reading, but taking his cues from the various traces. He was thinking out loud. He followed the papers, without looking Daniela in the face. The interesting elements that come from this chat are 3. The first is that there was no alcohol. Not a drop. Not even a light bottle of muscat. Had someone smuggled it in? Maybe. But that seems difficult. Not least because Don Mario assured me that there was no one of his boys showing signs of being drunk. Cheerful. Lively. But within the norm. Like at a carnival party. Cola. Orange soda. Fruit juices. The beverages were all there. Daniela was all ears. Go ahead. I'm following you. Then, and this is the most important element, Lucia was not there. Don Mario was amazed. Because, until the previous day, he had known that Lucia would be there. You know, she was not just one of the many parishioners. She was one of the pillars of the oratory, catechist, activity leader, a real support. One of the 4 or 5 most committed people. But, and this is the third highlight, the most surprising thing for him, he had been to see Samantha, whom she also knew, and who was not part of the Pecola parish. She only went there as Lucia's friend. To see Samantha, as I said, alone. He had asked her about Lucia, why she was not there. The young girl had got herself a bit muddled up, then muttered a few words. The pastor had understood that Lucia, that evening, was ill. It had come on her quite suddenly. He had asked her for explicit confirmation, and Samantha said yes. He had asked again if it was a sudden indisposition, and she nodded her head. He had commented, "Of course, you came here because you were supposed to come together. Then, since she was sick, she asked you to come anyway." And Samantha, for the third time, nodded. He also told me that she had said goodbye to him at 5 to midnight, telling him that Lucia's parents would pick her up from the churchyard. The story was beginning to take on definite contours. Now it would be Sammy's turn. As, for that matter, was already planned. "I need to see Samantha Maury here in my office tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Contact the family. The girl will be at school in the morning. In the afternoon, I want her here in the prosecutor's office." "In my office," she repeated, as if to make sure she was clear. "Good evening." She got up to leave together with the officer. It was evening already, and the long day could be said to be over. She had an invitation to dinner at Nicola's house. She stopped by to get a bouquet of flowers for Isabella, then home. A quick shower, change her clothes, and off to her former lecturer friend. The evening had been quiet. Nicola and Isabella had invited a couple of friends. Dr. Giorgio Caleo, chief of medicine at Gabbiana Hospital, his wife Pina, and another doctor, a dentist to be precise. Matteo Ricci. "What an honor to sit next to a Matteo Ricci," she had commented vivaciously. The dentist was boasting about being descended from one of the most famous Italians in the history of China. "Daniela, next time, I will have to introduce you to at least a Marco Polo, if I want to continue to maintain the same level." Nicola had laughed. The whole group had quickly become on first-name terms, giving Daniela the impression of entering a circle of friends. Suddenly, the town was no longer tied only to her work. Matteo told her that he was originally from the Marche region, and precisely from the city of Macerata, where the great Jesuit sinologist had been born 400 years earlier. This man was undoubtedly interesting, Daniela thought. He must have been between 40 and 50 years. Hair grizzled, soft, and groomed. He must have been a regular at the hair salon. Even his clothing denoted a studied unkemptness. A pleasantly creased linen suit, thrown on, almost by chance, but it was a perfect match. Fluent talker, whatever the topic was. Perfect teeth. And what the heck? A dentist. That was the minimum. Orthodontist, he had specified, smile aesthetics. And with these words, he had dazzled her with all that ivory, the best advertisement for his business. Giorgio and Pina were the same age as Nicola and Isabella. Matteo, on the other hand, was younger. Had he been invited for her, Nicola knew only half the situation between her and Silvano. Something must have been hinted at. She was not able to remember exactly, or perhaps Nicola had guessed that Daniela was, in practice, alone. No, she repeated to herself, she did not feel like it. Starting a relationship today. She had only just ended the affair with Silvano. However, she reflected, the very fact of posing the thought to herself, she was there to have a good time, to spend an evening with friends, to forget about Lucia, Samantha, Marta, Marco, Don Cespuglio, the pub, all those guys. De Angelis, Maury, Instead, her mind kept wandering between her public activity as a magistrate and her private life. Still, always in search of the truth. She needed respite. Perhaps it would have benefited her more to spend the evening alone, in company of a good book. Then, after the phase of paranoia had passed, the evening for Daniela had been enjoyable, thanks to the Levada, a local red wine, mellow and full-bodied, not particularly alcoholic. It went down like water. Aged for more than a year in chestnut barrels, Matteo had commented, watching its color crossed by the light of a candle, placed in the center of the table. "Did you know it, Daniela?" She shook her head. She smiled at him. The conversation ran pleasantly, fluidly. She felt lightened, finally, in an informal setting, where she ceased to be Dr. Luccarini to be just Daniela. After dinner, Isabella had served coffee for those who wanted it. Daniela had opted for some china, the speciality she had tasted the first night in Gabbiana. She had walked around, looking for inspiration, in the studio, accompanied by Nicola. She looked to see if she could find any cues among the many faces. The faces portrayed were many. Men. Women. Young. Old. She looked among the young males. Even before looking among the faces, she searched for smiles or, better yet, grins. Finally, glancing at her watch, she had decided it was time to go home. Matteo had accompanied her home. They had laughed and joked. The stretch of road was short, less than 2 kilometers. It was flanked by that beautiful cycle-pedestrian path that connected the area of the old church, transformed by Nicola, to the center of Gabbiana, all lit up. She could have easily walked it. It was nice meeting. Daniela the dentist had said goodbye with a winking look. Same here. Then Daniela had cast her eye on her watch, more for an excuse than anything else. It's getting late. I have to go. Thanks for the ride and the company, Father Materici, she joked. He laughed. It was a pleasure. I hope to see you again, and not just in the pages of the Eco della Lunigiana or Gabbiana Oggi. Who knows? Good night, she laughed, and she got out of the car. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed that he had waited until the moment she entered. She turned for a moment more, to wave goodbye, then closed the door behind her. Chapter 24. The morning had passed quietly. She had reviewed some new cases that had come for her. A robbery at a gas station, the theft of copper from an electric cable warehouse, and a mugging of an elderly woman who had collected her pension. Fortunately, without physical harm to the woman, who remained in an obvious state of shock. She had then had a conversation with Colomonici, during which she outlined to him the progress in the investigation regarding Lucia Menconi and Marco Pucciaroli. Divide had put the newspapers under her nose. There was a scoop. On the front page of the local paper, Gabbiana Oggi, there was a big headline. It referred to the 7th page of the newspaper, the local chronicles section. A large picture of Don Mario, in his hunting clothes, photographed, with a questioning expression. Don Mario investigated. The headline read. What is this all about? Colomonici asked her. Daniela had shaken her head. Let me read it. Have you read it yet? Not yet. Just the headlines. Daniela began to scroll through the article. What a load of rubbish. Conspiracy theories. Probably written by a provincial hack. One of those who want to take advantage of undefined situations to make absurd assumptions. To fish in murky waters. And, in the meantime, they cast a shadow on outsiders. Or, at the very least, innocent people. The signature was of one Amano Grifagni. She took note, a character to be kept at a safe distance. On the inside page were photographs of carabinieri cars, stopped in front of Don Cespuglio's little church. Then a photo of Daniela, complete with a caption. Dr. Luccarini is said to have put the priest on the list of suspects. A murky story with puzzling reflections, all yet to be determined. She reread the sentence aloud. There is always someone in the press who takes it upon themselves to want to be number one. Colomonici had commented. They think they are journalists and instead they are newspaper vendors. You have to get used to it. Daniela. She had a fit of anger. Who is this Grafogni? Nothing. Nobody. A fraudster, they would say in Rome. It's provincial here, my dear. Provincial. It may be provincial, as you say. Divide. Meanwhile, that priest, who seems like a good person to me, is in the pages of the newspapers. Someone will start thinking of something obscene. Maybe incidents of paedophilia. That's for sure. What can we do? Little or nothing. Except to expedite the investigation and bring out the truth. Then it will be up to the priest to eventually decide whether to take any action. All right. As soon as we have ascertained something more, we can have a press conference, or at least a statement. Sure. Finally she had got up, heading for her office. At 2:30 p.m., as anticipated over the phone, De Angelis and Samantha entered her office. Daniela had indicated the chair to the girl, who looked around with a dazed expression. She ran her gaze over every corner of the room. She certainly did not give the impression of being a genius. De Angelis had taken his seat, as usual, at the computer. Good morning, young lady. Let's start with some general details. Samantha had looked at her with a bewildered look. First name, last name, date of birth, place of residence. Dad, Mum, the Maresciallo asked her. Ah, yes, sure. Daniela had noticed an insistent tremor in her legs. Samantha kept them uncrossed, and they were moving, while feet and pelvis remained still. Samantha Ribellini. I was born in Gabbiana, on the 23rd of May, 1996. I live in Gabbiana, on Strada Maggiore. 18. My dad's name is Amos. My mum is Maria. My dad owns a hardware store. Are you going to arrest me? Daniela scrutinized her attire, though less showy than that in which she had known her. The party dress still betrayed great simplicity. Once again abundant clothing, first time a jacket 3 sizes too large, today an equally loose jumper. The nails were gaudily enameled, in strong colors, and the hair was thick, really thick, black, really black, and shaggy. The eyebrows, as she had already observed the first time, were marked, almost caricatured. They looked like 2 thick lines, made with a thick-tipped permanent marker. No, we are not arresting you, she replied dryly, without adding any comment. Then she resumed, Ms. Ribellini, were you a friend of Miss Lucia Menconi, who died last the 28th of April as a result of a fall from the bridge in the Ponte area? Samantha looked at her with terrified eyes. They reminded her of those of a hunted animal. Please answer yes or no. Dry, peremptory. She wanted her to understand that indecision was not allowed. Yes, she was my closest friend. How long have you known each other? For almost 3 years now, since the start of year 10. Do you go to the same school? Yes, the Maria Montessori Psychopedagogical High School in Gabbiana. Much better. Did you become friends right away? Yes. Lucia would stay and eat with us once a week. Often on Saturday nights her parents would return the favor by inviting us to their home in Ponte. Very good. She was trying to put her at ease. She looked just like a wild animal. She had to be tamed little by little. Tell me about the evening of the 7th of February, Fat Thursday. What do you remember about that evening? Semi-terrified gaze, eyes wide open, barred. It was possible to see the white above the iris. Samantha was dumbfounded, as if sensing a disaster about to overwhelm her. "Is something wrong, miss? Would you like a glass of water?" "No, thank you," the little girl shot back. "That night I was Lucia's guest. There was a party in her parish." "Did you usually attend that parish?" "Yes. On weekends, when I was a guest of Lucia's family." "What about that fat Thursday?" "Also on that evening." "What was the program for the evening?" "After dinner, we were supposed to go to the party. Lucia's parents were going to accompany us." "Why did you say, 'we're going to'? Didn't you go?" Silence. "Is something wrong, miss?" She repeated the question. Samantha had begun to sweat profusely. The lie was about to be exposed. "No. No. Yes or no," replied Daniela dryly. It was time to press the topic. Perhaps Samantha would have expected questions about the evening of the 28th of April. But that fat Thursday, it was so far away. It had gone by smoothly. "Yes or no?" The tone had become firm, harsh, very harsh. Very harsh. Daniela sought Samantha's eyes with her own. Samantha was trying to avoid them. She kept running her gaze through every nook and cranny of the room, trying to focus on every single detail. "Yes and no." She burst into sobs. "I told Lucia, in my opinion it was not good. It was a lie, but she replied that it was only a white lie." "Explain yourself." "She was supposed to go to another party. We made an arrangement. Her parents would accompany us to the party. I would go in alone, though. Then, at midnight, or just a few minutes earlier, we would meet again." "Weren't you asked for an explanation, since you had shown up alone?" "Yes. Don Mario. He asked me. Oh, how embarrassed I felt. Oh, I had to tell a lie. Then, in short, I let him ask the questions." And she broke down, sobbing. Versions coincided. So much for the journalist and his attempts to cast the sordid shadow of pedophilia on Don Cespuglio. "Go on." "The arrangements were these. Lucia would be with you again a few minutes before midnight." Samantha nodded her head. "Please answer yes or no." "Try again." "Yes, yes, yes. It was like that." "Your friend didn't exactly arrive with her own legs, did she?" "No. 2 of her friends had accompanied her by car, then left her there, wrapped in a blanket. She was drunk, blind drunk. She was fast asleep." Here, too, the versions coincided. The truth was beginning to emerge. "Did you know them?" "One, yes, by sight." "Could you tell me his name?" "It was Marco. Yes, that boy who fell off the bridge a few days ago." "Marco Pucciaroli?" "Yes." "Do you remember if Lucia talked about him using a nickname?" "Yes. She called him Pac-Man. He was older than us, but they had been friends as children." "Very good. What happened next?" "Lucia's parents arrived. They found us there in the churchyard." "Didn't they ask you for an explanation?" "Yes, but I had a lump in my throat. I cried and cried. I didn't know what to say." "Didn't they think to ask Don Mario for an explanation?" "I heard them mention Don Mario's name. I didn't understand much of what they were saying, though." Then 2 months passed. Lucia's mum was crying. Lucia's dad is very kind. He would just say, "Let's go to sleep now." It was clear how the evening had ended, but there was much to be clarified about the events leading up to it. Lucia asked her to tell a lie, but she told her it was a white lie, for a good cause. What was this good cause? Samantha was hesitant. In fact, she did not know so much. "I don't know. I think it was about Marco, Pac-Man," she said. "Oh God, I don't remember. I can't remember exactly." She had burst into tears. The mission, the sick who need a physician, the Gospel of Mark, Pac-Man. She had to follow him. Maybe she had forced her promise to go to their party, in exchange for something. But what? for going back to church, for listening to his words. Blessed naivete! What price this wonderful, simple little girl had paid. Unfortunately, Marco could not speak now. At most he could comment, answer a few questions by widening his eyes, sweating, frowning, tensing the muscles of his face, or relaxing them. Nothing more. And how long for? Months? Years? Or forever? There was someone who knew, though. She had to proceed, now that the picture was clearer, with those who had been indicated as the leaders of the pack by Marco's looks. There was still one point troubling her. However, she thought about it, but each time it was as if that thought only peeped out, then disappeared, leaving her with the feeling of a missing piece. Now, however, having Samantha here, it had come back to her. Miss, I would like to return to Lucia's incident. We have ascertained that it happened between 8 and 9 p.m. on Sunday evening, the 28th of April. You entered Linos restaurant just past 9 p.m. Even assuming that you are a middle-distance runner, between the bridge and Gabbiana, there are about 20 kilometers. And I don't think you ran them. Who accompanied you? And why did you go right into Linos Place? Samantha appeared locked in her strictest reserve. Here, too, they discovered one of her secrets. Did you think it would be passed over in silence? Well, young lady, Marco accompanied me. I had walked away I was looking for a bathroom. 10 minutes. Lucia was waiting for me at the bridge. When I came back, there was Marco, red in the face, in tears. Lucia fell from the bridge. It's the devil, living in this bridge, he told me. Then he offered to take me to Gabbiana, on his motorcycle. He made me swear to God that I wouldn't tell anyone that he had given me this lift. And now, I am committing perjury. You are not committing perjury, miss. Here you must tell only the truth. Why did he ask you to swear to God that you would not speak about him? Oh, how many lies I have to tell. She seemed overwhelmed by everything that had happened. And she broke down, sobbing. Chin up, drink this. She handed her a glass of water. Tell me, it's time to redeem the lies by telling the truth. Why did he make her take this oath? He would have been in big trouble if it had been known that he was there. He told me. He had passed there by chance, had heard a scream. He had seen Lucia plummet. No, in fact, she had already fallen. Then, there, in the canal, he told me to go and ask for help in Gabbiana. Why in Gabbiana, and not around in Ponte? I don't know. Maybe. There's no hospital in Ponte. He told me. Go into the first bar. Someone will help you. All the bars are closed on Sunday evening. We were on foot. How would you have gone back to Gabbiana if Marco hadn't brought you? Lucia's parents. Why didn't you go to them right away? Silence. Why didn't you go to them right away? The tone had become harsher. I don't know. I don't remember. I was terrified. I didn't even know what to do. Marco had told me something, maybe you should go and get help right away. Maybe they weren't there, and broke down, sobbing. She had taken her head in her hands, desperate. Perhaps she was realizing how many mistakes she had made. Come on. Have a glass of water, and breathe. We need to understand properly what happened. Had Marco seemed sincere to you? Samantha wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, then took a sip from the glass. She looked at her with red eyes. She had an exhausted expression. Yes. She was crying. He told me Lucia was his friend. Had he gone down to see if Lucia was still alive? Yes, I think so. It seems to me at least. I don't remember well. There was no point in tormenting her further. Now it was necessary to focus on the real perpetrators of Lucia's demise. De Angelis, after exchanging glances with Daniela, had checked the text and launched the printout. Then Samantha read it and signed it. With her childish, Naive girl's signature. Ribolini Samantha. Last name first, then first name. Chapter 25. Mauri had entered her office with a satisfied air, almost without asking her permission. And, again without asking permission, he had slumped down in the small chair. Something irritated her about the man's irreverent behavior. Although she had to acknowledge his professionalism, she could certainly confirm some of the aspects of his character that she guessed during their first meeting. First of all, he had a narcissistic nature, a great love for himself, in every possible way and form. "Good evening," he had begun, almost throwing some stapled papers at her desk. "Here is what you asked us about Christian Laurieri, Matteo Frasetti, and Roberto Zagarelli." As she watched his unfriendly gesture, just to ward off the unpleasant impression, she glanced at the documents in the dossier. And, at that very moment, as Mauri pronounced those names, she was looking over the minutes of the hearing of Pac-Man's mother, Maria Grazia Frasetti, widow of Pucciaroli, born in Orla on the 16th of March 1948. Frasetti, like Marco Pucciaroli's mother, are they related? Mauri looked at her with a satisfied air, as if to say, "Didn't you know? You? Re-dealing with the number one." Second cousins. Matteo Frasetti's paternal grandfather was brother to the father of Maria Grazia Frasetti, mother of Marco Pucciaroli. Interesting. It's common in these villages to get together among relatives. Well, Daniela cut him short. She did not want to give too much leeway or satisfaction to the head of the operations unit. Let's see. She read the information quickly, but carefully. Christian Laurieri, age 24. Reading the file, he was hardly a newcomer to the courthouse. A few previous offenses were there: possession of cocaine, within the limits beyond which he would have fallen under the crime of dealing; drunk driving, with withdrawal of his driver's license; a couple of supermarket shopliftings foiled by security; and a lawsuit, later withdrawn, for sexual harassment. He lived with his parents, left school at age 16. He had repeated the first year of a technical institute twice, and then dropped out, and had done odd jobs, often related to seasonal activities, such as grape harvesting, or replacing laborers during summer vacation periods. Classic track record of a dimwit. Roberto Zagarelli, age 22, 3 years at a vocational school, mechanic. Odd jobs for him too. Apprentice at a locksmith, fired for too many absences. Then a scullery worker at a restaurant, also fired. His CV too included seasonal jobs, the usual grape harvest, olive picking, still residing in his parents' home. Criminal record: burglary in a car, to steal a cell phone left on the front seat. A few drug affairs, again consumption and not dealing. Matteo Frasetti, the only one of the three without any previous convictions. He had not dropped out of school. In fact, he was still at school. 22 years old, he was in his next to last year at the scientific high school. Daniela looked up to make a quick mental calculation. At 22 years old she had finished her university exams, and was preparing her thesis. Frasetti must have repeated every year at least once. He still lived with his family. What's more, a well-off family. Father, a doctor; mother, a teacher; he, Matteo, an only child. She immediately thought he was an extremely spoilt child. In any other family, she thought, he would have been sent to work. It seemed that up to a certain generation the Frasetti family had produced industrious, committed, studious people. Then, all of a sudden, a spoiled heir. Nothing to report, though, nothing relevant, except this situation that breeds reckless living. And then, the fact of being cousins with Marco Pac-Man. What had happened? Excellent work, Mauri, she murmured, without looking up from the paper, as if she did not want to give too much importance to the work of the man and his team. Now she resumed. I want talk with these 3 individuals. Bring them to the prosecutor's office as soon as possible, she said, looking him, this time, in the eye. Mauri stared at her, as if to challenge her, then he stood up and said goodbye. We will see to it immediately. Consider it done. Many things could perhaps be said of Mauri. He could be cantankerous and prone to haughtiness. But when it came to efficiency, he was unbeatable. After an hour and 30 minutes, Laurieri was there, in her office, escorted by De Angelis. Their arrival had been announced by phone. The Ponte Carabinieri station had not struggled to find him. The braggart was shuttling between his bedroom and the pub. Please sit down, she invited him. What do you want from me? Snotty. Irritating. Shaved skull. Pirate earring. Tattoo of a panther on his neck. She had noticed it as Laurieri sat down. Face of perpetual dissatisfaction. Could it be otherwise? Day-old beard. Thick eyebrows. A black t-shirt with the AC/DC logo. The one with the lightning bolt in the middle. A grimace of the mouth cut his face awkwardly. The overall impression was not at all pleasing. We ask the questions here. Laurieri D'Angelis hushed him, or rather, Dr. Luccarini asks them. He quickly corrected himself, looking apologetically at Daniela. No worries, muttered Daniela. The tone of her voice was not clear, whether it was reassuring or admonishing, or whether it was addressed to Laurieri or De Angelis, perhaps to both. I summoned you, Mr. Laurieri, for information about the death of Mrs. Lucia Menconi and the incident of Mr. Marco Pucciaroli. What do I know? Unpleasant. We are here to find out what you can tell us about this, Daniela replied, trying to muster the most conciliatory tone possible. While remaining firm, there was a fake smile on his face. The kind that, you can tell just by seeing it, takes a split second to give way to the grimmest of expressions. I don't know anything about it. Can I go? And made the gesture to get up. No, not yet. You want to arrest me? I am clean. You do have some legal history, murmured Daniela, scrolling through the papers in front of her. Without looking him in the eye, her tone was one of superiority, as if she wanted to tell him, stay calm, young man, this is not the moment to try to be smart. What's it about, that cocaine story? Old stuff. He got up from the chair, making a gesture to leave. And shoplifting, and harassment. Let's begin formality. Mr. Laurieri, have a seat. I'll tell you when to go. Let's start with some general details. The boy sat down, huffing. He rolled his eyes and seemed to mutter a few swear words under his breath. You could tell. He was struggling to restrain himself. Christian Laurieri, born in Gabbiana on the 9th of November 1988, resident at 4 Via Sotto il Monte, Ponte, Gabbiana. Do you live alone? Asked Daniela, although she already knew the answer. No, he replied, annoyed, as if it were a disgrace to be put in public. I live with my parents. He also wants to know what their names are, what they do, and other bullsh. Laurieri. De Angelis glared at him. Go on. Laurieri. Daniela encouraged him. My father is Atanasio Laurieri. Age 53. Has a night security guard. My mother, Margherita Russo, is a caretaker. She is 49 years old. Good, very good. What is your occupation? Me, what the F, and what am I supposed to do? Who's hiring today? There's a crisis. A crisis. So you have no job, Daniela concluded. It seems obviously. Doesn't it? Did you know Ems Menconi? By sight. You know, Ponte is not New York, unfortunately. And Marco Pucciaroli? Same. Anything else? Daniela pretended not to have understood the comment. What was your relationship with Marco Pucciaroli? I know him. Why? Do you know him, or do you hang out with him? Are you in the same group of people? Which group? It was like trying to get water out of a stone. A lot of patience was needed. I know you were both regulars at the old Highlander pub. Am I right? Yes, we see each other there. It's not like there's any real group. You know, it's the only decent place in Ponte. Where were you on the evening of Thursday, the 7th of February, between 9 p.m. and midnight? And how should I remember? That was more than 3 months ago. Help you refresh your memory. It was the evening of Fat Thursday during Carnival. I don't remember. Did you by any chance go to a party together with Marco Pucciaroli? I might have. But why do you want to know? What does it have to do with me? Daniela once again pretended not to have heard. Think about it carefully, Mr. Laurieri. It is very important that you remember. Force yourself to think back to what happened. The boy, she kept referring to him as a boy in her thoughts, likely due to his precarious situation, even though he was a grown man, appeared disdainful, cloaking himself in a shroud of complicit forgetfulness. No, I really can't. I don't remember anything. They weren't getting anywhere. That's all for the moment. Wait for the Maresciallo to print the report. Then sign it for me, please, she answered him coldly. She was becoming more and more convinced of her assumptions. But evidence was lacking. Laurieri, after signing, left huffing, without saying goodbye. As soon as he left, De Angelis murmured a few words to her under his breath, as if afraid of being overheard by Laurieri. I had Roberto Zagarelli summoned while I was leading Laurieri here. We arranged everything so that one wouldn't know about the other. Excellent. Where is he? I made him wait in the lounge. Colleagues called to inform me. They told me that Frasetti is on his way. We managed to combine schedules. Only for Frasetti we sent a car from here. The ones from Ponte were all taken, and we couldn't to leave the territory unmanned. Bring Zagarelli in. Roberto Zagarelli immediately gave the impression that he was the second in charge. He looked similar to Laurieri, although while the former had seemed tough to Daniela, this one seemed to pose as tough, rather than actually being tough. Mr. Zagarelli, have a seat, she said to him. The young man only nodded to ask for an explanation, just as Laurieri had done. He, too, had a shaved skull, but sported a slight beard, giving her the air of a chick without feathers trying to be a rooster prematurely, without having the title or characteristics. She stopped him before he could even say half a word. Let's start with your general details. First name, last name, etc. Roberto Zagarelli, he replied impatiently. Born in Gabbiana on the 15th of March 1990. Resident in Ponte. 48 Via per Gabbiana. What is your occupation? Unemployed. With this crisis. At that moment, Zagarelli's cell phone rang. He made a move to put it away. Answer it, please, said Daniela. With embarrassment, Roberto touched the answer button. Christian, I can't. I'll call you later. Listen to me. You idiot. Could be heard cursing from the other end. Zagarelli abruptly interrupted a phone call that could have been embarrassing. It was obvious. It was Laurieri. As soon as he had left the courthouse, he had wasted no time and had telephoned his comrade to warn him about the course of action. Do you live alone, or with your parents? Sighing, his eyes turned upwards. With my father and mother. Can you provide us with their details? Dad Antonio. age 48, factory worker. Mother Francesca Lazzari, housewife. We have summoned you for information about the death of Lucia Menconi and the incident involving Mr. Marco Pucciaroli. He tried to maintain an inquisitive expression, although tiny wrinkles momentarily furrowed his forehead. The lower part of his face, though masked by stubble, had dropped, showing his gaping mouth. It was a matter of seconds, a moment to manifest all his surprise. Did you know Lucia Menconi? By sight. More or less everyone knows each other in the village. And Marco Pucciaroli? Same. Do you know him, or are you friends? I know him. Do you hang out together? Not particularly. Once again. Like squeezing water out of stone. Same questions. Yes. They went to the same pub. Yes. It was the only decent pub. Yes. He had some history with drugs too, but it had been an accident, quantity for personal use only. Then head finished with those things, and the 7th of February. Who remembers? Daniela made him the same observation as before with Laurieri. Fat Thursday. A text message notification sounded on Zagarelli's cell phone. He surreptitiously grabbed it. De Angelis swiftly got up, positioning himself behind Zagarelli. On the display was Christian L., and the beginning of the message. Don T. Say a fool, truncated at the 10th character. She noticed a sudden perspiration on the young man's forehead. No. I don't remember anything. Can I go? Was there a party organized by the pub group? I don't remember. Maybe. Make an effort to bring it back to your mind. The young man, somewhat awkward, perhaps confused by Laurieri's message, continued to deny it, protesting his forgetfulness, reasonable. He claimed, after nearly 3 months. Daniela nodded her head in assent, imperceptibly. All right. De Angelis. That will do for the moment. You can print out the statement. Mr. Zagarelli. She turned to the boy. Now read it and do me the favor of signing it. Keep yourself available. We will still need you. De Angelis escorted him to the grand staircase. After ensuring that Zagarelli had descended, he entered the adjoining small room. Matteo Frusetti was waiting his turn, accompanied by a carabiniere. Maresciallo, there seems to be a problem with phone coverage today, the young carabiniere whispered. The man here got a lot of calls, but we could never get a line. De Angelis acted as if he hadn't. Te heard the comment, then ushered the boy into the prosecutor's office. Good morning. Daniela greeted him. Have a seat. Matteo looked different from the other two. He had a plump face, thick curly hair, and was more neatly dressed, although following a similar style. You could tell by the clothes, while the others looked like they were wearing rags bought at the market, probably worn out after too many washes. His clothes were well chosen, pressed, and new. Overall, he seemed the softest of the three. He undoubtedly had the most innocent look. Perhaps he was the one from whom some information could be gleaned. Laurieri looked like a strongbox, a coffer, jealous of his secrets. Accustomed to interrogations and courtrooms, probably even knowing his rights, having spoken to at least one criminal lawyer before. Zagarelli, too, had a similar demeanor, although to a lesser extent. This Matteo Frusetti, on the other hand, seemed bewildered in courtrooms. While the other two, especially Laurieri, seemed like they were expecting a summons. Frusetti may have been warned, may have been told words like, if they call you, keep your mouth shut, but Daniela reflected. He gave the impression that the possibility was quite remote. The same procedure was followed for Matteo Frusetti as the other two. De Angelis sat in front of the monitor, while Daniela asked for his personal details. Frusetti. Matteo Frusetti, born in Gabbiana on 3 January 1990, and residing in Ponte, Gabbiana, at 12 in Via Sotto il Monte. 12 Via Sotto il Monte. Daniela thought. The other one, Laurieri, the pack leader, lives at 4 Via Sotto il Monte. So they were neighbors. What is your occupation? I don't work. I'm a student. You're a student. What are you studying? She asked, pretending not to know, although she was already aware of the situation. It was simply another way to investigate the reactions and psychology of an individual character. Scientific high school. Matteo said, blushing slightly. Yes. I know. I had to retake a few years. I'm near the end now, he added. I didn't ask for any justification, Daniela commented, before continuing. Do you live alone or with your parents? With my parents. Mum and Dad. They're still alive, he joked. Name. Age. Occupation. Why are you asking me all these questions? He hinted in response. Daniela ignored him. However, my father is a doctor, neurologist. He practices in Pontremoli. My mum's a teacher. Age, older than 50. At least I think so. My father's name is Giuseppe, my mother Laura. Anything else? Did you know Lucia Menconi, the girl who died in the tragic accident 10 days ago? Identical response. Of course. By sight. We all know each other in Ponte. It's not New York, thought Daniela, mentally repeating Laurieri's remark to herself. By sight. What about Marco Pucciaroli, the boy who fell off the bridge and is fighting for his life in the hospital? A flush of redness appeared on his face. Yes, him too, by sight. Do you both go to the pub, the old Highlander? There was a moment of bewilderment for Frusetti. Silence. Come on. Let's hear it. There is nothing forbidden about attending a club. Of course. Yes. I meant to say, we both go to the pub. What is your relationship? More hot flushes, flushed cheeks, forehead beaded with sweat. We know each other. Nothing more. Aaron, you related? By any chance? If you already know, why are you asking me? He asked aggressively. And what is your relationship with Christian Laurieri and Roberto Zagarelli? So you'll know that, too. Yes. We are friends. Do you remember anything about the Fat Thursday party you had at the pub? Here Matteo began to show signs of increased nervousness. All right. Yes, we had a party at the pub. Is there anything wrong with that? Don't get worked up. Calm down. Classic words that have the opposite effect. The boy's legs under the desk had begun a strange dance of trembling and constantly shifting overlapping. Can I smoke? He asked, pulling a packet of cigarettes from his jeans pocket. No, it's prohibited. As in all public offices, De Angelis intervened, pointing to a sign behind the boy, who began fiddling with a cigarette, without lighting it. Now, tell me. At that party, who was there? Oh. There were several people. How can I remember? The redness in his face was becoming increasingly evident. If I name some people to you, are you able to remember? Asked Daniela. Matteo nodded his head. It is not a crime to attend a party, he thought. Christian Laurieri. He nodded again. Please answer yes or no. Yes. Roberto Zagarelli. Yes. He was there. 2. Marco Pucciaroli. Marco was also there. He was sweating more and more. It's hot. Is it possible to open the window a bit? He asked. Daniela nodded to De Angelis, who stood up. Tell me, Mr. Frusetti, was Lucia Menconi also present at that carnival party? At this point, Frusetti became as pale as a sheet. His cheeks began to tremble. Lucia Menconi was also there, wasn't she? Answer me. It is not a crime to attend parties. Yes. Lucia was there too. Good. Good. That's enough for today. We will now read you the statement that you will sign. Keep yourself available. Frusetti. We will still need to ask you a few things. Thank you for your cooperation. De Angelis, after having him sign, escorted him out. Then, after seeing him going away, he returned to Luccarini. It's been a good harvest, Ma'am, isn't it? He smiled. It would seem so. What do you think, De Angelis? The first two are tough. They are certainly not new to this. But the last one, if we had kept him under a bit of pressure, would have said it all. Slowly, De Angelis, slowly. Let's guide them to the point, step by step. First, let's see if we can get some phone records. I believe there were quite a few calls today. Chapter 26. By now, the circle was tightening. Back at home in the evening, Daniela was preparing a pasta sauce. The television was tuned in to Gabbiana. The 8:30 news bulletin. A repeat of the one from 7 p.m. She was never in time to watch the live broadcast because of work commitments. Needless to say, there was a close-up of her. Stock image, complete with subtitle. The Menconi case. Is Deputy Prosecutor Luccarini groping in the dark? She turned up the volume as she continued stirring the sauce with the wooden spoon, tasting its flavor and texture from time to time after puffing on it. It is now clear. Lucia Menconi's death was neither a suicide nor a fatal misfortune. But what is the judiciary doing, Dr. Luccarini continues to entrench herself behind a series of no comments. She avoids the press, perhaps to mask her own difficulties. Meanwhile, dense black clouds are gathering over the priest of Ponte, Don Mario. Now let's move on to the other news. The Municipal Council of Gabbiana has approved, with the favorable vote of all councillors except those of the civic list Noi per Gabbiana, the allocation of funds, to carry out some extraordinary interventions related to the network of cycle-pedestrian paths. Daniela had a fit of anger. So far she had not deemed it appropriate to make any statements to the press. But something needed to be done. She kept stirring the sauce nervously, more out of irritation than real gastronomic necessity. Just then her cell phone rang. Colomonici. She lowered the flame. The water was boiling. She had not put the pasta on yet. She lowered the volume of the TV. Good evening, David. She was already getting irritated. She didn't know why, but she could feel it. Good evening, Daniela. How are you? Get to the point, please. I already know what you're going to talk about, she thought. Good. I am cooking. Tell me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you go immediately. Have you heard the local news broadcast? Really? Do we have to solve everything tonight or can we wait until morning? She thought to herself. Of course. Any ideas? She replied. No, I'm asking you. We need to get this done quickly. How do you think we are doing? We're close. That's all I'm saying. LL report back to you tomorrow. We're close. UHM. And with the press. You want to give incomplete updates to those hacks. They will make a movie with them. Understood. See you in the morning. Good night. She hung up. She knew from the beginning it was going to be an irritating phone call. Colamunici hadn't scolded her or anything. He had simply made her anxious. Unmotivated. Just now, when she was finally starting to piece things together, she threw the fusilli into the boiling water. After checking it for salt, the sauce was almost ready. She opened a bottle of local red wine and drank a glass, as an aperitif, while the pasta was cooking. The evening was a particularly favorable time for her to collect and tidy up her thoughts. A bit like in the early morning, when she had just woken up. It was the time for insights. There had been the party, and this party had ruined Lucia's life before leading to her death, almost certainly as a fatal consequence of this very bleak period. She had been tricked into going to the party by Marco. Pac-Man had now suffered his own punishment, almost certainly for having drawn too much suspicion to the diabolical group of youths. The black souls of the plot had been those three: Laurieri, Zagarelli, and Frasetti. Laurieri was the leader, Frasetti the weakest link in the chain. Thanks to the efforts of De Angelis and probably Mauri, they had brought the three boys to the prosecutor's office without allowing them to agree on a line of defense. A surprise effort. Laurieri, just outside the prosecutor's office, had tried to get in touch with his two comrades to warn them about what they could and could not say, and about the common line to be taken. Frasetti had not been smart enough to realize that merely admitting that there had been a party on Fat Thursday could be an important element. She, Daniela, also thanks to a hunch, having made him understand that she knew a lot, and that a lot was actually little, knowing the fact that Frasetti and Pucciaroli were cousins, and reassuring him about what was and was not a crime, had led him to loosen his defenses, to show himself more docile. Why hadn't she struck the iron while it was still hot? Subtly, the good De Angelis had tried to tell her. The last one, if we had kept him under a bit of pressure, would have said it all. The words of the Maresciallo were not exactly a reprimand. However, a little inside her voice had whispered to her that, for the time being, it would be more useful to let him go. Irrational. Why? There was a reason. Although, for the moment, she only sensed its existence. It was a bit of a sixth sense. It told her when to press on the accelerator and when, conversely, to slow down. Now, as she drained those fusilli, as steam invaded her kitchen, among the warm mists, she seemed to glimpse the reason. It was just a hunch, for the time being. However, there had been two crucial moments. Those 3 hours, between 9 p.m. and midnight on Thursday, the 7th of February, during which something had happened that would have ruined Lucia's serenity forever. And then something else happened. In those 2 months between the end of February and the end of April, here Lucia's life, already severely tested by the events of Fat Thursday, had suffered a final attack, that of the Sunday of her arrival in Gabbiana. The pasta needed seasoning. This thought was hammering in her head. Her movements in the kitchen were mechanical, and, in a way, they helped her to keep her concentration on this mental effort. What had happened to Lucia on that dreadful Fat Thursday that was so humiliating? She had certainly felt very uncomfortable once the party was over. And discomfort was an understatement. She had thought of going to the party as a doctor goes to a sick person's house. Blessed naivety of a 16-year-old with a pure heart, ready to run, with great generosity, where she was convinced she could manage to convert sick souls. She had thrown herself into it head first. And what had they done in return? They had made her drink. She was not used to it. Probably a glass of fruit juice mixed with some spirits. She had liked it. It could have gone like that. She had felt invigorated, without realizing it, that euphoria came from nothing else but alcohol. And then? In short, she was drunk. Here, she thought, taking a bite of her pasta, and gazing out at the fading light of evening, were two reasons significant enough to shatter her serenity. She had told a lie. Though with good intentions, she hadn't achieved her goal. In fact, she had got drunk. It was her own fault. She should have understood. Lucia was quite demanding on herself, even as a teenager. This was evident from Jovine's psychological autopsy. But, upon closer inspection, there was a third element that had undermined their tranquility. As an additional factor to the first two, far from healing these lost boys, she had even been overwhelmed by them, with the shame of being abandoned in the churchyard, wrapped in a blanket. What had happened was unmentionable. She had not even found the strength to talk about it with Don Mario. Such was the shame she felt about herself. Her parents had not looked into it any further, and Samantha, with her disarming simplicity, had not been much help. Something else, however, still eluded her. Something else must have happened at the party that would affect the following weeks. Once the difficult moment of late February had passed, Lucia could have recovered, reconsider what had happened. They had been serious mistakes, especially when considered with her yardstick of a good girl. But, during Lent, she could have discussed with Don Mario. Yes, of course it would have been tiring. But he would have absolved her. Lucia would not tolerate even a speck of dust on her soul. And, after a few days, maybe a few weeks, there would be reconciliation. Daniela, although not a regular churchgoer, often attended Mass, and one detail, in particular, stood out in her memory. It was precisely during a Lenten Sunday that she had heard the Gospel reading about the encounter between Jesus and the adulteress. On that occasion, the pastor had given a sermon on forgiveness. Surely Lucia must have listened to it carefully. She thought. The sins she had committed, a well-intentioned lie and a hangover, would surely be forgiven, not only by Don Mario, of that she had no doubt, but by those words, that together with the gift of faith, would surely enable her to desire her own reconciliation with God. She took the dirty plate to the kitchen and placed it in the sink. Then she took a small bowl of strawberries prepared in the morning from the fridge. She returned to her seat at the small table under the porch in the garden. A red line etched itself across the horizon. Beautiful. There had been, she thought as she savored the strawberries, there had been something else. Something foul. Again, according to Lucia's yardstick, irreparable. Yet Lucia had not been abused, so from this point of view she did not need to be concerned. But what had caused this deep depression in her? And again, if he had suffered a stinging defeat in confronting that unrepentant mob, why had she kept in touch with them? Why was she on the bridge that evening? Had someone asked to meet her there? It almost seemed that those people had her in their grasp. Of course. She clapped a hand on her forehead. Blackmail. Why had it not occurred to her immediately? They had told her something. Something terrible. Something shameful. About the events of that evening. Some sort of non-conventional sex. To use a term introduced a few years ago. How disgusting, thought Daniela. Maybe they had taken pictures. Or videos. With a cell phone today you can do anything. The threat of slamming her on Facebook, or YouTube with those pictures, with those videos, they had her in their grasp. This is what had led to Lucia's destruction in the weeks that followed. Now, a decision had to be made on a course of action. The problem had been brought into attention. Evidence needed to be found. Chapter 27. Daniela had slept peacefully that night. It was as if she had put all those thoughts, processed in the last 2 months of Lucia's short life, in a drawer, or, rather, in a strongbox, and now she could finally sleep between 2 pillows. She woke up refreshed. It was early. 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe a few minutes after. With a good double coffee, she sat under her veranda, contemplating the dewdrops on the green blades of grass, listening to the nightingales sing their melody, admiring the white peaks of the Apuan Alps, flooded by the sun coming from behind her shoulders. In the distance she heard a solitary cuckoo making intermittent cuckoo-cuckoo sounds. almost like a Morse code signal from some telegraph operator who had arrived from 100 years before. She relished breathing in the clear air. 2 good slices of toasted bread, freshly made strawberry jam, bought from the store below her house. Ah, the gastronomic traditions of Lunigiana. Priceless, she thought, setting aside any local pride. She summoned Maori immediately. It was such a beautiful day, so bright, she felt so rested and, above all, she was conscious that she was on the right track, that she would even tolerate the Major's somewhat indisposed attitudes, appreciating only his sharpness, intelligence, insight and dedication. Maori showed up, diligent as always. He was impeccable in his punctuality. Although she didn't like his manners, his willingness was a certainty. She briefly explained her thoughts from the previous evening. Maori followed her attentively. How do you think we should proceed? Wiretapping the phone calls between the 3 of them. Seizing any computer equipment. I don't know yet exactly. There are some minor details to be clarified. Both courses of action have several downsides. First of all, it is very likely that all 3 have made any compromising images disappear. Second, I guess indeed, I am certain that, after yesterday's meetings, they met in person. They are aware that we are on the right track and may have their cell phones tapped, so they must have exchanged a message to see each other in person. Or not even that. It will have been enough for them to go to the pub in the evening and tell each other face to face how things stand. We should be tight-lipped. So? Asked the Major, with a puzzled look. So we start with the weakest link in the chain, and we bring him back here. He is more likely to give in. When? Right away. This morning this devoted supporter of the Leonardo da Vinci Scientific High School in Gabbiana is at school. We'll go to see him when he comes out. The morning for Daniela was spent between boring paperwork and a long chat with Colomonici. As soon as she had finished talking with Maori, she had remembered the anxious phone call of the previous evening. So she joined the boss in his office. David caught a certain satisfaction in her gaze. Good morning, Daniela. Has the night brought counsel? Good morning, David. It seems so. And she briefly explained to him the conclusion she had reached the night before, and the conversation with Maori. Colomonici listened, thoughtfully. He stretched his head towards Daniela, not looking her in the eyes, but rather, with a slight rotation of his head to the right, with his left ear, almost as if he wanted to capture every single sound coming from the mouth of his deputy prosecutor. From time to time he nodded his head, keeping his lips closed, tight, and pushed out. His eyes were looking up. When Daniela had finished giving her account, he let a few moments of silence pass. He seemed to want to be sure that the woman had nothing else to say. Then he asked her if she needed anything in particular, how long she expected to finish the investigation, and, consequently, when the muddy reputation of poor Don Mario could be cleared. I don't think it will take much longer. Today. Let's get to the bottom of the lies. Then, when the boys are officially under investigation, we can proceed with the collection of further evidence to exonerate the image of the good priest once and for all. Good Colomonici extended his hand to her, more as a sign of respect than to bid her farewell. Keep me updated. There was satisfaction on his face. That ill-concealed satisfaction of a father who doesn't want to see his son rest on his laurels after a success, but is nevertheless proud of him. By the time she returned after lunch, she had taken advantage of the beautiful sunny day to enjoy a delicious slice of pizza on the cycle-pedestrian path. It was 3 o'clock. De Angelis was waiting for her outside the office. He sprang to his feet upon her arrival. She felt a subtle pleasure in this almost anachronistic, old-school respect, especially when she compared it to the indolence and pitying looks at the entrance. Good morning, ma'am. The boy is here. 5 minutes. Then let him in. It was for no reason in particular, just to make him wait for a while. Matter of cooking time, as for an amatriciana sauce. She laughed to herself. After 10 minutes, she called De Angelis. Bring him to me. She flipped through some documents as Frusetti entered. Take a seat, she gestured with her hand, without deigning to look at him. Well, what's up? I was here yesterday. You came to pick me up from school. You brought me here. I've been waiting for 2 hours. I haven't even eaten. He was very nervous. Excellent. You didn't give him anything to eat? She asked De Angelis, in a stern tone. The Maresciallo got a little confused, not realizing that they were just playing along. Then, Daniela, in a kinder tone, turned to Matteo. Have something brought to you. Is a sandwich okay? Thank you. That's fine, whatever it is. And a cola. De Angelis. Have a sandwich brought. With ham? She asked the boy. All right, he sighed. Ham. And a cola. Then, resting both elbows on the desk, she intertwined the fingers of both hands, staring at Frusetti. Mr. Frusetti Daniela's eyes were piercing, and to Matteo they looked like 2 laser beams. They went straight into his brain. Instinctively, the young man pressed himself all the way back against the backrest, as if to re-establish a safe distance. Mr. Frusetti, she resumed, I want to know more about that carnival party. I don't remember. There was no party. He had turned pale, although his clenched jaw was meant to flaunt confidence. He was looking for a position for his hands. They searched every space around them, leaning now on their knees, now on the armrests of the armchair, and constantly, relentlessly, touching his curly hair. In short, he gave the impression of being a tonner, trophon, tormented. Mr. Frusetti, I remind you that you signed a statement yesterday. Do we have a case of sudden memory loss? Matteo stammered something. He had not expected such determination. The day before he was convinced that he was just a witness, summoned for a trivial issue that was supposed to begin and end within an hour. And instead he found himself almost suddenly in the dock. Do I need to remind you of the criminal consequences of giving false testimony? She continued to peer into his eyes, while Matteo could not hold his gaze and tried to look away. Good. I seem to understand that your memory is coming back, she said smugly, without ceasing to stare at him. Now tell me, what happened to poor Lucia Menconi during that party? Because Lucia Menconi was with you, wasn't she? Matteo let his head drop forward, dangling it. Then he took his forehead in his hands, continuing to move his neck, now forwards and backwards. Those guys are going to kill me, he had the strength to mutter. Those who? Christian Laurieri and Roberto Zagarelli, are they the ones who would kill you? And who? Who else do you think? He yelled almost rabidly, his eyes red. The terrified rage of the wounded, hunted animal who no longer saw any way out. He was close to tears. At that moment, a delivery man came in with a tray. There was a ham sandwich and a cola. Put it on the table, thank you. You may go, she gestured to him. Now eat, Mr. Frusetti. Then we are here to listen to what you have to tell us. And don't be afraid, no one will kill you if you cooperate with us. You can probably even get a reduced sentence. Matteo squinted his eyes. He was realizing for the first time that he had already 1 foot in jail. Come on. Eat. He ate the sandwich without appetite, leaving more than half of it. Then he drank the cola. Finally, after pushing the tray away with his hand, to show that he was no longer hungry, he shook his head. What was Lucia doing at the party? Asked Daniela firmly. You could sense the iron fist in the velvet glove. Lucia, that goody-goody. Christian, the bet, the carnival prank. He was mumbling disconnected, garbled words. Although, mentally, Daniela was starting to piece things together. That goody-goody. Go on, go on. That's it. Christian. Hell kill me. I know hell kill me. Go on. The tone had become firm and imperative. Please, she continued, softer. Christian always said that behind every nun hides a who. She could see him. He was struggling to say the word, perhaps out of sudden modesty, in front of a female magistrate. Perhaps he was realizing what type of game he had taken part in. All women are whore. Daniela helped him, truncating the word in turn. In a forcibly calm tone. She had to brace herself, to control the deep indignation growing inside her. No, ma'am. I don't think so. He looked at her with pleading eyes. Really? What a coward, thought Daniela. But she had to move on. Then you thought it best to approach her through Pac-Man. Pac-Man? Yes. Your cousin, Marco Pucciaroli. Ah, yes. Of course. Of course. Of course. Marco had known her since childhood. Then they lost touch. He was the only one who could, the word didn't seem to come out of his mouth. Lure her? Matteo Fruzzetti lowered his head. The words brought back reality, with all its harshness. Lure her. Into the trap. Into that infernal trap that would crush her existence. Yes. He had found the courage to look into her eyes. And then, once you lured her, what happened? Here was the deal. He would tell her about us, that we weren't as bad as she thought, that she shouldn't judge us then. When the time was right, he would invite her to the party. She was conflicted. At least that's what he told us. So Christian said to her, "What do you think? We are not devils." And in the end, she gave in. She arranged a cover story with Samantha, her best friend. Then everything was all arranged. On the understanding that we would be in front of the church at 5 minutes to midnight. At least we respected that. Because that way you would ward off suspicion. If not, problems for you would have started from the very beginning. Matteo, mournfully, agreed with a nod. Yes, ma'am, that's right. Actually, the only thing we were interested in was not getting caught. Things had kind of degenerated. Did you use violence on her? What precisely happened during the party? At first we made her drink fruit juice with gin. She immediately became in a good mood. She was euphoric and relaxed. Then she asked for more. I don't think she realized it contained alcohol. She's the kind of person who normally wouldn't even have a single glass of wine. So far everything was as she had assumed, thought Daniela. Carry on. After not even an hour, she had collapsed, asleep, so we went upstairs to Duncan's flat. Duncan is the bartender, right? Yes, he's the pub owner. Let's continue. Who did you all go up? Christian. Roberto. Me and the girl. Pucciaroli. No, he said he didn't want anything to do with it. He also seemed dark in face. We invited him, but he pushed us away, rudely. Christian mocked him a bit. He said, "What are you doing? Are you re-getting cold feet? Let's have some fun with this little nun." And once upstairs, as I told you, no violence. We didn't touch her. We stripped her naked, though. It was hot. In the room, we had turned up the thermostat, 24 degrees Celsius at least. Then Christian and Roberto sat her on a chair, and they stripped naked, and they placed there in her hand. Filthy, thought Daniela. Then, go on, what were you doing? Me? I was the cameraman. I took videos and pictures with my cell phone. They put it everywhere, at the same time, on her breasts, on her hands, near her lips. We were all a bit pissed. Roberto then, the one who was the most excited, proposed to have some real fun. But Christian stopped him and said, "Are you crazy? If they find signs of penetration, then liquids. With the DNA they'll catch you right away." So you limited yourselves to making daring little movies, somewhat simulated photos. And then what? And then we looked at the clock. It was 11:30 p.m. We dressed her, wrapped her in a blanket, then took her to the church, where Samantha was waiting for us. And how did Samantha react? She was really scared. We told her that she had fallen asleep because she had drunk too much. She wasn't supposed to say anything, though. If not, Lucia would have been in big trouble. I guess the prank, as you called it, didn't end there. Because otherwise the girl would still be alive. Here, too. Matteo closed his eyes and bowed his head. Mr. Frusetti, I advise you to tell everything, every little detail. What happened in the days that followed? Christian had her followed. He asked her to see us. We showed her the photos. You can imagine her reaction. She burst into tears, saying it wasn't true. It couldn't be true. It wasn't her. In the photos and videos, she had a blank expression, seeming completely at ease, as if those gestures came second nature to her. Christian told her to stay calm. There was nothing wrong with that. These are things that all girls her age do. And besides, she had nothing to fear. Those pictures would remain a secret between us and her. Daniela drew a few deep breaths to maintain calmness and dignity. Where are the photos? We destroyed them. Mr. Frusetti, where are the photos? I want them to turn up. The tone was threatening, the kind that allows no exceptions, the kind that makes you anticipate the worst if you don't respond. All right, he whimpered. It was clear that he didn't have much resistance. I bought a new phone the following week. I didn't want to leave any trace. We hid the old one. Could you lead us to the place where the phone was hidden? Matteo nodded in agreement. De Angelis, after a nod from Daniela, printed the document as usual and had Frusetti read and sign it. Mr. Frusetti, as of this moment you are in detention, pending further investigation. Do you have a lawyer? The boy burst into sobs. My parents. Who knows? Who knows what they will do to me? You will have time to reason about this. Now she gestured to De Angelis to call a car. Let's go get the famous phone. There was total silence on the drive to the Ponte. Daniela was torn between satisfaction for having solved the case, indignation for this barbarity, which for them, for those dimwits, had been a carnival mischief, and doubts. There were still doubts surrounding the last steps, those of Lucia's death and Marcos' accident. But once she got hold of the cell phone, with all the evidence against Laurieri and Zagarelli, there would be plenty of time for a reconstruction. In the meantime, while waiting for the car, she had signed 2 arrest warrants for Christian Laurieri and Roberto Zagarelli. 2 Carabinieri cars had left to search for them. Shortly before the bridge, Matteo Frusetti broke the silence. Turn right here. It was a dirt track, with bramble bushes at the edges. Then, after about 200 meters, an abandoned, collapsing farmhouse. Around that, everything was cordoned off with the sign, no entry, unsafe building. It's in there. It is an old property of my family. It is actually a safe place. There is no particular risk of collapse. We come here sometimes to... You understand. He had hoped he had made a witty joke, but Daniela's coldness brought him back to reality. De Angelis. Accompany Mr. Frusetti. Go and pick up the item. The 2 entered. Matteo, very docile, did whatever was asked of him. After a little more than a minute they were back. The Maresciallo was clutching a cell phone in his hand. Let's get in. We're going back to the prosecutor's office. On their way back trip, Daniela, following Matteo's instructions, had begun scrolling through the pictures. In fact, after seeing the third one, she turned off the device. Disgusted, she had already seen what interested her. The two dimwits were clearly visible, with their male member exposed, next to the poor Lucia, who was completely naked. Then the phone had run out of what little battery it had left, and turned itself off. All the material, once in the prosecutor's office, was transferred to her computer, and she could see the images that were clear, of very good quality, considering they had been taken with a cell phone. Evidently the doctor-father must have guaranteed his son excellent tools. Laurieri and Zagarelli had also arrived, and they had been left in the waiting room. Daniela, before questioning them, had to take care of the last formalities with Matteo Frusetti. She made sure that he was under 24-hour surveillance, that he did not have access to sharp objects, or anything with which to commit desperate acts. She assured him the highest level of protection, since Matteo kept saying he was terrified of the reaction of the two accomplices. She then had him escorted to prison, making sure that he did not meet with Laurieri and Zagarelli, not even for a short moment. They entered. "I want my lawyer," demanded Laurieri, scornfully, without even saying hello. "Arrange for him to be summoned." The lawyer arrived within an hour, a very long hour. Zagarelli didn't have a lawyer. He decided to be assisted by the same one as Laurieri. The two young men had closed themselves off in a tight secrecy, in a glacial silence. Not even when the images were shown did they have any comments to make. Just a mumble. "Worm. I knew we couldn't trust him. Do you have no humanity? Don T, you realize that a young girl, little more than a child, is dead? How did she die?" "We didn't kill her," said Zagarelli, breaking the wall of silence for the first time. "What happened then?" She threw herself down. "Yes. That's right. That Sunday evening we passed near the bridge. She was leaning against the parapet. Samantha had left her for a few minutes. She had gone to look for a toilet. Lucia told us, when we approached her, 'Why you always have that sad face, darling?' Christian asked her. 'Shut up. Stupid.' Laurieri snapped at him. Zagarelli looked at Daniela, then at the lawyer, who was becoming increasingly embarrassed. The latter, Paolo Dini, was a little man who looked older than his age. Small, chubby, wearing a grey suit, a light blue shirt with a dirty collar and worn cuffs. He took the opportunity to throw her flirtatious glances. It was the first time he had met the new prosecutor, and he must have found her attractive. He seemed almost more interested in her than in his clients. Daniela sighed to herself. The man had given her an unpleasant impression. But she had to return to Zagarelli, and urged him to speak. "Please, continue, unless the lawyer has any objection." He raised his hands, as if to say, "For me, he can continue." Zagarelli took a sip of water, then continued. "Why that sad face? You've seen now. You. One of us. You. LLC. We, LL make you have fun, and stop acting like a nun. You see, certain games aren't so bad after all. Was it just you two?" "No, Pucciaro was there too." Then Christian approached her. Laurieri was glaring at him, but Roberto seemed not to notice. He was like a car in full speed. There was no turning back. Then he started making obscene gestures with his tongue. There was no one there. He approached her, and the closer he got, the more Lucia pressed herself against the parapet. Finally, when he had come to brush her ear with the tip of his tongue, Lucia suddenly lost her balance and flew down. Then the two of you took off, while Marco just stood there, trying to do something, waiting for Samantha. That's how it is. It went like this. What about Pucciaroli? Did you kick him off the bridge? At this point, the lawyer intervened. Ma'am, I ask to be allowed to speak privately with my clients. Chapter 28. Saturday night, they were sitting under the veranda in Daniela's garden. She had returned Nicola and Isabella's invitation, extending it to Mr. and Mrs. Caleo and Matteo Ricci, dinner guests from a few days earlier at Nicola's house. Making an exception to the rule, they had turned on the television. The reason was plausible. There was extensive coverage on Gabbiana, with several shots of the press conference about the Lucia Menconi case, held by her, Mauri and Colomonici in the morning, commented by the TV reporter. The report began with a due apology to the parish priest of Ponte, Don Mario, about whom nasty, disturbing shadows had unfairly been cast by the media. This was followed by an interview with Daniela. The reporter had indulged in laudatory comments for the prosecutor. Having arrived in Gabbiana just 2 weeks before, she had brilliantly solved a case that had appeared enigmatic from the start. Or rather, for which a very simplistic solution had been given, suicide, but she had not accepted the first hypothesis. She had understood immediately. There was more to it, and this concept had been reiterated by Colomonici, and then there had been the grafting of case upon case. The fall, from the same bridge, of Marco Pucciaroli. So with the arrest of the three, Laurieri, Zagarelli and Pucciaroli, is the Carnival Mischief over, Dr. Luccarini? Well, she had distanced herself. Immediately, the term mischief horrifies me, thinking of the terrible, despicable deeds committed, and the painful grief suffered by so many innocent people. Are you thinking of the families of the victims, ma'am? In thinking of the victims, of the young, broken life of Lucia Menconi, in thinking of that poor young man, Marco Pucciaroli, I will set aside his responsibility in the events. He still may not realize what life awaits him. In thinking of their family members. But I also have some thought for the families of those who have been guilty of such heinous crimes, with only one motivation, if you can call it that, to appease their boredom. However, everything is resolved. So it would seem. In any case, the trial will be starting shortly, even though we are dealing with 3 self-confessed offenders. For Marco Pucciaroli, then, was it attempted murder? Yes. The boy had been seized with remorse. They were by the bridge that morning. There had been a misunderstanding about the contents of an anonymous letter sent to me by Pucciaroli. They wouldn't listen to reason. They shoved him. And Pucciaroli lost his balance and fell. Precipitated. As fate would have it, right there, where poor Lucia had fallen. For Lucia. Can we talk about murder or fatality? I cannot comment on this yet, nor can I expose myself. The circumstances seem similar at the moment. The subject is still under investigative secrecy. Thank you. Dr. Luccarini. That's all for now. Line to the studio. From Gabbiana, Palace of Justice. Riccardo Falci. Let's move on to other news. The accident on the A15 motorway, at kilometre 22, roughly by the Lussuolo area, created long queues, forcing all vehicles coming from Parma to exit in Pontremoli. The chaos created on the roads going towards Aula. The television had talked too much. It was dinner time, and the remote control had promptly silenced it. Chapter 29. All the guests had taken their seats, lavishing praise on Daniela. But there was no flattery. The praise was genuine. Daniela was quite accustomed to discerning such situations. She noticed it to be great complacency. Typical Sienese menu for the evening. She had wanted to bring some of her hometown to Lunigiana, which itself boasted such a rich culinary tradition. For appetizer, aperitif. Enjoyed already during the TV news. She offered liver and olive oil bruschetta, sliced finocchione wrapped around small breadsticks, and soppressata, as well as delicious Sienese olives. Then they went on to papa al pomodoro. Like the one in the film Gian Barasca, Father Matteo Ricci had commented, arousing some amusement, and especially the two couples, older than them, had let themselves go to memories, to the unforgettable Arnoldo Foa, in the role of the lawyer Morelli, the very severe husband of Giannino's sister, who demanded rigorous punishments for his young brother-in-law. And how can we forget Bice Valori, who had acted kneeling down, to make herself look small and stocky, in the role of the headmistress of the Pierpaoli College? Pina, the wife of Dr. Caleo, had recalled. And then the others also remembered the television of bygone days, in black and white, with the wonderful dramas and school programs, all of theatrical origin, of a now unsurpassable level. Unsurpassable? Isabella had commented. Today's TV doesn't even come close to what it used to be. Now it's all about special effects, vulgarity, expressionless faces, and then, let me say it, always the same stories. Then they all started to comment in agreement. It was really true, said Nicola, echoing his wife's words, and Dr. Caleo reiterated the point, while Father Matteo Ricci struggled to counterbalance. He defended contemporary cinema, with a special focus on certain lesser-known movements. Then they moved on to the second course. Excellent grilled meat, with many carefully prepared vegetable side dishes. Daniela's mind was elsewhere, however. Her thoughts had returned to the case since the aperitif. Not everything was clear to her. Even during dessert, the classic cavalucci, served with Vinsanto. Oh God! Take them away from us, Daniela, or the scales will go crazy, Isabella and Pina Caleo had commented. Daniela's mind was still on the case. She answered their questions, but it was clear that her head was elsewhere. Even when they asked her about the delicious cavalucci, she gave them the recipe quickly, almost mechanically. Wheat flour, soy flour, honey, candied orange or citron, anise, walnuts and yeast, all mixed with caramel, prepared just before, in a separate saucepan. Then they are shaped and baked in the oven at 200 degrees Celsius for about half an hour. In her mind, she was back in her office. 2 days earlier. At the end of the interrogation, Mr. Dini, the lawyer, after a couple of lewd and winking glances, she had been shuddered with horror feeling them stick to her. She didn't like the man at all. With his satyr-like appearance, had asked to have a private conversation with the boys. They had returned after 20 minutes. Dini had shown obvious satisfaction. They are reasonable boys. They've decided to confess. They are ready for questioning. This will greatly facilitate everything. The confirmed version had been this. In both cases the three had approached the victim, the first time with Lucia, the second, with Marco, and they had backed away, until they had lost their balance and fallen from the bridge, crashing into the dry bed of the canal. The confession had been recorded and signed by the defendants. All that remained was to define a series of other crimes, which would have constituted an aggravating circumstance. The case could be considered closed. However, a woodworm remained gnawing at Daniela's thoughts, right from the end of the TV news. During the aperitif, in fact, Isabella and Pina Caleo had gone to the back of the small garden, looked out over the view, and then leaned against the balustrade to greet the others. They were delighted by the view. The feeling of well-being, the joy, and the chance for a happy get-together. Giorgio Caleo, apprehensive, had given a shout. "Don T. lean out." But Matteo intervened, reassuringly. He had demonstrated that it was physically impossible to fall backwards with a parapet behind your back. In fact, drawing on both experiences in posturology related to his profession as an orthodontist, he had explained, and knowledge of physics, he had asserted that while the body can flex forward up to 180 degrees, backward it is difficult to overcome a 30, perhaps 40-degree tilt, unless one is a contortionist. This is where physics came into play with its laws, demonstrated the novice Father Matteo Ricci. The center of gravity remained fully within, in the safe zone. Like the Tower of Pisa, he had laughed. Taking advantage of the moment when she had taken the dishes to the kitchen, glaring at the ladies who demanded to help her, Daniela leaned her back against the dishwasher. Then she tried to push herself backwards. No way. Her center of gravity prevented her from falling backwards. Matteo was right. Then she tried with the table, a little lower, even worse. Even if she had deliberately leaned backwards, there was no way. Her whole center of gravity was on this side. She measured the height of the table with her eyes. It must have been at most 80 centimeters. Not satisfied, she took a dressmaker's tape measure that she kept in her sewing kit. A formality for emergencies. She didn't remember ever using the kit, except once to sew on a button. 84 centimeters. She hadn't been that far off. The next day she would call the Ponte Carabinieri station to find out the height of the parapets. They were certainly not any lower. Then, before returning to the guests, she did the opposite test, that of leaning forward on the table. In this case, on the other hand, it was easier to lose her balance. It was a question of torso flexibility, as the torso could bend forward as much as one wished. Indeed, particularly flexible individuals could bend even further, to the point of touching their toes, and in this case, the center of gravity shifted a great deal. But on the back, not on the back, there was a limit to backward flexion. So, was the version given by the boys at the time of confession possible? With these thoughts she returned to the table with the coffees and the digestive. The guests continued to laugh and joke, while she was already, with her mind, on the following day, Sunday. She was uncertain whether to phone the station or take a trip to Ponte in person. A bike ride, perhaps to attend Don Cespulio's Mass, with a dressmaker's tape measure in her pocket. Chapter 30. She couldn't resist. On Sunday, taking advantage of the beautiful mid-May day, she went to Ponte by bicycle. She was a little sorry. Perhaps her guests, from a certain point in the evening onwards, had not found her very good company. Or maybe it was just her imagination. In fact, thanks to the Morellino wine, the dinner had been lively, even after her thoughts had resurfaced. They had thanked her, with 1,000 compliments. Not only an excellent prosecutor, but also a superb cook. It didn't matter who had said that. It had been unanimous. She was thrilled. She was not insensitive to compliments, especially those that concerned her skills. For a while, at the time of the goodbyes, she had put aside her speculations. She had also managed to sleep reasonably well, even though that image in front of her eyes accompanied her, from the moment she turned off the light to the world of dreams. But in her movie there was neither Lucia, nor Marco Pacman Pucciaroli, but rather a faceless mannequin, surrounded by the Carabinieri, a structural engineer, with her supervising. Try it like this. No. Like this. Push. Move. A series of operations, directed by her, to ascertain the dynamics. The image, or rather the movie, had continued to accompany her in her dreams. Then, once she woke up, before even leaving on her bicycle to Ponte, she wanted to check on the internet. The regulations on parapets spoke of a minimum height of 110 centimeters. How could it be that those two people, had flown off the bridge, with their backs to the parapet? Was the parapet perhaps lower? That would have been big trouble for the local authorities. Another investigation. Best not to think about that right away. Anyway, she got dressed and went out with her bicycle, as she didn't want to show up on the bridge with the tape measure. However, she opted for traditional methods. She moved closer, as though admiring the scenery, noting a detail on her dress. It reached to just above her navel. It was not exposed, of course, but just like that, she had felt her belly, as she rested her hands on the parapet, to establish a reliable sign. The next day she would make the official request to the Carabinieri. But now she was prey to an unbridled curiosity, to see immediately what height it corresponded to. She went into a bar, for a coffee, then went immediately to the ladies' room. She took the tape measure out of her bag, unrolled it, and then pulled it up to the sign, including heels. Since she hadn't taken off her shoes, it came to 118 centimeters. An easy number. The first aid number in Italy, way above the limit. The next day they would give her the exact measurement, centimeter more, centimeter less. But that was the size. Impossible to fall off, only by losing your balance, because someone has made you step back a little too much. There were several points to be clarified. The charges changed considerably, especially the intent of the murder and attempted murder. It was true, the defendants were already in jail, but it was necessary to establish the truth, and two people, Matteo Frusetti and Samantha, hadn't told everything. It was time to make them talk. Even though her mind kept wandering, she went to the church much reassured. The bells announced the beginning of the Mass. An opportunity to greet Don Mario. The friendly Don Cespuglio, finally cleared of those sordid suspicions. Chapter 31. On Monday morning, Daniela hadn't even sat down at her desk yet before she grabbed the phone to call De Angelis. She had 3 goals in mind. She wanted to summon Samantha for the afternoon, find out the exact height of the bridge parapet, and, above all, arrange for Frusetti to be questioned in prison. For the latter, she had thought to act in this way. She would place the 3 dimwits of Ponte in isolation. There must be no contact allowed between the first 2 and Frusetti. She would also ensure the safety of the self-confessed offender, as she had previously guaranteed him. After 20 minutes, the second of her wishes was granted. De Angelis had obtained the measurement of the bridge parapet. From there to the point of the fall, it was 118 centimeters. She gloated. She had been precise. For the questioning in prison, they had notified the lawyer, Mr. Dini. It would take place at 5:30 p.m. at the Gabbiana prison. Finally, she had made sure that Samantha was at the prosecutor's office at 2:30 p.m. De Angelis had alerted the girl's mother, who, without showing any signs of uneasiness, almost impassively, had finally assured the presence of her daughter for that time. She had commented laconically, "I understand." Samantha showed up at exactly 2:30 p.m. Actually, she was already there at 2:00 p.m. in the corridor, waiting. "Sit down," Samantha Daniela said to her. The prosecutor had changed to a more informal tone, which reassured her and made her feel more at ease. Nevertheless, one could see a tension, almost a fear in the girl's eyes. She kept staring at the magistrate. "Are you arresting me?" she asked again. There was fear and surprise in her eyes. Her upper eyelid was raised, her lower eyelid was tense, and her mouth was contracted, the corners of the lips twisted in effort. A tormented wait to know a destiny, her own, that she felt depended on others. "No, Samantha, we're not arresting you," she replied with an affable, reassuring tone, but it had immediately turned hard. She wanted to show her the iron fist inside the velvet glove. It was time for honesty. But now you have to tell us how things really went. And here, on the adverb really, she raised her voice vigorously. But I've already told you, the girl whimpered. Yes. But you haven't told us everything about that Sunday night. We know. Her gaze had turned into a drill, and her eyes seemed to be piercing her head from side to side, investigating everything inside. We know you weren't alone when you left Lucia on the bridge that Sunday night. Samantha burst into sobs, taking her head in her hands. They gonna kill me. They gonna kill me. Who's going to kill you? Those guys. They told me not to talk. Or else. Or else what? They made a gesture with their finger across their throat. Zach. Like saying, cut your throat. They, not joking. Tell me, who are you talking about? Daniela knew perfectly well that it was Christian Laurieri and Roberto Zagarelli, and perhaps also Matteo Frusetti, but it was important to hear her say it. The three of them, those three who hang out at the pub, the ones you arrested, she whimpered, sobbing 2 or 3 times before finally deciding to take a tissue from her backpack. If I show you their photographs, would you be able to identify them? Her tone, although still determined, had become more maternal. Samantha, after blowing her nose again, nodded. Daniela placed the photographs of the 3 arrested men under her eyes. Are they the ones who threatened you? Another nod. Say yes or no. Short and determined. Yes. 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 It's those 3. Her gaze lost in the deepest terror. Now I am ruined. Who knows what awaits me? Don't worry, she reassured her. They in jail. And they'll be there for a long time. And when they get out, they'll no doubt have no interest in you. They'll want to put this story behind them. Go on. That evening, that Sunday evening, we were walking around in Ponte. I was going to sleep at Lucia's. Then, on Monday morning, we were supposed to go to school together. By bus. We were walking. Lucia had been sad for some months, even though she didn't want to tell me why. That day, however, she seemed a little less sad than in the previous weeks. What exactly did she say when you asked her why she was sad? She told me she couldn't talk, but that I should worry. Once everything was resolved. She would tell me this 2 or 3 times in the last few months. After the carnival party. Yes, since then. Then, Samantha, you were walking around in Ponte. It was Sunday evening. What time was it? It was almost dinner time. We would soon have got back to Lucia's house. But what happened? Suddenly Lucia stops. She sees 4 people coming from the opposite direction. Her gaze was proud and determined. We were right on the bridge. Who were those 4 people? The 3 I was telling you about, and then there was also her friend, Marco, Pac-Man, that poor guy. De Angelis kept writing down everything the girl said. They look at her, she looks at them, she waves at me to stop, then whispers something in my ear. What did she whisper in your ear? She said, "Leave me alone, Sammy. I have to talk to these guys." I'll explain later. I left them. I didn't really understand why, but she would have explained. I didn't know that. She broke down, sobbing. Those were the last words your friend Lucia ever said to you, and you would never hear her voice again. You didn't know that. It wasn't a question, but an assertion. Samantha pulled up her nose, overcome with emotion. Yes. Then your story was that you went to the bathroom in a bar. Yes. A bar that you found closed, since you then had to go all the way to Gabbiana, accompanied by Pac-Man, by Marco Pucciaroli. Yes, yes, so many lies, so many lies. Darn, worry. You, refixing all the lies now, it's time for the truth. And when you came back, what did you see? The three of them were gone, and neither was Lucia. While Pac-Man, Marco, had stayed there. What was he like? What did he tell you? We had to go back to Gabbiana quickly, he told me. Lucia had died falling from the bridge. He would have given me a ride on his motorbike. Then, 2 kilometers outside Ponte, he had turned off the motorbike. There he had explained to me what we should have said. He told me that those guys weren't kidding, especially the leader. This one here. She pointed once again, pressing the tip of her index finger on the photo, on Laurieri's face. Laurieri, the leader. Yes. He was desperate. Pac-Man was desperate. Laurieri and the others were dangerous people. He told me, if we didn't want to end up like Lucia, we had to tell that story. And especially, he wasn't there. He wasn't there. And then to bring up the old legend of the bridge. Of the man possessed. The one who fell so many centuries ago. She stopped, sobbing again. That's enough, Samantha. She didn't want to torment her any further. She had known what she needed to know. You've been a great help to us. So you, not arresting me? What for? For false testimony. Daniela had to suppress a smile. No. Don't worry. I can assure you. By the way, the last time you didn't say anything false. Just incomplete. Now good. I don't think I need you anymore. And, after completing the last formalities and signing the report, she let her go. Chapter 32. The Gabbiana prison was located in the old town. The building had been an old, cloistered monastery. It was small in size and housed a limited number of inmates, almost all of whom were either awaiting trial or imprisoned for minor crimes. There was a plan to build a new jail outside the city, but the idea had been shelved for the time being. There were no funds, Colomonici had explained to her. The building was located not far from the courthouse. At 5:30 p.m. Daniela entered, accompanied by Maresciallo De Angelis. Sitting on the bench outside the hearing room, waiting for them, was not the laid-back lawyer Dini, but Matteo Frusetti's new defense attorney, lawyer Enrico Orsini. Dr. Frusetti had evidently not wanted to associate his son's defense with that of the other two. Daniela had heard about Mr. Attari. Orsini. He was the best criminal lawyer in town. She had met him a couple of times in the corridors of the prosecutor's office. He was a very dignified man, close to 60 years old, perhaps a little older, tall, a David Niven-style moustache, always dressed in well-tailored suits, with pressed shirts and fine ties. She had noticed him not only for his height, which make him soar above the rest, but also for his upright bearing. A whole different story from the disheveled lawyer Dini. Certainly an agreeable choice. Dr. Frusetti's, Daniela thought. The man, seeing her arrive along with De Angelis, rose with great elegance and offered her his hand. Good evening, Dr. Luccarini. I am Enrico Orsini, the counsel for the defense of Matteo Frusetti. Dr. Luccarini, I presume. Good evening, sir. She nodded in response to the question. Have you already asked to call for Mr. Frusetti? He's on his way. So the prison guard intervened. If you would care to take a seat in the meantime. He opened the door. Matteo entered after a couple of minutes, accompanied by a guard. He was tried by the experience in the cell. His beard was 3 days long. His dark circles were hollowed out, and his eyes were bloodshot. Of the swaggering little boy, accustomed to shenanigans, there was little, if anything, left. He must have slept very few hours, perhaps upset by the experience. Perhaps, during these first 2 or 3 days of confinement, he had had a chance to reflect on the pain caused. Perhaps his repentance was only due to the consequences caused to his own existence, rather than the pain caused to other people. He had given her the impression of a coward, of someone who tries to cling to a strong leader, with whom they can identify, even perform nefarious deeds, if necessary, to make up for their own insecurities. "Let's begin," Daniela declared. Matteo sighed as attorney Orsini stood by. He had pulled a small clipboard and a Mont Blanc pen from his jacket pocket. "What else do you want to know?" the young man asked resignedly. "I've already told you everything." "That's not quite true," stated Daniela. "We've examined your version of events. There was no accident. Lucia, unlike her, Marco Pucciaroli, did not fall from the bridge by accident. You know that very well. Now, I think it is appropriate for you to tell us in detail how things went. Your lawyer can confirm this. Persisting with false testimony can worsen your situation, while cooperating with justice can be beneficial. I think," and here she raised her voice, emphasizing her next words after a clearing of his throat, "I think you got caught up in something bigger than you were able to handle. I want to believe you, different from the other two, even if it's just your criminal record that sets you apart." Perhaps she had overstepped the mark. However, as she turned her gaze towards Mr. Orsini, she caught a confirming nod from the lawyer. The lawyer allowed a few seconds of silence to pass. Then, ensuring everyone had finished speaking, he requested, "Can I have a private conversation with my client?" "Of course," replied Daniela. She rose from her chair, followed by De Angelis. "Let's wait here, in the corridor." She walked back and forth along the corridor, as De Angelis stood guard, resembling a knight in armor, in front of the courtroom door. Then she stopped in front of a photograph, a reproduction of an ancient painting. She read the caption, "Saint Leonard of Noblac, patron of prisoners." She began to read the smaller notes written beneath the title. It was a saint who lived in Gaul just after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, between 496 and an assumed date of death, 545 or 559. She was still reading when she heard the door being opened. It was Mr. Orsini. "Doctor, we are ready." Without rushing, Daniela re-entered the room. The boy's eyes were even redder. The meeting had lasted a bit longer than the 2 minutes planned. 8, perhaps 10 minutes. Maybe Orsini had had to convince him, and Frazetti had likely been torn between various temptations or fears. His demeanor didn't suggest remorse. His primary concern seemed to be his own personal protection. "My client has decided to cooperate," Mr. Orsini encouraged him, leading the way to some extent. "In fact, ma'am, as you rightly guessed, Matteo found himself in a game much bigger than he was, from which, until now, he was unable to get out of. Fear of repercussions from the other two has held him back, but now he's willing to tell the whole truth. The only truth." "Let's hear it," Daniela replied. She suppressed a satisfied smile as best she could. Matteo coughed a couple of times, struggling to find the words to begin. Then, under Daniela's encouraging gaze, he began. "That Sunday evening, I was walking with Christian, Roberto, and Marco. We were headed to the pub, nothing special planned. Suddenly, we saw Lucia and Samantha on the bridge. Roberto started saying, 'Let's have some fun,' but Christian was a bit annoyed and said, 'We already had fun with her. Come on, who cares about the little nun? I am sick of her.' Christian has always been the leader. If he decided something, That was it. Then Roberto accepted too. Marco and I kept quiet. But then something strange happened. Very strange. Lucia usually avoided us. She was terrified of us after what we did to her the previous 2 months. This time, she whispered something to her friend who was with her, the one who waited for her outside the church on Fat Thursday. At that point, the friend, Samantha, walked away, bent over. Lucia stood in our path. She looked really determined. We never seen her so determined. She stared into our eyes and said, "Stop." Roberto burst out laughing. He was splitting his sides. Marco and I were stunned. Christian stopped. He looked at Lucia. "What is it? What do you want? Get out of the way." Lucia was undeterred, and continued, "No, now you will listen to me." We surrounded her. Lucia was pressed against the parapet. You could tell she was terrified. She was breathing heavily. Her heart pounded like a drum, and her voice wavered, sometimes shrill. She was scared, seeing us all there around her, except for Marco, who had stayed a few steps back. Then Christian told her she could speak us as long as it wasn't too long. She said she'd decided to end this matter, that enough was enough. She was going to the Carabinieri and tell them what they had done to her. At this point, Roberto was fuming and said, "You will do nothing." He grabbed her by the ankles. I think he just wanted to scare the hell out of her. But in his anger, he used more force than intended, lifting her up. She was already unbalanced backward and flew down. Not a scream. I think she was paralyzed with fright. During those weeks, I even thought she had died of a heart attack from the shock. At least I hoped so. Here he bowed his head forward, taking it in his hands. "What have we done? What have we done? We killed her." "And then what?" asked Daniela, ignoring the young man's emotional outburst. "Then we ran away. Right away. Not too far. Though, we knew Samantha was about to come back, but Christian silenced us. He was surprisingly calm. He made sure no one was there who could hear us. Then he said, "Guys, nobody saw us. Let's say she was depressed. She committed suicide. Everyone already thinks that anyway. She'd been sad for 2 months. We're leaving. You, Marco, take care of her stupid friend, that Dumbo. What's her name?" And Marco said it was Samantha. Then Christian said we had to get her out of there, take her to Gabbiana, tell her something, and make up whatever we wanted, but tell her it was an accident and that we had seen her fall. He had to tell her not to get us into trouble, and that we had nothing to do with it. He said, "Is that clear?" twice to Marco to make sure he had understood. Marco said it was clear to him, and that he had his motorbike in the square. Then Christian told them to get out of there. Marco stayed at the bridge. At that point, he saw Samantha coming back. He told her what he had to. The rest, I think you already know. "Good," said Daniela, satisfied. Now the story was believable, as she had suspected, complete with a confession. Now they just had to get a better understanding of how the second part had happened. "Now tell me how things went with Marco." Matteo Frasetti blushed. Nothing escaped this woman, she thought with a hint of naivete. He hesitated. "Come on," she encouraged him. "Mr." Orsini nodded for him to continue. "The week after Lucia's death was terrible. Christian told us to hold our nerve. We know the third anonymous letter was written by Marco. What about the first 2? Matteo lowered his gaze. "You? Was it you, Mr. Frasetti? Did you write the first 2 anonymous letters?" Yes. It was me. We agreed on it, with Christian and Roberto. Then I fudged things a bit, using the trick of writing with my left hand. "I understand," Daniela commented, not adding anything further. "Continue." Then Marco started having doubts. He was the weakest link in the chain. The weakest link in the chain, Daniela thought. The same term we used for you, Frasetti. Marco was shaken by Lucia's death. He started saying he had nothing to do with it, that the whole thing had got out of hand. Then, at some point, he came forward with that anonymous letter. The third one. It didn't contain any new information, Daniela commented. What made it so dangerous? Nothing. We didn't even know the content, nor did Marco tell us about it. But we started doubting his loyalty to the pack. He told us. I think it was Thursday night. He was a bit pissed. That he'd written a letter to the prosecutor's office. Addressed to you. Ma'am. Christian asked him. What the foo? Did you write to her? And he said, and made some kind of vague gesture, as if to say, if only you knew, I know. You can't. Christian shook him a few times, but it was useless. We couldn't find out what he'd written. Marco eventually collapsed asleep. Then, here he stopped again, bursting into tears. Crocodile tears, thought Daniela. Then, continue. Matteo Frizzetti blew his nose. Then, the next day, Friday. No luck. He was nowhere to be found, not even at Duncan's pub. We finally caught up with him Saturday morning. No one was around. We surrounded him. Christian demanded to know immediately what he had written to her, and said, Don't play the fool with me. Why weren't you around yesterday? Marco turned green. He was sweating like crazy, and said nothing. I didn't do anything. I didn't write anything. Believe me. He was terrified and said, Do you want to end up like that little nun? Christian really taunted him and said, Look, do you know there's been a death? That we could all be foo. Forgive the language, ma'am. He said, What did you write? Marco might have seemed a strong guy, but I thought he was going to faint. He was scared stiff. Nothing. Then Roberto chimed in and said that he was playing smart and creating us a load of trouble. He said, No, I swear to you, ... Then Christian grabbed him by the ankles and demanded that he tell us what he said. He said, I know you, a softy. Come on. Are you getting us into trouble? Tell us. Are you messing with us? ... But Marco was terrified and kept repeating, No, I swear. By then, he had lifted him up. A split second. A scream. Marco had plummeted off the bridge, just like Lucia. I don't know if he intended to kill him or just scare him. He had fallen. What did you do next? We were terrified. I was more scared than the other two. We got away quick. Then we went back later. Someone had already passed by and raised the alarm. People rarely look under the bridge, but after Lucia's fall, many passers-by glanced down. We knew only later that he wasn't dead. We heard ambulances and carabinieri sirens. Then we observed some movements. When we saw Pucciaroli's mother, my father's cousin, leaving with you, we decided to get rid of the evidence at his house. We were sure it was on his computer. I kept watch downstairs while Christian and Roberto went upstairs, forced their way in, and stole the computer. The wrong one, Daniela commented with satisfaction. What? Yes. The bulky desktop, practically a museum piece. Marco worked almost exclusively with his laptop, hidden in a drawer. That's where we found the incriminating evidence. What idiots. Matteo slapped himself on the forehead. Daniela shook her head, though subtly. He felt no remorse. He was only afraid. And had he been certain of the perfect crime, perhaps his conscience would have kept quiet. So, when you knew Marco was alive, you tried to silence him. We went to the hospital. Not directly, of course. We sent a friend, telling him we heard about Marco's accident, and that he should visit him. The plan was to spread rumors of a suicide attempt. It made sense. He was Lucia's friend. Maybe he could be seen as the one responsible for her suicide. Christian told us that the police or carabinieri would believe Lucia committed suicide because of Marco. Many leads pointed to him, including her friend Samantha's testimony. And finally, the theory that Marco, overcome with remorse, decided to end his life the same way Lucia did, would be equally plausible. Do you get it, guys? That way, we take care of two in one go, Christian had said, and you have to stay quiet, as if nothing had happened. Yes. Matteo lowered his gaze. That's how it is. Then, our friend went to the hospital and told us there was a guard on duty. And they couldn't talk anymore. Good, that's sufficient for me. De Angelis, you can print out the report. Orsini read it through once more. Then he nodded in agreement to Frasetti. He could sign it. Daniela now had everything she needed for the trial. The END. This is a work of fiction. Any reference to real facts, characters or places is purely fictitious. The names of characters and events are the product of the author's imagination, and any resemblance to facts, or real people, living or deceased, is entirely coincidental. The places mentioned have no relation to those described. Artificial intelligence tools were used to create the cover. Title: Carnival Mischief. Copyright Cesare Antonio Bellentani 2023. Original title in Italian: Scherzo di Carnevale. Copyright Cesare Antonio Bellentani 2024. Translation by Leslie Bergen. All rights reserved. Main characters: Daniela Luccarini. Beautiful. A little rough. Proud, vain and intelligent. Public prosecutor. Very capable and determined. A 21st century Athena. She landed in Gabbiana in April 2013. At the age of 36. After 8 years in the judiciary. She prefers to be out investigating with her team in the field than remaining in the prosecutor's office. Maresciallo De Angelis, trusted right-hand man of Daniela. Apulian. Imposing. Shy and reverent. Major Mauri Snooty, but sharp chief of the Carabinieri Operations Unit. Davide Colomonici, chief prosecutor. A somewhat dandy 50-year-old. Professor Nicola Di Prinzio, Daniela's university lecturer in criminal law. He is now retired and has settled in Gabbiana with his wife Isabella. Elena Jovine, psychologist. Daniela's peer. Sharp and forthcoming. She helps her in her investigations with various insights, both on psychological autopsies and profiles of the people involved in a case. Despite maintaining a mutual and respectful formality, a deep bond of esteem develops between the two women.